Chapter 1372. Lu Chen? He's Lu Chen? He single-handedly slaughtered Lu Chen of the Tianwu Dongfang family. Why? Why is he here? I've heard of him. He was originally going to sign up for the competition, but I didn't expect him to come here from the Tianwu kingdom so quickly. Yan Zijuan panicked. Back then, Shangguan Hong led 500,000 city guards, but he didn't dare to touch Lu Chen when he was heavily injured. Now, he only had a few thousand imperial guards. If Lu Chen wanted to kill him, wouldn't that be child's play? Shuizhang and the others hurriedly protected Yan Zijuan and retreated. In an instant, only Li Haobai, Meng Shi, and Lu Chen were left on the field. Li Haobai's mind was buzzing. This guy was actually Lu Chen. What was his relationship with his wife? However, Li Haobai didn't run away. He stood beside Meng Shi. Meng Shi's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Lu Chen. Yan Zhu has already passed on the message. Lu Chen's heart ached. He had already passed on the message, but she still married someone else. Then, were you forced by your family? Meng Shi's tears had already formed a river. After a long silence, she finally shook her head. No one forced me. I did it willingly. Lu Chen's heart felt like it had suffered a heavy blow. He couldn't help but take half a step back. No matter how strong the enemy was, they wouldn't be able to make him retreat. However, a woman's words could make Lu Chen suffer a heavy blow. You did it willingly. Yes, Li Haobai is very good to me. Lu Chen couldn't help but nod. He looked at Meng Shi, and then at Li Haobai. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. All right, I understand. As he spoke, Lu Chen took out the broken spear from his waist and threw it on the ground. He turned and flashed to the viewing platform. Lu Chen cupped his fists at the commoners. Principal, thank you for your care all these years. The Cloud Treading Colt is in the inn's stable. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. In the future, if you need me for anything, just come to the Heavenly Martial Kingdom's West Prefecture City to find me. Little Chen. Bai Xing looked at Lu Chen with heartache. Anyone could see that Lu Chen was just suppressing the sadness in his heart. Dean, Little Chen will bid farewell here. Yanzhu, let's go. After Lu Chen left with Yanzhu, the Imperial Guards heaved a sigh of relief. This fiend had finally left, but Meng Shi felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. He had left. Not only did he leave the Heavenly Saint Empire, but he also left her life forever. Meng Shi walked to the ruined blood spear and squatted down to pick up the broken spear. Big Brother Lu Chen, don't just throw this gun away. Big Brother Lu Chen used this gun to destroy the Dongfang family. The gun broke, but he really didn't throw it away. Unfortunately, the only thing between them was this broken spear. Li Haobai walked over and pulled Meng Shi up. Meng Shi looked at Li Haobai. At least this man didn't shrink back just now. Perhaps it was just like what her father said. Marrying him was the best choice. Haobai, I know my request is a bit too much, but can I keep this broken spear? Unexpectedly, Li Haobai nodded in agreement. You have already made your choice between him and me. As for the broken spear, you can keep it if you want. One day, I will make you forget him completely. Thank you. After returning from the Heavenly Saint Empire, Lu Chen had been depressed and depressed. Yan Zhu secretly told the Lu family about what happened in the Heavenly Saint Empire. It's like this. Master suffered a setback and can't recover. Yan Zhu said. Qin Yueqin looked worriedly at Lu Chen, who was fishing by the lake. Sigh, this child must be very sad. He didn't tell us and kept everything in his heart. We should comfort him. Wan'er frowned. That Meng Shi really doesn't have good eyesight. My brother is so outstanding, but she didn't choose him. Yueqin touched Wan'er's head. Silly girl, don't say that. He has his difficulties. Uncle Tai suddenly stood up. Let me go and persuade him. I have experience in matters like falling out of love. After saying that, Uncle Tai went to find a fish basket. He walked to the lakeside and sat beside Lu Chun. Chun, you didn't bring a fish basket. How are you going to store the fish? At this moment, a fish took the bait. After Lu Chun caught it, he untied the hook and let the fish go. Not long after the hook was put down, another fish took the bait. Lu Chun untied the hook and let the fish go. Uncle Tai's eyes widened. So this guy only wanted to fish, not fish. But the frequency of his fishing was too fast, right? Did he encounter a school of fish? Uncle Tai, did that blabbermouth Yenju tell you? Lu Chun said faintly. At this moment, he seemed to have no strength to speak, unlike his usual energetic self. Don't blame Yenju. We kept asking. Uncle Tai, you don't have to persuade me. I know what you want to say. I just need some time to digest it. Uncle Tai couldn't help but laugh. This guy had been smart since he was young. His intelligence was many times better than his peers. Even now, he could see things more clearly than anyone else. It seemed like they worried too much. All right, I know you won't have a problem. Anyway, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Here's the fish basket. At least catch 1 or 2. It's almost time to eat. Got it, Uncle Tai. This adjustment took half a year. Lu Chun finally started to spend some time every day guiding Wan, and Yenju in their cultivation. For the rest of the time, he would sit cross-legged on the lake and cultivate. To Lu Chun, although he didn't marry Mingxi, his family was living together leisurely. This was also a happy thing. At the end of the month, the people of Tianwu Kingdom sent over many resources. Among them, there were pills that could treat chronic illnesses. They could treat Uncle Tai's leg injury. It was said that Shangguan Hong had asked a high-grade alchemist to refine it. 3 months later, Uncle Tai was no longer limping. The old injury that had been there for almost 10 years showed signs of recovery. While guiding Wan, and Yenju in their cultivation, Lu Chun found a problem. If Wan, and Yenju had any questions in their cultivation, Lu Chun could help them solve it. However, Lu Chun couldn't teach her the origin celestial demonic cultivation technique. It was a cultivation technique that wasn't recorded in words. Lu Chun had also learned it directly. He could only let her cultivate the jade, clear foundation cultivation technique that he had obtained from the Western Saint Spiritual Academy. Finally, Lu Chun couldn't teach Lu Wan alchemy and refining. In order to not delay their cultivation, Lu Chun asked Shangguan Hong for a recommendation letter to send Lu Wan, and Yenju to the Tianwu Kingdom's #1 spiritual source, the ultimate spiritual source. Of course, the most important thing was that the two of them had to learn the Earth Fiend mystic spear. This spear art was the essence of Lu Chen's cultivation technique. Half a year later, Uncle Tai's old injury had healed. Under the encouragement of Lu Chen and his wife, Uncle Tai once again stepped onto the path of cultivation and went out to gain experience. As for Lu Chen, he had always been by his mother's side. They lived in his grandfather's old house. Other than Lu Chen spending a lot of time cultivating, there was no difference between them and an ordinary family. This kind of life was simple but warm. In the real world, Lu Chen's mother had left him when he was young. But here, Qin Yueqin was his mother. The motherly love that he had lost was compensated here. Lu Chen had originally lived an ordinary life like this. However, living in the Tianyuan continent wasn't destined to be so peaceful. 8 years later, in the year 1724 of the Tianyuan era, the situation of the world being divided into 3 was finally broken. The Heavenly Saints' empire destroyed the Heavenly Might Empire's capital, and annexed the Heavenly Might Empire. 6 years later, the Heavenly Saints Empire launched an attack on the Heavenly Martial Empire. The Heavenly Martial Empire's army was defeated and half of the cities fell. The Heavenly Saints Empire's army marched straight in and killed their way to the Heavenly Martial Empire's capital. Lu Chen was cultivating on the surface of the lake, as usual, when his mother suddenly came to the lakeside. Grandmaster Tianheng is here. He wants to see you. Chapter 1373. Lu Chen went to the lakeside, picked up the fishing rod and basket, and followed his mother back into the house. He found that only Tianheng had come this time. "Mister, you're back." Seeing Lu Chen return, Master Tianheng hurriedly stood up. Lu Chen said indifferently, "Is Master Tianheng looking for me to resolve the crisis of Tianwu Kingdom?" Tianheng was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Lu Chen to be so direct. Before he even opened his mouth, Lu Chen already knew his intentions. "That's right. Mister is also a citizen of Tianwu Kingdom. Now that Tianwu Kingdom is facing a crisis, I hope that Mister can help." Lu Chen put down the fishing rod and basket. "Master, I remember when Shang Guanhong hired me as a consecrator. He said that I don't need to do anything." Tianheng hurriedly said, "Mister, that's true. But now that Tianwu Kingdom is about to fall, we can't defend against the Heavenly Saint Empire's attack, so we have no choice but to ask for Mister's help." Lu Chen came to the table and sat down. He did not comment on Tianheng's words and only asked, "I remember that a few years ago the three kingdoms were evenly matched. How did the Heavenly Saint Empire suddenly rise up and swallow two kingdoms?" "Mister, you don't know. The Heavenly Saint Empire's experts have appeared." Tianheng said, 14 years ago, 10 Heavenly Spirit Realm experts joined the Heavenly Saint Empire's consecrators. Those 10 people's strength is shocking. One of them can fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. Heavenly Spirit Realm experts? Lu Chen frowned. In the Tianyuan continent, the strongest he had seen was only a God Spirit Realm expert. Someone like Shuizhang was already the strongest in the Heavenly Saint Empire. "Mister, the three kingdoms' military strength was originally about the same, but after these 10 people appeared, the balance was broken. Tianwei was defeated, and Tianwu Kingdom is also in danger." Lu Chen frowned. "The other kingdoms don't have Heavenly Spirit Realm experts." "Yes, Tianwei Consecrator had a Heavenly Spirit Realm expert, but he died in battle. Our Tianwu Kingdom's 2 Heavenly Spirit Realm experts were also forced out, but our numbers are obviously inferior." "Then you think that I'm a match for those 10 people?" "Sir, 14 years ago, you already had the strength to kill a God-level expert. Now, even if you haven't reached the heavenly level, you're still a great fighting force. We can only block for a while now." Seeing that Lu Chen was unmoved, Tianheng hurriedly said, "Mister, when Heavenly Might was destroyed, Heavenly Sage slaughtered the 3,000,000-strong army. Even though they claim that they won't harm the common people, they have confiscated countless assets. In the past 2 years of war, there hasn't been any changes in the Heaven Saint Nation, but the taxes on the common people of the Heaven Might Nation have doubled. The common people have no way to make a living. In the end, they won't treat the citizens of the 2 countries equally. If Tiansheng really unifies the 3 countries, I'm afraid that things will become even worse. At that time, the citizens of Tianwu will never be able to rise again. Sir, the country is about to perish, and the family is about to be destroyed." Lu Chen snorted coldly. "Don't talk nonsense with me. When my family is destroyed, where is the country? Sir, back then, King Hong believed Eastern Azure Dragon's words. Besides, King Hong has treated you well all these years. There's no need to say any more. You can leave." With that, Lu Chen directly asked him to leave. Although Tianheng was unwilling, seeing that Lu Chen was no longer looking at him, there was no room for discussion. This kind of thing couldn't be forced, so he could only leave resentfully. After Tianheng left, Qin Yueqin sat beside Lu Chen. "Chen, or will you go? No one knows a son better than a mother." Although Lu Chen didn't mention that he would go, Mother Lu Chen could still feel that Lu Chen wouldn't just stand by and watch. Lu Chen sighed. Not for the country, but for the common people. Qin Yueqin nodded, her eyes filled with gratification. "Chen, your father used to be like this. Mother, is there any news about Wan, Yanju and Uncle Tai?" The Zhizhen Spiritual Academy has already joined the battle. Wan, and Yanju have also joined the army. Tai came to see us half a month ago. When you went up the mountain to chop firewood, he seemed to have something urgent and didn't wait for you. At that time, he rushed to Heaven Marshal City. It should be related to this matter. Lu Chen nodded. Wan has also grown up. Mother, let's pack up and prepare to go to Heaven Marshal City. I don't feel at ease leaving you here alone. Chen, just now, Master Tianheng said that there are 10 great heaven spirits in the Heaven Saint Empire. You really want to go? Qin Yueqin suddenly became worried. Lu Chen smiled. Heaven spirits can't even withstand a single blow from me. Qin Yueqin was stunned. Heaven spirits were the strongest experts in the Tianyuan continent. It could be said that they had already peaked into the peak of heaven stage. For Chen to say such words, then his realm should be Chen what realm are you at now? Lu Chen looked at his mother. This was the only person he couldn't lie to. 18 Star Human King. It was impossible to become an immortal in the ancient realm. Therefore, many immortals who came to the ancient realm to train found it difficult to increase their realm. However, Lu Chen was different. He had not become an immortal. In the past 14 years, Lu Chen had not only consolidated his spear intent, but also did not let go of his realm. He had already broken through to 18-star Human King. Human King? Mother, there are some things that I can't explain clearly. In short, just believe in Chen. Qin Yueqin indeed did not understand her son's realm, but she believed in Lu Chen. All right. Mother doesn't know much about cultivation, but I believe in you. I'll go pack up. I'll help you. 7 days later, Lu Chen and Qin Yueqin arrived at Heaven Marshal City. At this moment, the Heaven Saint Empire was attacking. Looking at the west of the city walls of Heaven Marshal City were emitting thick smoke. The city walls were broken, and a large number of martial artists were repairing them. There were almost no ordinary citizens in the city, but martial artists from all over had already rushed here and occupied various areas of the city to defend against the enemies. The city was too chaotic, and even carriages could not be used. Lu Chen brought his mother on foot. Who are you? Why are you still in Heaven Marshal City? A few martial artists saw Lu Chen and Qin Yueqin and stopped them. Lu Chen replied, Friend, do you know where the Zhizhen Spiritual Academy's camp is? Zhizhen is in the southwest camp. Little brother, quickly take this old woman away. This is not a place you should be. Qin Yueqin was already in her 50s or 60s. Although her body was fine, she was already an old woman over 50 years old. Thank you for your concern. I'll leave after finding someone. Lu Chen gave a perfunctory reply and brought his mother to the southwest. Not long after, Lu Chen saw a flag not far away. On it was written Heaven Marshal Zhizhen, which should be the location of the Zhizhen Spiritual Academy. The so-called camp was just an open-air resting area. After successive battles, the Zhizhen Spiritual Academy had suffered heavy losses. Not only were the injured resting here, but they were also resting. Chen, do you think Wan, and Yen Zhu will be fine? Qin Yueqin started to worry when she saw so many injured people. After some twists and turns, they finally found Lu Wan, and Yen Zhu. The current Lu Wan'er had already grown into a slender and elegant woman. She was very conspicuous in the crowd. Qin Yueqin hurriedly shouted when she saw Wan'er turned her head and immediately ran over. Mother, why are you here? Brother, why did you bring Mother here? Lu Chun lightly smiled. Mother is worried about you. Oh, right, where's Zhu Zi? Yen Zhu is helping me distribute the medicine. Now that there's a shortage of elixirs, the dean asked me to be in charge of refining them. Oh, right, Uncle Tai is also helping. Lu Chun nodded his head. He raised his head and saw a busy figure among the injured. He lightly smiled. Yen Zhu. When Yen Zhu heard the figure, he hurriedly turned his head and quickly found Lu Chun. After seeing Lu Chun, Yen Zhu hurriedly ran over. Master, why are you here? Lu Chun looked at the hundreds of injured people around him and the smoke in the distance. He thought of the countless civilians who were forced to leave their homes and calmly said, "It's time for this war to end." Chapter 1374. Tai quickly rushed over and was extremely excited when he saw Lu Chun. Uncle Tai, what's your current realm? Lu Chun asked, after all these years of training, I'm now a spiritual king. Tai's face was filled with pride. Chun, what about you? Did you break through to the heaven spirit realm? Lu Chun smiled faintly. It's considered a breakthrough. Wow, 33 years old heaven spirit realm. This is simply unheard of. Uncle Tai, Zhu Zi, don't spread the news that I'm here. I don't want Shangguan Hong to know that I'm here. We'll stay near the Zhen Spiritual Academy's camp for the time being. Chen, are you really going to make a move? In a few days, the Heaven Spirit Realm experts from the Heavenly Holy Empire will be here. I'm guessing that they're going to launch an attack. Lu Chen nodded. I know. I'm waiting for them. The Heavenly Martial Kingdom had already suffered heavy casualties. 3 days later, the Heavenly Holy Empire's army launched a large-scale attack. Millions of soldiers lined up at the front of the Heavenly Martial City's city walls. From afar, they looked like a black mass with no end in sight. In front of the Heavenly Martial City, the Heavenly Martial Kingdom's cultivators lined up. Over 1 million cultivators stood in front of the city, ready to fight at any time. Not long later, white figures flashed across the sky and stopped in front of the Heavenly Holy Empire's army. Within the army, Uncle Tai said to Lu Chen, those people are here. You must be careful when the time comes. Lu Chen nodded. Over 100 people walked out from the enemy's army. The leader was the Heavenly Holy Empire's Yen Zijuan. Behind him were the Heavenly Holy Empire's super experts. The group walked directly to the front of the Heavenly Martial Kingdom's army. Yen Zijuan looked at Shangguan Hong and smiled. Prince Hong, we've been fighting for over a month. Even if my experts don't make a move, you won't be able to hold on for much longer. Why don't you surrender? Shangguan Hong looked at Yen Zijuan coldly. Prince Yen, are you lying to a child? Do you think I don't know how the Heavenly Martial Kingdom treats the surrendered soldiers? The 3 million surrendered soldiers of the Heavenly Prestige were all killed by you. Yen Zijuan smiled. I asked you to surrender, but I didn't say I would let you go. I just wanted the commoners to suffer less. Prince of Yen, you can save it. Who in the world doesn't know how you treat the people? Stop pretending to be a saint. Yen Zijuan smiled slightly. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Just the 12 heavenly spirits behind me are enough to flatten your heaven marshal city. The heavenly Saint Empire was indeed powerful. There were already 2 heavenly spirit realm experts in the consecration hall. In addition to the 10 heavenly spirit realm experts who came to join them, there were already 12 heavenly spirit realm experts. Behind Shangguan Hong, an old man narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to fight, then fight. Could it be that I, Can Cloud, am afraid of you ignorant brats?" I was wondering who could be so boastful. So it's Heaven Spirit Canyon Master. One of the people in the formation laughed. "You've lived for more than 150 years. It's time for you to die." Another person's eyes were filled with disdain. "You're just a 7-star heavenly spirit. We don't have anyone lower than you here." Yan Zijuan smiled. All right. Looks like they're in a hurry to die. Then, I won't waste my breath. Generals of the Heavenly Saint Empire, listen to my orders. Wash the Heaven Marshal City with blood. Just as Yan Zijuan was about to leave, a voice sounded from the side of the Heaven Marshal City's formation. Wait! Yan Zijuan, Shangguan Hong, and the rest looked in the direction of the voice in astonishment. They saw a person slowly walking out from the Utmost Perfection Spiritual Academy's formation. Seeing someone from his academy stepping out, the principal of the Utmost Perfection Spiritual Academy was stunned. Who is this person? A disciple of the Utmost Perfection Spiritual Academy. Why is he so gutsy to speak out at this time? This was a conversation between the top forces of the 2 empires. How could it be the turn of nameless pawns like them? Unfortunately, before he could call out to that person had already walked towards Yan Zijuan. Seeing that person, Yan Zijuan was stunned. He searched his mind carefully and suddenly found a memory that matched that person. Lu Chen, in the formation behind Yan Zijuan, Li Haobai was also stunned. Lu Chen. He hurriedly looked at the girl beside him. As expected, Mingxi was also stunned. Perhaps she had thought that they would meet on the battlefield, but when the moment really came, she was caught off guard. Shangguan Hong's eyes widened. He turned around and asked Tianheng, "Master Tianheng, didn't you say that Lu Chen wouldn't come?" "He did say that to me. I didn't expect him to appear now. But he can't be thinking of stopping the King of Yen alone, right? Lu Chen didn't even have a weapon. He stood a dozen meters away from Yan Zijuan. Yan Zijuan couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, the Heaven Spirit Realm expert beside him said softly, "Don't panic, King of Yen. We will protect you later." The King of Yen then calmed down. Lu Chen looked at the King of Yen indifferently and said, "Do you know that I am the consecrator of the Heaven Marshal City?" The King of Yen was stunned. However, with the 12 Heaven Spirit Realm experts beside him, he regained his confidence. "So what if I know?" Lu Chen said indifferently, "since you still led your troops to attack the Heaven Marshal City. Are you looking down on me? Lu Chen, even if you are a Heaven Spirit Realm expert now, I have 12 Heaven Spirit Realm experts beside me. Do you think I need to take you seriously?" The King of Hell said coldly. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "So, your confidence comes from the 12 Heaven Spirit Realm experts?" As he said that, Lu Chen's gaze swept past Li Haobai and Mengxi, who were at the back. "Your subordinates also have wives and daughters. I don't want to kill them. King of Yen, since your confidence comes from the 12 Heaven Spirit Realm experts, I will only kill 12 people. After these 12 people are dead, you will return the territory of the Heaven Marshal country, and the 3 countries will sign a 100-year ceasefire agreement." The moment Lu Chen said that, the entire battlefield almost exploded. The Heaven Marshal country was in a mess. What? He said that he wants to kill 12 Heaven Spirit Realm experts. Did I hear it wrongly? What kind of joke is this? Not to mention the Heaven Marshal country. Even in the Tianyuan continent, no one has ever dared to say such arrogant words. Only kill 12 people. At first, I thought he was holding back. But in the end, he said 12 Heaven Spirit Realm experts. Ha ha ha. I have never heard such a funny thing in my life. The Heaven Marshal country was also shocked. Who is that person? Is he crazy? He seems to be from the Zhizhen Spiritual Academy. Indeed, everyone in the Zhizhen Spiritual Academy is normal. Even Master Kenyon doesn't dare to say such arrogant words. What is he trying to do? Mengshi stared straight at Lu Chen. Is this big brother Lu Chen? He seemed to have changed a lot. He became more indifferent, more calm, and more calm. 14 years ago, she didn't have the chance to see big brother Lu Chen slaughter the Dongfang family. But today, she saw big brother Lu Chen challenging the 12 Heaven Spirit Realm experts alone. This was probably something even worse than annihilating the Dongfang family. However, big brother Lu Chen just stood there as still as water, as unmoving as a mountain. She had a feeling that she couldn't surpass him. This kind of spirit was simply charming. 14 years, Mengshi was already someone's wife and mother. But it was just a meeting. It was just like when she saw that young man in the dark piercing the sky with his spear. Her heart raced, and she couldn't control herself. Chapter 1375. I don't want to waste time here. Lu Chen said indifferently, 12 heavenly spirits, come at me together. Hearing this, Uncle Tai's legs went soft, and he almost fell. Not to mention 1 against 12, he even wanted them to come at him together. Chen O was going crazy. Shang Wanhong's heart almost jumped out. It wasn't easy to have an extra fighting force, but he was going to give it away for free. Ken Yun and Yuan Hua, the 2 heavenly spirit realm experts from the Tianwu kingdom, walked to Lu Chen's side and asked, Lu Chen, don't act rashly. Even if we have to fight, the 3 of us together have a higher chance of winning. No need. Lu Chen flatly and decisively rejected the 2 of them. I alone am enough. Lu Chen's words obviously angered the 12 heavenly spirits. As the strongest in Tianyuan continent, every heavenly spirit realm expert was revered by tens of thousands of people. Even the monarch had to be courteous to them. How could they stand such contempt? Lu Chen, you really have guts. You want the 12 of us to come at you together. I've never seen such an arrogant person since ancient times. All right, come at me together. I'll use your Lu Chen's blood as a sacrifice to my heavenly saint army. Lu Chen had already proposed a one-on-one challenge. The morale of the 2 armies was the most important. Naturally, the heavenly saint empire would not admit defeat. Other than the 12 heavenly spirit realm experts, everyone else retreated. Millions of troops from both sides were waiting for this unprecedented battle. The 12 of them had already taken out their weapons. There were swords, sabers, golden bowls, war hammers, and axes. The moment these 12 people took out their weapons, it immediately caused a commotion. That's the Heaven Quake Hammer? That person is using the legendary Heaven Quake Hammer? Amber Heavenly Crystal Sword. It's the Amber Heavenly Crystal. It's said to be a divine weapon that has been lost for thousands of years. It's actually in that person's hands. That's Baleful Bone Blade. Wasn't it rumored to be destroyed? How could it appear here? These martial artists naturally knew the legendary divine weapons like the back of their hands. Since the 12 of them had cultivated to the sky spirit realm, they naturally used the strongest weapons. One of the 12 heaven spirits looked at Lu Chun with his hands behind his back and coldly laughed. Lu Chun, show us your weapon. I heard that you use a spear. I want to see which godly spear you're using. Lu Chun lightly said, I'm afraid you have never heard of my gun, but I didn't bring it with me. Uncle Tai had just straightened his body when his legs went soft again. My dear mother, you've gone too far. Fighting the 12 heavenly spirits without any weapons? What a joke. No weapons? Humph, that's your problem. Don't expect us to show mercy. Just based on what you said just now, it's enough for you to die 10,000 times. Lu Chun smiled and swept his gaze across the ground. Coincidentally, there was a dead branch in front of him. It was less than 50 centimeters long and as thick as a finger. Lu Chun bent down to pick it up. The branch was already cracked. The moment Lu Chun raised it, the branch could not withstand the force and broke in half. Now, the branch in Lu Chen's hand was about 20 centimeters long. In Lu Chen's hand, it was just a small wooden stick. Lu Chen did not mind. With one hand behind his back, he weighed the value and said, Forget it, I'll use this. The air froze for a long time at this moment. Who knows how many people's brains short-circuited? Ha ha ha! Lu Chen, you don't even have a weapon. Let's see how you're going to kill my 12 heaven spirits. Such an arrogant person. Today, I will definitely pull out your tendons and make fun of you. Kill. The 12 heaven spirits exploded with spirit energy at the same time and charged towards Lu Chun at the same time. Lu Chun calmly stood in the middle of the field. He could clearly see the figures of these 12 people. He poured spirit energy into the branch and suddenly shouted, Come at me! Earth Fiend Xian Ming Spear, Mysterious Sky Earth Fiend. Just as he said that, that small branch instantly transformed into a long spear image. With a boom, the long spear directly smashed into the ground. In an instant, the ground cracked. That branch cracked the ground. In the crowd, countless people were already shocked to the point of stuttering. In the next second, within a 1,000-meter radius, countless black gas soared into the sky. The terrifying black gas instantly formed a black pillar that soared into the sky. Just as the 12 heaven spirits were about to approach Lu Chun, they saw this terrifying black pillar and hurriedly retreated. Quickly retreat. It's the Earth Terminus Chi. Not good. Why is this fellow's spirit energy so fierce? It's simply unheard of. Quick, let's attack together. Otherwise, it will be hard to block his spear. Master Chuiwe, your sword intent is the strongest. Let's transfer our spirit energy into your move and use the amber heavenly crystal sword to break the heaven-earth terminus spear. The 12 heaven spirits no longer dared to be careless. They used all that they had learned and used their life's worth of spirit energy. The 11 of them stood in 4 directions and transferred their spirit energy into one of them. The silver-white sword in front of that person also transformed into a giant sword image. It grew bigger and bigger until it was the same size as Lu Chen's black spear. Both sides attacked at the same time. A silver-white sword image and a black spear instantly collided. With a loud boom, the sand on the battlefield rolled and filled the sky. A huge aftershock surged out like a tsunami. The battle formations of both sides were directly scattered, and countless people were swept away by the hurricane. Even the city walls of Heaven Marshal City that were already in danger could no longer withstand such a terrifying aftershock. Half of it was directly sliced off. In the entire Heaven Marshal City, all the buildings that were taller than 6 to 7 meters were directly sliced in half. Under the protection of a group of immortal experts, King Yen was fine. However, he did not care about his own situation at all. His eyes were fixed on the battlefield. Lu Chen's spirit energy is actually so terrifying, fighting against the 12 heaven spirits. The yellow sand rolled, and finally the dust settled. The scene on the battlefield gradually became clear. In the wind and sand, a tall black figure could be faintly seen standing. However, there was no one beside him. Finally, everyone saw that the only person who was still standing on the battlefield was Lu Chen. Around him, the 12 heaven spirits had fallen to the ground and could not move. Seeing this scene, Remnant Cloud's eyeballs almost popped out. Lu Chen, he won. I am not dreaming, right? Yuan Hua was even more shocked. Not only did he win, but he is also not injured at all. Oh my God, Lu Chen's realm. Could it be comprehending the heavens and breaking through the human Tao? The king of Yen was stunned. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How could he defeat the 12 heaven spirits? The 12 heaven spirits are all heaven spirit experts with extremely high star levels. In Tianyuan continent, they are already at the peak level. How is it possible for someone to fight against 12 heaven spirits alone and defeat the 12 heaven spirits in one move? Lu Chen, what kind of demon are you? Shuizhong took a deep breath. 14 years ago, he was the strongest in the Heaven Holy Empire. He could be said to be the strongest below the heaven spirits. At that time, Lu Chen had just slaughtered the Dongfang clan. He and Lu Chen could be said to have brushed past each other. Now that he thought about it, he did not brush past Lu Chen. It was possible that he had brushed past death. In front of Lu Chen, he could not withstand one move. Shuizhong took a deep breath and sighed. Why is there such a powerful person in this world? Not to mention the heaven sage is the strongest. Since ancient times, Tianyuan is the strongest. For the next few thousand years, I am afraid that no one could compare to him. Chapter 1376. The Heavenly Saint Empire's 12 heavenly spirits were all killed by Lu Chen in one move. Millions of people imagined the great battle of the ages, but it ended in the form of an instant kill, making countless people's minds go blank. However, this kind of scene to Lu Chen had already seen too many times. There was not the slightest bit of joy after winning on his face, as if everything that happened just now was an ordinary thing. It was not that Lu Chen was proud and arrogant, but there was really nothing to be happy about. Hundreds of Sengoku had been killed before, not to mention these 12 heavenly spirits. Just as everyone was scared out of their wits by Lu Chen's battle, a cold light suddenly shot over from afar. "Kill my master. I'll fight it out with you." Immediately, a sharp sword instantly arrived in front of Lu Chen. The person's strength was not worth mentioning. Lu Chen used the tree branch to lightly move, and that person was already sent flying. However, although that person's strength was weak, his fighting spirit was strong, and his technique was also remarkable. After being sent flying by Lu Chen, that person slapped the ground with sword chi, and using the reaction force, relying on his impressive movement technique, he once again stabbed at Lu Chen. "Die for me." Just as Lu Chen was about to use the 9-star acupoint sealing spear chi to kill this person, he saw that person's appearance. He was suddenly stunned. Li Haobai? It happened so suddenly Lu Chen was about to make a move, and he hurriedly pulled back. But the other party's sword had already stabbed over, and Lu Chen was busy pulling back. And he was actually stabbed in the shoulder. Lu Chen's right shoulder was stabbed, and that person was about to pierce through Lu Chen's shoulder with his sword when Lu Chen shouted, 9-star acupoint sealing spear. What he pointed at was not Li Haobai, but the sword in Li Haobai's hand. In an instant, the sword in Li Haobai's hand directly exploded. Li Haobai could not pull back in time, and the sword hilt in his hand was already in front of Lu Chen, and Lu Chen's tree branch was already at Li Haobai's throat. At this moment, the scene froze. Li Haobai's sword hilt was no longer a threat to Lu Chen, but although the tree branch in Lu Chen's hand was unremarkable, no one doubted that this tree branch at Li Haobai's throat could easily take his life. Li Haobai stared at Lu Chen, full of anger. Lu Chen checked his right shoulder. A section of the sword was embedded in it. "Lu Chen, kill me," Li Haobai suddenly said. "I admit that I can't beat you, and I won't be able to catch up to you in this lifetime. But you killed my master and martial uncle. If I don't take revenge, I'll be ashamed to face my sect." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have the chance to stab me with your sword." Li Haobai's words. "Meng Shi, I know that she has always had you in her heart. No matter how much I dote on her and how much I do for her, she has never forgotten you. She never threw away her remaining blood." As he spoke, Li Haobai laughed dejectedly. "This is laughable. I, Li Haobai, can be considered a genius that only appears once in 100 years. However, my martial skills are inferior to yours. Even my wife cannot forget you in her heart. Lu Chen, kill me." Li Haobai leaned forward and pressed his neck against the tree branch. "Be good to she, in the future." At this moment, a beautiful figure flashed over. Then, a familiar voice sounded. "Brother Lu Chen, I beg you, spare my husband's life." Meng, she stood beside Li Haobai. Facing Lu Chen, her tears kept flowing. Then, she knelt in front of Lu Chen. "Brother Lu Chen, I beg you." Li Haobai looked at Meng Shi in surprise. He did not expect his wife to kneel and plead with Lu Chen for him. Meng Shi raised her head and looked at Li Haobai. "Haobai, I've let you down all these years. I can't completely forget what happened in the past, but I've never thought of remarrying. If you die, I'll die with you. Brother Lu Chen, I beg you. We've known each other since childhood. My child is still young. Please spare Haobai's life." Meng Shi cried. Looking at the current Meng Shi, a mother and wife, Lu Chen recalled the scene when they first met. Meng Shi helped him choose a cultivation method and weapon. She secretly came to Lu Chen and asked him to make delicious food. He, Yanzhu, and Meng Shi, a temporary in-name disciple, a cook, and an elite disciple. There was no discrimination between the three children. There was no purpose. They just laughed and played around. They almost became husband and wife. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Meng, she was a good girl. It was just that they were not fated to be together. Lu Chen slowly put down the tree branch. Haobai is a righteous boy. You didn't choose the wrong person. Meng Shi and Haobai looked at Lu Chen in surprise at the same time. Lu Chen smiled. "When we were young, we had unforgettable feelings. It's just that so many years have passed. Some people and some things should be let go. A missed opportunity is a missed opportunity. I've already seen through it. And I can no longer go back to the past. It's the same for you. When you go home, throw away the remnant blood spear." After that, Lu Chen looked at Li Haobai. "When two countries fight, there will definitely be casualties. You and your master have fought for many years. You probably don't remember how many people you've killed. Since you're going to war with the army, you're only prepared to kill, but not to be killed. Isn't that a joke?" "Li Haobai, if you insist on taking revenge, you can look for me any time. However, I might not hold back the next time." With that, Lu Chen threw away the tree branch in his hand. He held his shoulder and walked towards the king of Yen. There were hundreds of people guarding the king of Yen. However, when they saw Lu Chen walking towards them step by step, they couldn't help but take a step back. Lu Chen sneered. "With avoid 9 steps, he was already in front of Yen Zijuan. Do you think that you have a chance to escape from me? When he said that, everyone's hearts tightened. The 12 heavenly spirits had been killed. It would be easy for Lu Chun to kill them. Lu Chun, why are you so strong? This has already exceeded the range of a heavenly spirit expert. Yen Zijuan was angry and afraid. Lu Chun snorted. You don't need to worry about my strength. You just need to understand that now your confidence is gone. Yen Zijuan took a deep breath. When he heard Lu Chun say that he was going to kill the 12 heavenly spirits, who would have believed him? But now, in the blink of an eye, the 12 heavenly spirits of Heaven's Saint Nation were all killed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and experienced it personally, Yen Zijuan would have thought that he was dreaming. I don't want to repeat what I said before. I'll give you 3 months. If you can't do it well, I'll visit you personally. With that, Lu Chun turned around calmly and walked towards the Tianwu Defense Force. Yen Zijuan was already sweating profusely. He watched as Lu Chun returned to the Tianwu Defense Force before he could recover. Lu Chun said that he would personally come to visit, and his personal visit was obviously not to persuade the guest to come to talk with him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Lu Chun alone could defeat 1,000 soldiers and slaughter 3 countries. King of Yen, Shuizhong looked at Yen Zijuan. The Prince of Yen let out a long sigh. It seems that everything is heaven's will. How did Tianwu Kingdom manage to recruit someone like Lu Chun? Our Tianwu country has an invincible army, but we can't defeat Lu Chun alone. Chapter 1377. Before Lu Chun left, he took the weapons of the 12 heavenly spirits and glanced at Li Haobai. From the way you used the spirit just now, the person who used the amber heavenly crystal sword should be your master. Li Haobai thought of his master, and his heart ached. He nodded, not knowing what Lu Chun wanted to do. Lu Chun threw the amber heavenly crystal sword to Li Haobai. Keep your master's relics well. With that, he turned and left. Although Lu Chun had left, the 3 million heavenly saints' army did not dare to take another step forward, because Tianwu Kingdom had a consecrator called Lu Chun. Let's go. King Yin seemed to have aged a few decades. In an instant, he said weakly, bring the 12 heavenly spirits back to the heavenly saints for a proper burial. King Yin also turned around desolately. However, at this moment, hundreds of deities and immortals from Tianwu Kingdom and Heavenly Saints' kingdoms suddenly charged towards the center of the battlefield. They were not fighting, but pouncing towards a tree branch on the ground at the same time. This is mine. This tree branch must be an ancient divine weapon. A tree branch that can kill the 12 heavenly spirits. I must have it. Whoever dares to snatch the weapon that Lu Chun used, I will fight it out with him. Seeing this scene, Wan was so shocked that she could not speak for a long time. A tree branch that brother used actually attracted deities and deities to fight over? Could it be that brother did not casually pick up that tree branch? Suddenly, the dean of the spiritual academy beside sighed. I wanted to pick it up just now, but now it seems that I have no chance. They are all deities and deities fighting over it. I have no chance. Wan's eyes widened. Even the dean had fallen? Dean, that is just an ordinary tree branch, right? Wan said. The dean shook his head. You don't understand. What is a divine weapon? Other than the special material and incomparably sharp, the reason why a divine weapon is a divine weapon, other than the divine weapon itself, the most important thing is who has used it before. With the power of one person, he killed the 12 heavenly spirits in one move. All kinds of legendary divine weapons were defeated by this tree branch. Tell me, in the future, when talking about this battle and this tree branch. Isn't it the strongest divine weapon in Tianyuan? Wanner was stunned. Regardless of whether it was the amber heavenly crystal, the skyquake hammer, the baleful bone saber, or the Buddha's lamp and golden alms bowl, which of them were not defeated by that branch? Who could refute that it was the most powerful divine artifact in the Tianyuan continent? But if the weapon that Big Brother used was the strongest godly weapon, then there seemed to be many more at home: fire sticks, clothes-drying poles, fishing rods, rakes, hoes, and spatulas. Could these be considered the most powerful weapons in Tianyuan? Sigh, there really is such a transcendent person in the world. I really don't know who can beat Lu Chen. The dean was still lamenting. Lu Wanner couldn't help but snicker. Dean, I don't think he's strong at all. Just from what I know, there are several people who can make him unable to even fight back. Oh, impossible. Who are you talking about? Lu Wanner smiled and said, My mother, me, Uncle Tai. Humph. As she spoke, Lu Wanner ignored the dean's puzzled expression and turned around proudly. She was in high spirits. Lu Chen looked at the half-destroyed Heaven Marshal City and said to his mother in shame, Mother, I'm afraid this place will take some time to be rebuilt. We won't be able to settle down here. Aya, Chen, you didn't see it. Just now, when the Pneuma was used, all the buildings above 3 stories were flattened. Qin Yuechin said, with lingering fear, Mother, it didn't hurt you, right? No, it didn't. Someone told us that the enemy would release fire arrows when attacking the city, so we shouldn't stay at high places. It's just that the scene was a little scary. Lu Chen smiled. That's good. Let's go back to our hometown. It's all over? Lu Chen nodded. It's all over. That Pneuma was created by you? Mother, I didn't think too much at that time. Now that he thought about it, destroying buildings was indeed quite satisfying. No wonder those good-for-nothing disciples of his helped him tear down his house. Qin Yuechin suddenly laughed. Her eyes were filled with love. Silly child, if your father could see you now, his spirit in heaven would be gratified. Lu Chen sighed. The biggest regret in this life was that he had to part with his father too early. In the distance, there were already people asking about Lu Chen's whereabouts. It should be Shangguan Hong, who sent people to look for him. If he found Shangguan Hong, it would be another round of official words. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to see him, so he left a note at his residence and left Heaven Marshal City with his mother. A month later, the entire army of the Heaven Saint Empire retreated from Heaven Marshal Country. The cities that were previously annexed were also returned. 2 months later, the Heaven Saint Empire retreated from Heaven Marshal Country. The Emperor of Heaven Marshal Country, who was imprisoned in the Heaven Saint Water Prison, was sent back to be his own emperor. After that, the 3 emperors signed a 100 years armistice agreement in Heaven Saint City. From the beginning to the end, the Emperor of Heaven Marshal Country, Song Wei, thought that he was dreaming. He was already the emperor of a fallen country, but all of a sudden, his country was restored and he became the emperor once more. Not only so, the 3 empires even signed a 100 years armistice agreement. Minister Li, am I dreaming? After signing the armistice agreement, Emperor Song asked the advisor beside him, Emperor, this old subject also thought that I was dreaming, but it seems like it's real. Our Heaven Marshal Country has been restored. The old subject was already in tears. It's just that the citizens of Heaven Marshal Country have suffered great losses. Emperor, you have to stay away from women in the future and pay more attention to the affairs of the country. I understand. Song Wei sighed deeply. The heavens have treated me well and have given me another chance. This time, I will not repeat the same mistake. The war had ended, but the citizens still needed to be pacified. The three empires still had a long way to go. Besides, the armistice agreement only lasted for 100 years. No one knew what would happen after 100 years. Even though the Heaven Saint Empire had lost 12 heavenly spirits, their foundation was still there, and they couldn't be underestimated. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Lu Chen anymore. In the following days, he only hoped to stay by his mother's side and live a peaceful life. 5 years later, Lu Wan married a genius disciple of the Zenith Spiritual Academy. His name was Xian Li. Even though he didn't have any background, he had great talent and was a down-to-earth person. It wouldn't be long before he would stand out. After the couple got married, they had a child a year later. Qin Yueqin stayed at Lu Wan Er's house to help take care of her grandson and enjoy the happiness of a family. Uncle Tai had always been pursuing the martial path. 12 years after the war between the three empires, he finally reached the celestial spirit realm. However, with his talent, it was difficult for him to reach the next level. Yan Zhu's talent was mediocre, but he was very smart. More importantly, he was Lu Chen's only disciple. Even though most of it was because he learned how to cook, he was still doing well. In the year 1768 of the Tianyuan era, Qin Yueqin passed away at the age of 88. 39 years later, Uncle Tai passed away at the age of 132. This servant of the Lu residence who had treated him as his own son and saved Lu Chen with his life was comparable to Lu Chen's father. In another 3 months, it would be Lu Chen's 100th birthday. Lu Chen sat alone in his grandfather's old house. Even though he was still strong, he was already 100 years old in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen let out a long sigh. It's time to leave. Chapter 1378. During this period of time, Lu Chen went to visit Lu Wan Er. Currently, Wan Er and Xian Li were both Heaven Spirit Realm experts and were respected by everyone. However, when they saw Lu Chen, the two of them immediately removed the glory on their bodies and acted like ordinary people. Lu Chen was also very fond of his sister in this life, but unfortunately, he didn't have any gifts for her. In order not to worry Wan Lu Chen only said that he was going on a long journey before he left the mystical heaven mansion. Unknowingly, Lu Chen arrived at the Li estate in Sky Saint City. Meng, she was also a God Spirit Realm expert now. However, Li Haobai had broken through to the Heaven Spirit Realm 30 years ago and was currently the Heavenly Saint Nation's Imperial Guardian. Today, Meng she was sending her great-grandson to school. Lu Chen saw her from afar. Meng she looked to be in her 40s. However, she was still charming, and her appearance was still eye-catching. With her strength, it would not be a problem for her to live for another 100 years. If she could break through to the Heaven Spirit Realm, she might be able to live for another 100 years. After Meng Shi instructed her great-grandson, she suddenly raised her head. It seemed like someone was watching her from the dark. However, she realized there was no one around. Meng, she stood there in a daze and did not leave for a long time. It was as though she could feel an old friend suddenly visiting her. Perhaps it was to bid farewell to her. 3 months later, Lu Chen walked to the nameless lake alone and picked up the fishing rod that was placed beside the lake. This fishing rod had accompanied Lu Chen for many years. With Lu Chen's fishing skills, Lu Chen caught a lot of fish and put a lot of them into the lake. Most of the fish in the nameless lake could be named now. Lu Chen bent down to pick up the fishing rod. Then he focused his breath and suddenly thrust the fishing rod out. On the surface of the 100-mile lake, a powerful force broke through the air, and the lake water was directly split into two. For a moment, the surface of the lake trembled and waves surged. Lu Chen arrived at the center of the lake in a flash. In an instant, the lake water that was stirred up came crashing down on him. Lu Chen put one hand behind his back, held the fishing rod in the other, and closed his eyes. The unimaginably endless lake water pressed down on Lu Chen as if the sky was collapsing. Lu Chen did not make any movements, but countless spear shadows flashed around Lu Chen's body, forming an airtight defensive array. The moment the lake water fell, it was as if a defensive barrier had been set up around Lu Chen. The water could not get close to him. What was even rarer was that Lu Chen did not use any spiritual power during the whole defensive process. He only used his spear intent to resist the lake water. Suddenly, Lu Chen jumped out of the lake and landed on the shore. At this moment, the clothes on his body were not stained by a single drop of water. It was hard to imagine that he had not been stained by a single drop of water when he had flipped the river and overturned the sea. Only then did Lu Chen open his eyes. In this life, he had lost a lot and experienced a lot. However, the vicissitudes of 100 years had allowed him to comprehend the perfection of spear intent. Spear intent could be as powerful as a thunderbolt, breaking through the heavens. It was like when he had slaughtered the Dongfang family in his youth, turning the tide and breaking through 1,000 soldiers with a single anger. It could also be endless and watertight. It was like watching the clouds move and the flowers bloom and fall. Spear intent could move according to one's heart. It was like walking alone under the heavens with tens of thousands of people bowing down to it. It could also reverse the heavens and earth with thousands of changes, as if the world was unpredictable. Lu Chen gently stroked the fishing rod in his hand and smiled. I didn't expect that the one who would accompany me to the end would be you. It seems that my fishing practice was not in vain. In this life, Lu Chen's highest realm was the 18-star Savage King. He did not know if this was the limit of cultivation in the ancient realm or if there was some other reason. Of course, to be able to increase his realm by 1 star, Lu Chen's harvest in the ancient realm was already much better than others. Lu Chen smiled, placed the fishing rod by the lake, and returned to his old house alone. When the time was near, Lu Chen closed his eyes and thought about this life. Although there were regrets, there were also family members protecting him. More importantly, his spear intent had reached the great accomplishment stage. It could be said that his life was not in vain. Suddenly, a long-lost dizziness came over him. Lu Chen smiled and said softly, Xianli, mother, father, Uncle Tai, Zhuzi, Mingxi, Li Haobai, thank you all. Goodbye. According to Lu Chen's thoughts, he had entered the ancient realm on his last year in the 10,000 spirits ancient realm. This time, he should leave the ancient realm directly. However, after a long period of dizziness, when Lu Chen opened his eyes again, he was completely stunned. He did not return to the ancient realm. At this moment, he was in the wilderness, and a female wolf was licking his body. When it came to his body, Lu Chen did not react for a long time. In fact, he was a newly born wolf cub, and he was howling uncontrollably. If someone could understand Lu Chen's current language, it could be translated into one word, F***ck, not to mention returning to the 10,000 spirits immortal realm. He did not even return to the ancient realm. He directly reincarnated. Moreover, in this life, he was reincarnated as a wolf cub. Damn it, he was not even allowed to be a human anymore. There were strange noises around, and the female wolf seemed to be a little nervous. She picked up Lu Chen's neck and trotted away, bringing Lu Chen into the forest. Lu Chen thought that at his age, a few decades in the Jiutian and 100 years in the Tianyuan continent, he should have a strong ability to accept things. However, now his head was buzzing. What's going on? Why is this happening? Where is this? Who am I? Not long after, a ferocious spotted tiger suddenly appeared in their den. The tiger was 4 to 5 times larger than an ordinary tiger, and its body was full of muscles. At a glance, one could tell that this forest was not on the same level as the one on Earth. The female wolf hid in the dark. Lu Chun could feel her trembling, and her eyes were fixed on the tiger's movements. Not long after, the tiger finally left. However, the female wolf was cautious and did not dare return to her den. She ran away with Lu Chun in her mouth. Lu Chun did not have time to care about this. He had calmed down a little. Why did he not leave the ancient realm? Could it be that the moment he returned to the ancient realm, a ball of light coincidentally hit him and caused him to reincarnate? The probability of this was too low. Even Lu Chun felt that it was impossible for such a coincidence to happen. Then, there was another possibility. The ball of light that he had entered was the so-called mirror realm. All Lu Chun knew about the mirror realm was that Guing had told him not to enter the mirror realm. Otherwise, he might never come out. As for what the mirror realm looked like, and where it was, Lu Chun had no idea. Could it really be the mirror realm? The war of the myriad tribes is imminent, and I haven't started to cultivate the 4th level of the god-slaying spear. Moreover, I have turned into a wolf now. Damn it! Am I going to be killed here by the myriad spirits' ancient realm? The she-wolf found a piece of meat out of nowhere and swallowed it herself. Lu Chun had no interest in eating raw meat. However, he inadvertently saw that the female wolf's body had grown bigger after the meal. What's going on? A world where devouring makes one stronger? Then is it possible that my bloodline of the myriad tribes can be strengthened here? In the myriad spirits' immortal realm, little beast Fluffy, an originator, had been out of the divine beast island for 3 days. The 3 of them stood in front of the ancient temple, waiting listlessly. Fluffy, originator, why hasn't our dad come out yet? Guing said that he came out on the same day as us. It's been 3 days. Little beast leaned on originator comfortably. Squeak, 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 squeak. That's impossible, little furball. My dad can't get married, and he can't get married in the ancient realm either. He's not fated to be married. The little beast said with certainty. I've urged him so many times. Do you think he cares? Fortunately, I have a younger brother now. I really want to go back and see him. I'll bring him a lot of beast cores. As his elder brother, I must spoil him. Chapter 1379. The she-wolf's body grew larger and larger as she devoured. Lu Chun was currently breastfeeding, so he stumbled along behind his mother. Although Lu Chun's mother was now a wild beast, Lu Chun could still feel a mother's love. Every day, the she-wolf guarded Lu Chun. Only when they were hunting would she leave Lu Chun in a safe place. Every night, the mother and son would return to their little nest, which was just as warm. A month later, Lu Chun's fur grew thicker and thicker. Astonishingly, he was now covered in white fur. The white wolf looked quite handsome to humans, but in the dangerous jungle, it became even more dangerous. At this time, Lu Chun began to eat some raw meat. After being reincarnated as a wolf, Lu Chun's body defeated his consciousness. He quickly developed a liking for raw meat. When he saw his mother bring back food, he would run over and bite it fiercely. At night, Lu Chun curled up beside his mother and looked at the starry sky above through the tall forest. Whether this was the mirror realm or not, he would probably be able to confirm it after this life ended. After all, the probability of being hit by 2 balls of light in a row as soon as he exited the ancient realm was almost 0. However, If Lu Chen had entered the mirror realm, then an even bigger problem would arise. How was he going to get out? He didn't have much time left. However, no matter how anxious Lu Chen was, he was powerless in his current state. He was now a wolf cub, and his mother had left the pack for some reason. They were in danger at all times. In addition, after turning into a wolf, Lu Chen couldn't fight like a human. In his current situation, he could only take one step at a time. In less than 2 days, his mother moved with Lu Chen. His mother had smelled the scent of a powerful wild beast. As a lone wolf, the best thing to do was to stay away from it. Over the next year, this kind of thing happened many times. His mother was extremely alert, and this alertness helped Lu Chen survive his childhood. 2 years later, Lu Chen had grown to his mother's original size. He was about the same size as an adult male wolf, but his mother's current size was on a completely different level. Now, his mother's body was almost the size of a rhinoceros. If such a huge wolf was seen on Earth, it would definitely cause a sensation. However, in this primeval forest, Lu Chen had seen even more terrifying creatures with his mother. He knew that, with his current size, he still needed to be careful in order to survive. When he was sleeping that night, Lu Chen vaguely felt that someone was licking his fur. He turned around and saw that it was his mother, but there were tears in her eyes. Mother rubbed her huge head against Lu Chen intimately. Lu Chen was a little confused. What was wrong with his mother today? Then his mother actually turned around and quickly went into the forest, disappearing from sight. Lu Chen finally understood that his mother was saying goodbye to him. Even animals had a mother's love. Although Lu Chen's mother was a wolf in this life, he could still feel her feelings for him. She gave him food, taught him how to hunt, and protected Lu Chen at all times. Now that his mother had suddenly left, Lu Chen felt very sad. However, perhaps this was the way their tribe raised their cubs. When the cub was 2 years old, the mother wolf would leave. In the future, he would need to survive in this vast forest by himself. "Mother, I hope you're safe." Lu Chen sighed. Sure enough, the mother wolf didn't return for a few days. She left the safest habitat for Lu Chen and went far away. Not long after, Lu Chen felt hungry. He began to learn from his mother and began to hunt some weak animals, wild rabbits, voles. In the ancient realm, the divine abilities Lu Chen could use were very limited. First, they had to be techniques that didn't rely on any equipment. Secondly, these techniques could only be used after Lu Chen formed a spirit core. Moreover, only a portion of them could be used. It seemed that this was caused by the laws of this world being different from the laws of the Jyotian world. The all-creation bloodline was very special. It wasn't a piece of equipment, nor was it a technique. Instead, it was a bloodline inheritance. Even in his 2 reincarnations, the all-creation bloodline had always followed Lu Chen into the ancient realm. He still remembered that when he first obtained the all-creation bloodline, there was a note in the description: consuming beast cores can increase the grade of the bloodline. However, Lu Chen discovered another way to increase the all-creation bloodline. Directly consuming the wild beasts here could also increase the all-creation bloodline by a small amount. The principle behind this was that these wild beasts' bloodlines were precisely the materials for high-grade wild beasts to form beast cores. Not only that, as they ate more, it seemed that the creatures here could rapidly grow and break through the norm. Since I'm already here, I'll find a way out while seeing if I can increase the rank 2 all-creation bloodline by 2 levels. Lu Chen's requirements weren't high. At least, he hadn't encountered a powerful wild beast with a beast core yet. At this rate, he could only increase the bloodline by 1 or 2 levels in 100 years. However, Lu Chen's all-creation bloodline had already reached rank 2, 1 level. His attributes had increased by 60%. In other words, his body was 60% stronger than wolves of the same age. To find a way out, it was obviously impossible to stay in this small area forever. Lu Chen had to explore the wider world. I have to form a spirit core as soon as possible. No, I have to form a beast core. Lu Chen made up his mind and began his crazy hunt. Obtained a long-tailed wild rabbit. Sorry, little rabbit, I'm going to eat you. In his boredom, Lu Chen dubbed himself and then wolfed down his prey. These wild grasses seem to be some kind of spirit grass here. I've seen my mother give them to me before. Lu Chen found a spirit grass in a cave and ate it all without hesitation. When Lu Chen was tired and prepared to return to his nest, he found that his nest had been occupied. A strong, bristle-furred wild boar was reinforcing Lu Chen's nest. It seemed that it had treated this place as its home. Although this wild boar was about the same size as Lu Chen, its bristle-furred body was tough. In terms of strength, the wild boar was definitely far superior to Lu Chen. Lu Chen gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he didn't dare to find trouble with the wild boar for the time being. Damn, this guy is too strong. Its strength and defense are far above mine. Let's retreat first. Although Lu Chen was forced to leave his nest, he didn't go far. The area left behind by his mother didn't have any powerful wild beasts. Lu Chen avoided that ferocious wild boar and didn't encounter any real danger. On this day, Lu Chen hunted a fox that was slightly smaller than him. After swallowing it, he suddenly felt a warm current surging in his body. This feeling was very similar to when a cultivator broke through a realm. Am I going to break through? After a moment, Lu Chen came to the side of a small stream. Looking at his reflection in the water, he was somewhat astonished. His body was slightly larger than before. He didn't know when, but a tuft of pure black hair had appeared on his forehead. It was especially conspicuous among the snow-white fur on his body. 1-star little wolf monster. Lu Chen wondered if he should be called that. He didn't know if there were people in this world. The forest was too big. He didn't have the chance to see the whole picture of the world he was in. No matter what, Lu Chen had already completed his first level up. The first thing he had to do was to hunt a steel-backed wild boar. Chapter 1380. Lu Chen hid in the bushes and observed the wild boar. That guy had found a lot of spirit herbs and spirit fruits and decorated its new home luxuriously. This guy was different from other wild boars. It would also eat other small beasts. Lu Chen frowned. He found a tuft of black hair on the wild boar's forehead. This guy is also 1-star. Lu Chen realized that he had miscalculated. The opponent's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. It's 1-star. I'm also 1-star. But I have the all-living things bloodline. I might be able to defeat it. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided not to wait. If he waited any longer, the heavenly abode would come. It would be even more difficult for him to hunt for food. And this guy had stored a lot of food. He would not be able to defeat it in the coming spring. While the steelback wild boar was organizing its food reserves, Lu Chen suddenly rushed out from the forest and bit the wild boar's neck. The steelback wild boar screamed and scurried around, kicking its limbs. In terms of strength, the steelback wild boar's strength was higher than Lu Chen's, who had added 60% to his attributes. Lu Chen's body was dragged around by the steelback wild boar. He did not know how many hooves and spikes he had suffered. Lu Chen was kicked until he was dizzy. His body was still pierced by the steelback wild boar's bristles. But Lu Chen still bit the steelback wild boar's neck and refused to let go. He could not let go. Otherwise, he might die in the hands of this guy. The throat was one of the steelback wild boar's lifelines. Lu Chen kept increasing his strength, letting his teeth pierce the steelback wild boar's throat and blood vessels. Large amounts of blood flowed from his teeth into Lu Chen's mouth. This blood helped Lu Chen maintain his consciousness. This was a battle of endurance. Lu Chen did not know how many blows he had received, but the steelback wild boar was also losing a lot of blood and stamina. 10 minutes later, the steelback wild boar's stamina was finally exhausted. It staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. Lu Chen was already covered in injuries. He barely stood in front of the steelback wild boar and quickly bit the steelback wild boar's throat until it was completely dead. Then Lu Chen fainted. When Lu Chen woke up in the evening, he found that the wild boar's corpse had stiffened and the blood on the ground had congealed. Fortunately, it was winter now, and the smell of blood had not completely spread. Otherwise, it would definitely attract other wild beasts. At that time, he would really have wasted his efforts. Lu Chen was seriously injured, but fortunately, there was a large amount of supplies nearby. He dragged the wild boar into the den and began to gorge himself. When he finished eating all the food in the wild boar's nest, he leveled up again. This upgrade also healed the injuries on his body. Lu Chen finally reached 2 stars. A 1-star wild boar could already walk unhindered in this forest. Lu Chen was now a 2-star wild boar. Unless he encountered some super strong wild beasts, there were no wild beasts in this forest that could threaten him. In the following days, Lu Chen searched everywhere for food. He didn't let go of any small wild beasts, spirit herbs, or spirit fruits. After winter, snow covered the forest, and food became scarce. Fortunately, Lu Chen had a large reserve. Moreover, his white fur helped him catch food several times, so he didn't starve to death. However, in the depths of winter, the surrounding food could no longer support Lu Chen's survival. He had no choice but to search for food further away. In the process of searching for prey, Lu Chen accidentally found a 3-star bear monster that was hibernating. This was a rare opportunity. Lu Chen naturally wouldn't miss it. To deal with this guy, he had to kill it in one hit. Otherwise, when the bear monster woke up, the unlucky one would be Lu Chen. For this reason, Lu Chen spent some effort and spent a few days to find a stalagmite. He sharpened it and held it in his mouth. After identifying the location, Lu Chen directly pierced the bear monster's throat with the stone spike and ran away. After the bear monster woke up from the pain, it howled. However, it could only look at a white wolf coldly looking at it from afar. The white wolf's gaze was sinister and cold, as if waiting for the bear monster to die. The bear monster pulled out the stalagmite. Immediately, blood flowed from its wound. After holding on for more than half an hour, it finally breathed its last. Lu Chen had profited greatly this time. After eating his fill, his level had also risen to 3-star. The unique characteristic of the all-creation bloodline was that the higher the basic attributes, the greater the benefits. Now, Lu Chen's body was comparable to an adult tiger. In addition to his all-creation bloodline, Lu Chen was confident that if he met a 3-star bear monster again, he wouldn't be weak. After the beginning of spring, Lu Chen's hunting range had greatly expanded. Lu Chen's hunting targets had also become some ferocious beasts: jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. As long as their stars didn't exceed 3-star, Lu Chen wouldn't let them go. Lu Chen's level also began to rise rapidly. 4-star, 6-star, 8-star, 9-star. After reaching 9-star, Lu Chen broke through a large realm and finally formed a beast core. Although the current beast core wasn't enough to activate a powerful cultivation technique, he could already use some movement techniques that didn't consume much energy. Currently, he could use the triple gate. With such a godly skill like the triple gate, Lu Chen's hunting efficiency had greatly increased. As long as the prey was targeted by Lu Chen, it would be impossible for them to escape. Lu Chen continuously leveled up in the endless hunting. Bloodline. Spring passed and autumn came, day after day, year after year. There were no humans in this world, only all kinds of powerful beasts. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 60 years since Lu Chen came to this world. Now, Lu Chen's level had already reached 7-star, 5-star. After leveling up, if he wanted to level up again, the difficulty would be thousands of times higher than before. His body was also no longer the same as before. His height had reached 15 meters, and his body length was over 20 meters. He was already a veritable wolf king. Now, the beasts that Lu Chen hunted were all very high level. Some even exceeded the 9th rank. The beast cores of these beasts provided a large amount of materials for the myriad bloodline. Lu Chen's myriad bloodline had also leveled up. In the remaining 40 years, it wouldn't be difficult for Lu Chen to level up his myriad bloodline again. In these 60 years of his life as Wolf King, Lu Chen had discovered several architectural ruins. From these ruins, Lu Chen deduced that there had been intelligent creatures in this world a long time ago. It was just that for some reason they had already gone extinct. Since then, this world had become a paradise for beasts. The beasts here had evolved by devouring, and now they had become extremely powerful rulers. 3 years later, Lu Chen saw a tall tower in the depths of the forest. Could it be a ruin left behind by those intelligent creatures of the past? Lu Chen hurriedly advanced in the direction of the tower. Arriving in front of the tower, Lu Chen saw a stone tablet before he even reached the tower. When Lu Chen noticed the stone tablet, the characters on the tablet automatically rearranged themselves. Before long, they formed Chinese characters that Lu Chen could understand. 100 lives of reincarnation have no beginning or end. 10,000 years of vicissitudes are all empty. The mirror's realm, the flower in the water. Break and become an emperor. Trap and become a prisoner. Lu Chen's eyes widened. This was really the mirror's realm. Not only that, this place seemed to be the key to surpassing the human king realm. Chapter 1381. There were realms above the human king realm. Lu Chen's breathing began to quicken. For immortals, the ancient realm was a place to comprehend concepts. However, for Lu Chen, he could still improve his realm here. This was something no immortal could do. After all, there were no immortals in the ancient realm, and Lu Chen happened to not be an immortal. Now, Lu Chen received 2 pieces of news at the same time. The good news was that there were still human sovereigns above the human king realm. The bad news was that he was indeed trapped in the mirror realm. I wonder who left this stone tablet behind. It can actually transform into Chinese characters. It's so magical. It shouldn't be the work of humans. Lu Chen thought for a while, but couldn't think of a reason. Then Lu Chen went to the tower in front of him. To Lu Chen's disappointment, this tower was only a library. The books inside were all words that Lu Chen couldn't understand. However, judging from the illustrations on the book covers, they seemed to be books that recorded past historical events. Perhaps before the extinction of an intelligent race, they had recorded the history of their race in this indestructible tower for their descendants. Unfortunately, there were no descendants in this world now, only countless wild beasts. Lu Chen lay in front of the tower, frowning. From the hint of the stone tablet, he could either break the mirror realm or be trapped in it forever. So, I still have to improve my strength. In the long years that followed, Lu Chen spent his time in endless hunting. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 20 years, until the 100-year period. In this life, Lu Chen's myriad tribe bloodline had improved to the second stage, 3 stars. However, his realm was still stuck at 18 stars, and there was still no movement. If Lu Chen's guess was correct, after reaching the 18-star human king realm, he might need a qualitative change, which was the human sovereign realm. 100 years was a long time, but after experiencing it and looking back, it seemed like a snap of the fingers. In the depths of the forest, Lu Chen closed his eyes slightly. He seemed to see his mother, who had raised him when he was young, and also saw a group of female wolves who wanted to have sex. In this life, he was a lone wolf, and he had finished walking. There was a familiar dizziness. Lu Chen silently prayed that he would be eliminated as a human. It was almost impossible for one person to explore the entire world, but in a world with people, at least some rumors could help him. I wonder what the situation outside is like. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Although he was worried about the war of the myriad races and immortals, he still had to find a way out. This time, Lu Chen's luck was not bad. He was reincarnated into an ordinary family with good conditions. Moreover, he had an elder sister. When he was very young, Lu Chen discovered a very serious problem. His parents didn't allow him to be as mischievous as he was in his first life. They also didn't allow him to do any menial work. On the contrary, his sister, who was only 2 years older than him, had to do some menial work for the family when she was 6 or 7 years old. It was the same at home. His mother's name was Lu Jun. She was in charge of external affairs and making money. His father's name was Song Hui. He was in charge of internal affairs and took care of the wife and children. Even Lu Chen's surname was taken from his mother. Chen, you're a boy. It's good for you to learn embroidery or learn some zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Why do you have to learn martial arts from your sister? His mother said to Lu Chen earnestly, "In the future, your sister will inherit the family business. Once you learn the skills, you can marry into a good family." Lu Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Unfortunately, he was reincarnated into a normal family. However, this world was different from Earth. Here, women were superior to men. Lu Chen said with tears in his eyes, "Mother, I don't want to learn embroidery. You child, I'm telling you, this is not up to you. In the second half of the year, I'll ask your father to send you to the male hall and let the teacher teach you well." After saying that, his mother flung her sleeves and left the room. Lu Chen was speechless. If he couldn't learn martial arts in this life, what was the point of playing? It was better to end it on his own and hurry to the next reincarnation. However, Lu Chen couldn't make up his mind. God knows what he would be reincarnated into in his next life. Last time, he was a wolf or a world that devoured evolution. However, if he reincarnated into a pig or a dog, wouldn't it be even worse? Forget it. If women were superior to men, then so be it. In other worlds that valued men more than women, there were also women who practiced martial arts. Lu Chen couldn't go against his parents' orders at such a young age. In the second half of the year, he went to the male hall to learn male etiquette and learned embroidery and weaving. Usually, Lu Chen would pester his sister to teach him martial arts. Lu Chen's sister was called Lu Jiao. She loved her little brother very much. She couldn't stand Lu Chen's pestering and secretly taught him martial arts. These peaceful days were broken when Lu Chen was 16 years old. On this day, his mother called Lu Chen to the living room. At this time, there were 3 or 4 bold women sitting in the living room. They were all looking at Lu Chen. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my son, Lu Chen. He's 16 years old this year. Chen greets ladies and gentlemen. Aya, Sister Lu is so lucky. We haven't seen each other for a few years, and your son has already grown so big. He's now a slender and elegant bud. Yes, Chen, do you still remember me? I even hugged you when you were young. I didn't expect Chen to change so much and become so beautiful. I heard that young Master Lu usually doesn't leave the house except for going to the male hall. It's hard to find a man who's so obedient nowadays. I was wondering why I hadn't heard of any family's young master being so outstanding. It turns out that Chen never leaves the house. Lu Chen's face was full of despair. What kind of adjectives were these? Why were they used on him? Slender and elegant. I'm slender and elegant, your head. What do you mean by not leaving the house, obedient and elegant? That's me secretly cultivating in my room. His mother also felt proud. She took out Lu Chen's handkerchief and showed it to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look. This is my son's handkerchief. Does it meet your eyes? Lu Chen sighed. That handkerchief was something he asked his classmate to do for him. How could he do such a thing? It's really well done. Chen is indeed clever with his hands. Damn it, what kind of world is this? I'm about to go crazy. Lu Chen cursed in his heart. Lu Chen's mother chatted with everyone for a while before finally getting to the main topic. Regarding my son's marriage, I'll have to trouble all of you. You're too kind. Chen Er's looks are outstanding, and he's brimming with talent. He's educated and well-mannered. Ladies from every family will definitely fight over him. Old Lu, don't worry. Leave this matter to us. A few months later, sure enough, a lady from a big family came to visit, just to see Lu Chen's beautiful face. At night, Lu Chen sneaked into his sister's room with a sullen face. Chen what's wrong? Lu Jiao looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Is it because you don't like any of the ladies? Lu Chen said weakly. Sister, I don't want to marry. No, I don't want to get married. Lu Jiao smiled and patted Lu Chen's shoulder. Silly child. Women and men should get married when they're of age. What's wrong with that? How can you really play with knives and sticks every day? Which family's men are as mischievous as you? Sister, you haven't even started a family yet. I'm different. I'm a woman. If I don't start a career, how can I start a family? Mother wants me to join the army next year to fight against the mutants. I'll go for you. Nonsense. You're a boy. Do you think you'll have a good time in the army? If those women know that there's a man in the army, do you know what the consequences will be? His sister said sternly. Lu Chen thought about it in reverse. It did seem a little dangerous. Although he really wanted to find a wife, he couldn't resist an army of hundreds of thousands. This damned 100 lives of reincarnation was really going to play him to death. Chapter 1382. In the end, Lu Chen was still betrothed to the 7th daughter of the Tian family, an official of the military academy in the city. To be able to marry into an official's family, the Lu family status was further elevated. However, it could only be said that Lu Chen was unlucky. It was agreed that the 7th daughter would return from the army in half a year, so the two families held a wedding ceremony first. However, the 7th daughter died on the battlefield. Lu Chen had not even seen her and had already lost his wife. The head of the Tian family called Lu Chen in front of him. Chen, you just married into the family and the 7th daughter, matriarch said, and could not help but wipe her tears. Chen, we won't force you. If you want to remarry, the Tian family will not have any objections. Lu Chen sighed and said firmly, Chen will not remarry. Born as a member of the Tian family, I will die as a ghost of the Tian family. This child, the Tian family has mistreated you. Chen doesn't feel mistreated, but has a request. There's no harm in saying it. The Tian family is a martial arts family. Even the men in the family can practice martial arts. Since I married the seventh daughter, I am a member of the Tian family. I hope matriarch will allow me to practice martial arts. Of course, the Tian family's scholarly achievements were built on horseback. You are the husband of the Tian family, so naturally you can practice martial arts. Matriarch said, men are not inferior to women. Not only can you practice martial arts, as long as you can reach the corresponding level, your resources will be distributed according to the Tian family's standards. Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He had been oppressed for more than 10 years in this life. He did not expect that this time he could finally practice martial arts openly. It was said that the seventh daughter was very beautiful. Unfortunately, Lu Chen did not have such luck. However, to be able to exchange it for a chance to practice martial arts normally, this marriage was not a loss. In the beginning, Lu Chen went through some systematic learning and had a detailed understanding of the Wuji continent. Putting aside the custom of women being superior to men, the Wuji continent was also a standard martial arts world. Martial arts were respected, and there were many strong people. The martial way here was still inseparable from spiritual energy. However, compared to the Tianyuan continent that focused on spiritual veins, the people here focused more on the strength of the body. From low to high, they were divided into 9 realms: warrior, martial artist, and martial master. Each realm had 9 levels. In addition to martial artists, there were also alchemists, blacksmiths, and necromancers. Together, they formed the complete martial Tao system of the Wuji continent. In the past, Lu Chen had always been cultivating in secret. His cultivation level was only at the 3rd level of the martial warrior realm. Although Lu Chen's cultivation level did scare some people, as no ordinary man could reach the 3rd level of the martial warrior realm. However, after the initial shock, Lu Chen's rank was still not worth mentioning in the Tian family. At night, when Lu Chen was alone in his room, he finally had a chance to sort out the clues. Judging from the situation of the Tianyuan continent and the Wuji continent, one places more emphasis on spiritual energy, while the other places more emphasis on physical strength. Both can be cultivated to a level second only to tribulation immortals. Including the life when I became the Wolf King, I also cultivated to the level of a 9 tribulation Wolf King. In other words, if these worlds are like the Jotian world, it's equivalent to me having to cultivate to the 9-star king realm again and again, 100 lives of reincarnation, which means that I have to cultivate from an ordinary person to the human king realm 100 times. However, even immortals can't guarantee that they can cultivate to the human king realm in every life. For example, when the Lu family was destroyed in the Tianyuan continent, Lu Chen had a narrow escape. If he died, he naturally couldn't reach the heavenly spirit realm. In the Wolf King's first life, the female wolf brought Lu Chen into a forest full of danger. The slightest carelessness would have caused the mother and son to die in the mouth of a tiger. In this life, if Lu Chen chose another family, he might have to scrupulously abide by women's virtues, take care of his wife, and teach his children. He wouldn't have the opportunity to cultivate at all. Most importantly, who knew what kind of strange world the next world would be? Thinking of this, Lu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. Since I'm a human and not an immortal, I have to enter the reincarnation cycle. And to break through to the human king realm, does it mean that I have to be the human king realm 100 times before I can defy heaven and change my fate to become the human emperor? The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more he thought so, disregarding his strange 18-star human king identity. If he only calculated according to the limit of 9-star without experiencing unimaginable hardships, How could a human defeat an immortal? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Chen suddenly had a bold idea. With his strength, the advantage of the universal bloodline, and the advantage of the celestial demon origin cultivation method, he might be able to cultivate to the human king realm many times in one life. He wanted to leave the mirror realm as soon as possible, so he couldn't waste a second. This is my third life. To the outside world, it should be my 5th year in the 10,000 spirits ancient realm. The war of the 10,000 races is imminent. If I can complete 100 rounds of the human king realm in this life, I might have a chance to leave early. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Completing 100 rounds of the human king realm in one life was simply unimaginable to the average person. Even if an immortal entered this world, it was impossible to complete it. But Lu Chen knew that he had to try. Then I'll borrow the power of the Tian family. Lu Chen had just made up his mind when he suddenly saw a figure moving outside the door. He opened the door abruptly and saw a figure fall in directly from the outside. Lu Chen looked at the person in surprise. When she got up, she seemed to be at a loss. "Miss Jiu, what are you doing here at this time of night?" "Brother-in-law, Miss Jiu was 2 years younger than Lu Chen. Her appearance was exquisite and impeccable, and her long hair was tied up with a heroic spirit. At this moment, her eyes were a little flustered, but she couldn't help but size up Lu Chen. It was late at night, and Lu Chen was wearing very little, so the muscles on his chest could be vaguely seen. Miss Jiu stared at Lu Chen's chest for a few seconds and swallowed her saliva. "Brother-in-law, I was afraid that you would be hungry." Lu Chen saw Miss Jiu's gaze and knew what she was thinking. Usually, the few women in the residence would often sneak glances at him, like a cat that was hungry for fish. Although Lu Chen would be happy to help Miss Jiu satisfy her cravings, the Wuji continent was different from other worlds. The requirements for men here were particularly strict. If one wanted to establish a foothold in the Tian family, one must not do anything out of line. Such a beautiful girl, yet Lu Chen still couldn't touch her. "Ninth sister, I'm not hungry. It's getting late. If people see you here, they will inevitably gossip. You should leave early." Suddenly, Miss Jiu turned around and closed the door. Then she strode in front of Lu Chen and grabbed his wrist. I like you. "Ninth sister, what are you doing?" Lu Chen looked at Miss Jiu in horror. Is this woman going to use force? I don't care anymore." In a moment of desperation, Lu Chen directly struck out with his palm. Miss Jiu didn't expect Lu Chen to have so much strength. She was directly sent flying and broke the door. Lu Chen's punch was surprisingly strong, mainly because he was heartbroken. "Listen, if you dare to harass me again, I will break your legs," Lu Chen said with tears in his eyes. Little Beast, Little Furball, and Little Originator waited in front of the ancient temple for more than a year. Now, Guing and the others said that Lu Chen had definitely entered the mirror realm. The mirror realm? Little Beast was in a trance. Can Dad still come out?" The Venerable Saint Marshall Celestial shook his head. "I don't know. It's said that one can't return to the Jiutian after entering the mirror realm. But that's just a rumor. It's impossible to master such spear arts without decades of practice." A valiant woman cupped her fists beside Lu Chen and said, "Brother-in-law, Tianing, would like to ask for brother-in-law's advice on spear techniques. What do you think?" Lu Chen withdrew his spear and glanced sideways. This woman was the eldest daughter of the Tian family. the #1 expert among the younger generation of the Tian family. She was also a military officer at the border of the Holy Hall Empire. She had just returned home a few days ago to attend the funeral of her 7th younger sister. "Big sister, please," Lu Chen said. Tianing was using a heavy saber. It seemed to be even heavier than Lu Chen's spear. Tianing cupped her fists and said, "Brother-in-law, I'm a martial warrior level 4. I'll only use the strength of a martial warrior level 3 later." Lu Chen said indifferently, "No need. Go all out." Everyone was stunned. Lu Chen actually wanted Big Sister to go all out when there was a difference of a whole realm. When one reached the martial warrior level, they would form a spirit nucleus. The power of their every move was fundamentally different from that of a martial warrior. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Big sister, a lion and a tiger will go all out when hunting a rabbit. Don't worry, I'll know when to stop." Everyone was even more shocked. Lu Chen knew when to stop. It was the opposite. At this moment, the Tian family's matriarch happened to be inspecting the martial arts field and saw this scene. The butler frowned slightly and said, "Isn't this 7th brother-in-law a little too arrogant?" The matriarch didn't say anything and said, "I've long heard that young Master Lu likes to practice martial arts. That's good too. Let this child experience what it means to be an expert, or we'll go easy on him." Tianing thought for a moment. Lu Chen was still young after all. It was inevitable that he didn't have much experience. With his strength, it was normal for him to be conceited among his peers, especially men. Tianing also saw the matriarch. Since the matriarch didn't say anything to stop him, it seemed that she also wanted to teach Lu Chen a lesson. "Chen, be careful." Tianying's body exploded with a strong spirit energy. She slashed at Lu Chen with the mountain-splitting chop. This slash was heavy and powerful. Lu Chen hadn't formed a spirit nucleus yet, so he couldn't take it head-on. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Although he could defeat 10 with brute force, he wasn't just 10 with brute force. Seeing the opponent's slash, Lu Chen took a wrong step. When he turned around, his white robe fluttered. Just as the opponent's saber was about to fall, Lu Chen moved half a body's length away and turned around with a spear. Tianying's saber fell to the ground, but Lu Chen's spear just happened to stop at Tianying's throat. Half a minute more, and Tianying would have lost her life under the spear. But Lu Chen had calculated the opponent's position to the extreme. Not half a minute more, not half a minute less. When the opponent's move was about to fall, it was the time to subdue the enemy. Seeing this scene, the matriarch was dumbfounded. Tianying had been on the battlefield for a long time and had rich combat experience. In a situation where she was a realm higher than Lu Chen, she was defeated by Lu Chen in one move. It was simply unimaginable. Tianying's eyes were filled with horror. Her body was drenched in sweat. She could already feel the spears tip at her throat. If she really wanted to kill Lu Chen, if she took another step, her throat would have been pierced by Lu Chen's spear. This guy was too scary. Lu Chen put away his spear and cupped his fists at Tianying. "Eldest sister, sorry for the offense." Tianying was still in a daze. Her speed was far superior to Lu Chen's, but Lu Chen's timing was too accurate. "Brother-in-law, who is your master?" Tianying asked. "I'm just self-taught." Lu Chen smiled. He was a wild 18-star human monarch. How could he have a master? "Eldest sister, if there's a chance, bring me to the frontier fortress next time." Tianying did not directly refuse Lu Chen. After all, she had been defeated by Lu Chen. How could she be qualified to criticize Lu Chen? After stretching his muscles, Lu Chen went to the cultivation room to cultivate his spiritual power. After a long time, Tianying finally recovered. The housekeeper was waving at her, as though the matriarch wanted to ask her something. Did you really lose to Luchin just now? The matriarch frowned slightly. Could it be that you guys agreed on it? Tianing cupped her fists and replied, I did lose just now. Spear skills are too exquisite. I've been in the army for 10 years and have never seen such accurate spear skills. The matriarch narrowed her eyes. That kid was really a martial arts prodigy. I've been in the army for 30 years and have never seen such smooth spear skills. Chen said he was going to the frontier fortress to kill enemies. Did say that. The matriarch nodded. Flowers come from the bitter cold, and spears come from sharpening. If he's really a martial arts prodigy, experiencing the baptism of the battlefield will also be beneficial for him. Moreover, since Chen are married into the Tian family, the Tian family will naturally serve the country. Mutants killed Old Seven. It seems that Chen has long thought about revenge. Tianing looked at the matriarch in surprise. Did she agree? The cultivation resources in the army are far from what our Tian family can compare to. When you return to the army this time, take Chen with you. Remember to take good care of him. Tianing cupped her fists. I understand. Chapter 1384. Lu Chen finally followed Tianing and joined the army. Second sister and fourth sister returned to the army with Tianing. It was said that the third sister used to be in the army, but unfortunately died on the battlefield. Big sister, do you want to dress up as a woman or something? Lu Chen followed behind Tianing and urged his horse to the western border. Dress up as a woman? You look so sharp. Only a fool can't see that you're a handsome man. Tianing laughed. Don't worry, there are also male soldiers in the army. Moreover, us three sisters are here. No one can touch you in my camp. Lu Chen sighed. With big sister protecting him, the military career he was looking forward to suddenly lost a lot of fun. In the year 473, Lu Chen officially joined the army at the age of 17. Mutants were not humans, nor were they a foreign race in the Zhoutian. These mutants were extremely strong, had thick skin, and were born with hard scales. Moreover, their intelligence was not inferior to humans. While watching the battle, Lu Chen found that whether it was the human army or the mutant army, the winning side would take the opponent's spirit core. The battle between the two armies was bloody, but Tianing was worried that Lu Chen would feel uncomfortable seeing it for the first time. However, Lu Chen had seen more than this. Big sister, can this spirit core be refined directly? Why do we have to take the opponent's spirit core? Tianing asked, Aren't you afraid? It's okay. Tianing shook her head. You're really different from ordinary men. Even a female soldier would be scared when seeing this scene for the first time. The reason why we can directly take the opponent's spirit core is actually related to an ancient legend in the Wuji continent. Tianing said, It is said that when Nuwa molded people, she molded half of a piece of soil into a human. It was a pity to throw away the other half, so she molded it into a mutant. Therefore, we and the mutants are actually complementary ends. We can directly absorb each other's spirit core. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Sure enough, there were all kinds of strange things in this world. Tianing gave Lu Chen a request. Even if his spear skills were outstanding, he could not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy before reaching the martial artist realm. After all, without the support of spiritual energy, normal attacks would not even be able to pierce through the mutant scales. There were many cultivation formations in the army. Lu Chen could only use a small cultivation formation in Tianying's military camp. Even so, it was still better than secretly cultivating at home in the past. With the help of the cultivation array, Lu Chen broke through to the martial artist realm in 1.5 months and developed his own spirit nucleus. According to the experiences of his previous life in the Tianyuan continent, Lu Chen estimated that he could reach the divine spirit realm in 8 years and reach the heavenly spirit realm in 4 years. In this life, there was a spirit gathering array in the military camp, so his cultivation speed was even faster. However, to complete the 100 revolutions human king in a mere 100 years, this speed was obviously not enough. Thus, the mutant spiritual nucleus became his greatest hope. Lu Chen really wanted to kill the mutants as soon as possible. However, for the past 5 years, the human race had only been defending the defensive line, while the mutants had never launched a decent attack. Lu Chen really didn't care about this kind of small-scale war. He might as well continue to cultivate, as the West City was relatively peaceful. The 2 defensive lines in the east and south had already moved a large number of refugees to the West City. In these few years, the West City had become the safest place in the entire defensive line. On this day, Tianning was training new recruits when a soldier rushed over. Report, Captain Tian, the mutant army suddenly moved from the south to the west. A 700,000-strong army is rushing towards our West City. The Grand Marshal has ordered the West City to meet the enemy. We must hold them off for 3 days. Tianying's eyes widened. What a great plan! The Grand Marshal is leading the main forces deep into the mutant territory, but they are attacking our defensive line. At this time, the main forces of the human race would normally need 4 to 5 days to rush back to help. Even if they rushed back, it would take at least 3 days. The entire West City army only had 110,000 soldiers, but this time the mutant army had 700,000, 7 times their fighting power. Tianning glanced at the new recruits, who were training. In this battle, these new recruits might not be familiar with battle formations yet, and would have to go into battle to kill the enemy. Immediately bring people to evacuate the civilians. Don't cause panic. Tianning said, the West General has already ordered the evacuation. Okay, got it. There was no time to lose. Tianning quickly gathered his 10,000 soldiers and prepared to defend the city walls. Half an hour later, in the distance, a black shadow pressed towards the West City defensive line. The soldiers of the West City had not seen such a scene for many years, especially the new recruits. They could not help but feel nervous. Tianning stood at the top of the city wall and shouted, "All soldiers, listen to my orders. The enemy is right before us. The enemy outnumbers us by several times, and they are coming with great momentum. We must win. But why did we join the army in the first place? To go into battle and protect our friends and family. Behind us is the Saint Church. Our parents, families, husbands, and children are there. Once we break through, they will all become ghosts under the blades of the mutants. Are you willing to watch your parents, husbands, and children be slaughtered by the mutants?" Everyone raised their heads, and their eyes flashed with a different light. One of the soldiers shouted, "No, if you want to touch my family, you will have to step over my dead body." Tianning shouted, "That's right. Even if we have to fight to the death, as long as there is one of us left, we will not let the mutants slaughter our friends and family. It doesn't matter if we live or die. Even if we die, we will die on the battlefield, with our faces covered in yellow sand." Roars of anger erupted from the city wall. The second sister, Tian Xiang, hurried to Lu Chen's training room. Fortunately, she did not mean any harm. Otherwise, Lu Chen, who was in the state of selflessness, would not be able to resist. She shook Lu Chen awake with great difficulty. Tian Xiang hurriedly said, "Chen, hurry up and leave." Lu Chen frowned slightly. "Where to?" "Big Sister has ordered you to escort the civilians and evacuate them." The mutant army is already at the city wall. Hurry! It will be too late if you wait any longer. Mutant army? Lu Chen frowned. Yes, 700,000 soldiers. Once they break through the city, the civilians will be in trouble. Lu Chen wanted to join the battle, but the order was so. If the mutants broke through the city wall, he could not guarantee the safety of the civilians. Evacuating the civilians was also an important matter. Understood. Lu Chen picked up his spear and was about to leave the training room when he suddenly turned back to look at his second sister. You, big sister and fourth sister? Tian Xiang smiled. This is our mission. We will not leave. Chen, go back and tell great-grandmother. Father, mother, I am unfilial. I will not be able to fulfill my filial duties. Lu Chen did not lock the door. He could tell that his second sister and the rest were prepared to die in this battle. However, time was of the essence. Lu Chen turned around and left the training room. Looking at Lu Chen's back, Tian Xiang shook her head. Seventh sister, you are really unlucky. Such a good man, what a pity. Suddenly a voice came from outside the door. Second sister, you must wait for me. The mutant army was at the city wall. The West general led his troops to meet the enemy. However, the difference in the scale of the battle was too great. The mutant army was like a huge pocket surrounding the 80,000 soldiers of the West general. With a roar of the dragon horn, the mutant army surged forward like a tidal wave. The West general raised his Zamadeo. Defend the West city to the death. Kill. Chapter 1385. Lu Chen and a small group of soldiers were evacuating the civilians in the city. The civilians were fleeing in a panic. Lu Chen turned around. Behind him, artillery fire filled the sky, and the sound of fighting filled the sky. Although the manpower here was tight, it was not to the point where they could not do without Lu Chen. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then turned around and returned to the battlefield. Lu Chen, what are you doing? A soldier from Tian Ying's camp pulled Lu Chen back. The enemy's 700,000 strong army is pressing in. You're a man. If you go back now, you'll be courting death. The commandant wants you to evacuate the civilians. He wants you to leave. Lu Chen shook off the soldier's hand. If that's the case, then I'll have to disappoint you. No matter what this extreme martial world is like, I'm a man. How can I let these women stand in front of me? The man was stunned. Wasn't he saying the wrong thing? While she was hesitating, Lu Chen had already run far away. Under such circumstances, she could not chase after him. Sigh, this man is crazy. At this moment, the battle had already begun. 80,000 humans were defending the city gates, while the 700,000 strong army had surrounded the human formation. They began to launch wave after wave of fierce attacks. After a few attacks, the human formation had already lost 20 to 30,000 people. Let's see how long you can last. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. Among the mutants, a general roared loudly. The mutant army once again pressed forward with overwhelming force. This wave of attacks completely disintegrated the humans' defensive formation. The generals of both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. On the city gates, countless attacks were fired into the sky. However, against the 700,000 strong army, these 30,000 city soldiers were only a drop in the bucket. The West general charged into the enemy formation alone. The long sword in his hand was like a flying dragon. In the blink of an eye, he had already killed 30 to 40 mutants. Suddenly, a ferocious general charged out from the mutant army. A pair of giant war hammers smashed towards the West general. Bone tempering. The West general was pushed back by this attack. The huge spiritual energy impact coupled with the fierce battle, caused the West general to spit out blood. The West general raised his head abruptly and looked at the person who had just arrived. When he saw this person, his eyes widened. The corners of Aogu's mouth curled up. Under the command of the human race, there are 4 great generals in the north, south, east, and west. I, Aogu, will first cut down you, West General Jin Yen, with my hammer. The two of them once again exchanged blows. After several dozen exchanges, Bone Boiling's twin dragons exploring the sea heavily struck Jin Yen, sending her flying several dozen meters. Jin Yen still wanted to fight, but unfortunately, the spiritual energy in her body was in chaos, and she found it difficult to get up. Aogu sneered. The dignified West General Jin Yen is nothing more than this. To be able to die in the hands of my heavenly thunder bone-breaking hammers, it can be considered your honor. After saying this, the bone-tempering hammers had already smashed over. At this moment, a fireball exploded beside Aogu. After a moment of delay, someone had already rescued Jin Yen. Tianing, Tianxiang, Tian Yen. Jin Yen looked at them. I asked you to provide support from afar. Why did you come down? Run. You're no match for her. Tian Ing stood in front of Jin Yen. General, you're in the immortal martial realm. If you die, it will be a huge loss to our Saint Hall. We're only in the martial master realm. Exchanging the 3 of us for General's life. It's worth it. What nonsense are you saying? Your strength is in commanding, not. Jin Yen angrily rebuked. But before she could finish speaking, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Aogu looked at the 3 Tian sisters and sneered. Tisk, TSK, TSK. What a loyal dog slave. You actually dared to come and save people. Don't worry, none of you will be able to leave. Just as he finished speaking, Aogu's figure was like lightning, already pouncing towards the 3 Tian sisters. Previously, Aogu had been focused on fighting Jin Yen. He had been careless and had been obstructed by the fireball. But now, the fireball could no longer stop Aogu. Tianing and the other 2 wanted to counterattack, but the opponent's speed was too fast. There was a difference of several realms between them. They were simply not on the same level. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 3 Tian sisters were sent flying back at almost the same time. The 3 of them all fell beside Jin Yen, heavily injured and unable to get up. Jin Yen angrily shouted, Aogu, I'll fight you to the death. Aogu faintly smiled. Fight? What do you have to fight me? Look around you. Every human had to face an enemy 10 times their number, but the variant humans were much stronger. In a one-on-one fight, they were completely suppressed. Pitiful cries rang out. Almost all of them were from the human soldiers. In this world, if there is room for you humans, then there is no room for variant humans. And we are more qualified than you to live in this world. So within one day, your West City will fall. Not only you will die, once you enter the city, all of your clansmen will die. West General, in the face of absolute strength, anger is useless. Tian Ing struggled to stand up. Tian Xiang and Tian Yen also staggered over. General, quickly leave. Aogu, even if we 3 sisters die here today, we will definitely save the general. Jin Yan's entire body was in pain, but it was not as painful as her heart. She only hated that she did not have the ability to kill Aogu. She did not have the ability to defend the city. Aogu laughed loudly. Ha ha, you like to block me, right? Aogu only released a wave of energy, and the 3 of them were once again sent flying. At the same time, they vomited blood. Aogu coldly snorted. Such ants also dare to block me? Killing the 3 of you is like killing chickens. This time, let's see who can block this marshal. Jin Yen staggered to stand up. Aogu, as long as I have a breath left, I will not let you step into the West City. You think you are qualified to block me? Aogu said with a smile as he approached the four of them step by step. Tianing only felt that her body was incomparably heavy and her consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. Faintly, she looked at the towering city wall. This city wall, can it block the variant humans' army? In the West City, is there anyone who can block Aogu? In the end, they will not be able to hold on until the marshal arrives. The West City will fall. Just as she was about to close her eyes and wait for death, she suddenly saw a white figure standing alone on the West City wall. That person's hands were behind his back, and beside him, a long spear was suspended. The wind lifted his white robe, making his posture even more upright. That familiar, handsome face had an unimaginable calmness. His eyes were as bright as the stars as he looked through the battlefield, as if he was looking for something. At this time, the person she saw was actually Lu Qin. She was ashamed. Did she let down Seventh Sister? It was just that in the 6 years she had been with him, she had never seen a man as heroic as him. He had a manliness that she had never seen before. As time passed, she even had a misconception. Lu Qin did not seem like her seventh sister's husband, but more like a king. Finally, Lu Chen's gaze landed on the corner of the battlefield. He immediately squinted his eyes, held the long spear in his hand, and threw it out from a few hundred meters away. Aogu was about to reach the four of them, when suddenly a sharp, cold light shot out. Aogu was indeed an expert. He immediately sensed the danger and quickly retreated. With a loud bang, the entire ground shook. The long spear was directly nailed to a position 4 to 5 meters in front of Aogu. Following that, from this position, a crack appeared on the ground, extending for 1,000 meters and penetrating through half of the battlefield. Aogu's eyes widened as he looked at the direction where the long spear came from. There, a white-clothed man was looking down from above, standing proudly. His voice was not loud, but it reverberated throughout the entire West City battlefield. Today, the 700,000 variant humans army, none of them should think of leaving alive. Chapter 1386. It's its brother-in-law. Tian Xiang's eyes widened, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. How is this possible? Even though in the martial arts world for thousands of years, women were stronger than men, for a person who always liked to break the rules, if he wanted to become stronger, nothing could stop him. With a flash of white light, the figure that was a kilometer away had already disappeared from the spot. Jin Yan only saw a white shadow flash before her eyes, and a large, powerful hand grabbed the long spear. "You hurt my family." With a roar, the spear was unsheathed. "You are already dead." Aogu's eyes widened and used his twin hammers to block in front of him. The white shadow instantly appeared in front of Aogu, and with a flash of light, he roared, "Earth Fiend Xianming Spear, breaking the heavens." Immediately after, with a loud sound, the Tian family spear, which was not made of outstanding material, directly pierced through the twin hammers and the scales on Aogu's body. One spear directly pierced through Aogu's body. Seeing this scene, the Tian family's 3 sisters and the West General Jin Yan were petrified. Their thoughts short-circuited, and their minds went blank. A divine weapon couldn't even block an ordinary weapon's thrust. Aogu, this kind of super expert, could not even block one move from Lu Chen. Aogu's eyes widened as he looked at the spear in disbelief. He raised his head and looked at Lu Chen in horror. How can a man be so terrifying? Who are you? Lu Chen looked at him coldly and raised his head slightly. "Human king." With that, he exerted force in his hand, and the spear directly pierced through Aogu's body. Aogu had already been killed. Lu Chen turned around and walked in front of Tianning and the others. Big sister, second sister, fourth sister, are you all okay? Tianning was still breathing, and Tianxiang was already unconscious. Only Tian Yen was injured and on the verge of death. Lu Chen helped Tian Yen up. Fourth sister. Lu Chen, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Cough, cough, cough. Fourth sister can't take it anymore. Don't be sad. Third sister and seventh sister are waiting for me. I won't be lonely. Lu Chen, defend the west side of the city. Don't let the mutants slaughter the common people. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with tears. Over the years, his three sisters had taken care of him and treated him like family. Today, seeing his fourth sister's tragic death, Lu Chen was filled with grief and indignation. Promise me? Fourth sister's voice was getting weaker and weaker. Lu Chen hurriedly said, Fourth sister, I promise you. Not only will the West City not be breached, but from now on, there will be no more mutants in the Wuji continent. Tian Yen was pleasantly surprised. This answer sounded a little exaggerated, but the man in front of her was a miracle. Who was to say that he could not perform another miracle? All right, fourth sister, I believe in you. Jean Yen walked in front of Lu Chen. My condolences, sir. Lu Chen stood up and took a deep breath. In 100 reincarnations, other than cultivating time after time, he also had to experience countless parting. Immortals severed their ties with the mortal world, but mortals had to experience life and death through reincarnation. General Shi let the defenders retreat into the city. I will cover you, Lu Chen said. But Lu Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. I will definitely fulfill my promise to fourth sister. After saying this, Lu Chen walked directly to the center of the battlefield. Die for me, Lu Chen roared. His figure instantly sped up, and a spear shadow blasted into the enemy formation. General, if you don't want more people to die, give the order to retreat. I will guard the city gates. Jean Yen looked at the incomparably brave man. She knew that they had no more strength to fight, so she gave the order to retreat. The defenders scattered and retreated. Lu Chen stood alone in front of the city gates. If there were any pursuers, Lu Chen would raise his spear, and no one could stop him. Up until now, out of the 80,000-strong human army, there were less than 10,000 survivors. They stood behind Lu Chen, looking at the white-clothed man standing in front of them like a god of war. It was truly a case of one man holding the pass against 10,000. The city gates opened wide. The mutant army watched the west city gates open, but they were unable to advance. The city gates closed once more. Jean Yen ordered for Tian Ying and Tianxiang to be sent for treatment, then quickly walked to the city gates. Right now, there was only Lu Chen on the battlefield, and he was facing an army of hundreds of thousands. In a world where men were inferior to women, there was actually such a brave man. Jean Yen couldn't believe her eyes. Brat, who the hell are you? An enemy general asked loudly. Lu Chen's eyes were cold. I'm the one who came to kill you. We have hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and you alone, even if you are an immortal martial expert, you can't stop our mutant army. Lu Chen coldly snorted. He raised his spear and twirled it in front of him. A mere 700,000. How about this? I'll give you all a chance. All of you can come at me together. Jean Yan's internal injuries almost flared up. Shouldn't they be stalling for time and have the generals fight one-on-one? This Lu Chen was really good. He wanted them to come at him together. It wasn't just Jean Yan. The mutant army was also stunned. Commander, he wants us to come at him together? How can this man be so arrogant? I've never seen such an arrogant person in my life. One against 700,000. Seeing that the mutant army didn't move, Lu Chen was a little impatient. I told you all to come at me together. If you don't want to, then fine. If you don't want to, then I will. Lu Qin opened the triple door and instantly teleported into the middle of the mutant army. Facing an army of 700,000, Lu Qin actually rushed in alone. Jean Yan's mouth was wide open, even if she saw it with her own eyes. She still felt that it shouldn't be like this. Earth Fiend Xianming Spear, Dark Sky Earth Fiend. An angry roar came from the crowd, followed by a loud bang. The ground in a radius of a few thousand meters cracked, and a turbulent black gas rushed out from the ground. An area of effect skill instantly killed tens of thousands of mutant soldiers. 9-star acupuncture, cloud-piercing spear, 100-mile dark crow. Within the enemy ranks, the white figure was like a ghost, crazily shuttling through the enemy ranks. Wherever he went, a large number of mutants died. Under Lu Chen's fierce attack, no one could get close to him. Spear chi crisscrossed, and the sky darkened. Thousands of miles of yellow sand filled the air, and the white figure flashed. Sabers and swords flashed, and deafening roars filled the air. The thick smell of blood filled the entire battlefield. Lu Qin seemed to have entered a realm where no one could stop him. Whether it was ordinary soldiers or generals, in front of Lu Chen's spear, there was only one result. My God, this person is really a heavenly soldier. Jean Yan's eyes widened. There's actually such a man in the world. The surrounding soldiers could not take their eyes off this crazy killing feast. They were already dumbfounded. What realm is he in? Immortal Martial? No, even a mortal martial can't be so strong. Could he be a god, martial realm super expert? Hiss, I know him. He's the son-in-law of the Tian family. I heard from Chief Tian that he once defeated Chief Tian, who was a martial warrior realm level 4, when he was a martial warrior realm level 3. What? A martial warrior without a spirit core? How can he defeat a martial warrior? I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing Lu Chen's style today, I know there's such a strong person in the world. Jean Yan took a deep breath and said faintly, "Spear like a dragon." One spear cut down thousands of soldiers and horses, white clothes stained with blood, one person against 1,000,000 soldiers. Could it be that when a man starts cultivating, there's nothing for women to do? Chapter 1387. The mutants had never imagined that Lu Chen alone would be so terrifying. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to besiege Lu Chen. Instead, they would have pulled apart their front lines, attacking the city while avoiding the brunt of the attack. It was just that the mutants' army had been attracted to the city gate by the retreating defenders. Lu Chen's speed was too fast, and his killing speed was even faster. They had no time to change their tactics, and were already defeated like a landslide. This was a massacre of 700,000 mutants by one person. Lu Chen prioritized killing the enemy's generals, making it harder for the mutants to reorganize their formation and attack the city in a short time. The enemy's immortal martial realm and god martial realm experts were no match for Lu Chen's spear. Not to mention the martial artists and martial masters. In less than 3 hours of fighting, the battlefield was already filled with corpses, and the yellow sand was dyed red with blood. Originally, the mutants were determined to win, but they were forced to retreat by Lu Chen alone. Lu Chen was not in a hurry to chase after the mutants fled. He had previously said that none of the 700,000 mutants would be able to escape, but at this moment, Lu Chen was still hesitating. At this moment, the city's defenses were empty. If he rashly pursued, and the enemy took advantage of the situation, it would be troublesome. In short, there would be plenty of time in the future, so there was no need to rush. Even if Lu Chen did not pursue, the number of mutants who died in the west side of the city was still in the hundreds of thousands. Such a battle record was enough to shake the government. Seeing the mutants' miserable defeat, the soldiers on the city walls raised their arms and cheered. Everyone was shouting Lu Chen's name. God of War Lu Chen. God of War Lu Chen. God of War Lu Chen. Lu Chen's heart did not waver. This name was not unfamiliar to him. When he was on Earth, the players were used to calling him Hua Xia's God of War, or simply God of War. Jin Yen personally opened the city gates to welcome Lu Chen's triumphant return. How are my eldest sister and second sister? When Lu Chen saw Jin Yen, the first thing he asked was about Tianying's situation. Tianying and Tianxiang are both being treated by doctors. Tianying still needs some time to recover, but Tianxiang, even if she wakes up, her spirit core is severely damaged. I'm afraid she won't be able to cultivate in the future. Jin Yan's expression was sorrowful. In order to save her, one of the 3 Tian sisters died. One was injured, and the last one's fate was unknown. Lu Chen said coldly, "Now that the city's defenses are weak, if I chase after you and the enemy attacks the city with all their might, you might not be able to stop them. West General, get someone to clean up the battlefield first. I'll go check on my 2 sisters." Currently, there were only 30,000 soldiers left in the West City, and the number of corpses on the battlefield was more than that. After a full day and night of cleaning, the guards finally cleared the corpses in front of the city gate. On this day, Lu Chen was visiting Tianxiang. After 2 days of emergency treatment, Tianxiang finally showed signs of improvement. At this moment, a female soldier came into the tent. "Mr. Lu, the West General invites you in." "Okay, I'll go right away." After saying this, Lu Chen stood up and headed to the West General's tent. When the female soldier reported, she didn't forget to sneak a glance at Lu Chen. This was the #1 war god of sacred martial arts. Indeed, he was different from other men. He had a calm demeanor, swift and decisive, and had the air of a king. The West General was also heavily injured, but she didn't have time to rest at this time. She had to take charge of all matters in the city. When Lu Chen came in, she was checking some accounts. When she saw Lu Chen, Jin Yen stood up and walked over. "Mr. Lu Chen, you're here." Lu Chen cupped his fists and said, "General, why did you call Lu Chen here?" "Oh, it's nothing important." Jin Yen said, "After checking, we killed a total of 540,000 people in the Battle of the West City. According to military regulations, those who kill will be rewarded with spirit cores. A total of 540,000 spirit cores have been sent to Officer Tian's jurisdiction." Lu Chen frowned and said, "The other soldiers should have also been killed." Jin Yen said with some embarrassment, "Out of the 80,000 soldiers who went out to defend the city, there are only about 10,000 left. We were outnumbered, and many of us didn't kill the enemy. At most, we only injured them. I estimate that the total number of people we killed is probably only about 10,000. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "How about this? Give me 400,000 spirit cores and divide the rest among the soldiers who pledged their lives to protect the city." This, Jin Yan's eyes widened as she looked at Lu Chen in surprise. It must be known that Lu Chen gave out more than 100,000 spirit cores the moment he opened his mouth. Many people wouldn't be able to earn so many spirit cores in their lifetime. "Mr. I thank Mr. on behalf of these soldiers." Lu Chen nodded. This is what they deserve. However, Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "General, I have another matter that I need your help with." "Oh, what is it?" "As long as it is within the scope of my duties, I will do my best." Lu Chen faintly smiled. "It's not a big matter. The military supplies department has storage rings for sale, but the storage rings that ordinary soldiers exchange for are too small. If General can help me exchange for a top-grade storage ring, I am willing to buy it for 400,000 spirit cores." Jean Yen couldn't help but laugh. It's just a storage ring. How could it cost 400,000 spirit cores? Mr. doesn't need to worry about it. I will help Mr. exchange for one. Lu Chen stammered. One isn't enough. I may need to buy a few more. Jean Yen frowned. Buy a few more? The highest grade storage ring's space isn't small. In terms of spirit cores, it can hold 100,000. Lu Chen was a bit embarrassed. Normally, a single storage ring was enough for most people. Jean Yen was suspicious, but when she saw that Lu Chen seemed to have something he couldn't say, she skipped over the reason and straightforwardly said, I was too presumptuous. There is no harm in buying a few more storage rings. It's just a few storage rings. There is no need for Mr.'s spirit cores. Mister, how many do you need? Just tell me. This kind of small amount of money is nothing for a West City general like me, and since General says so, I am relieved. I need 1,000. Jean Yan's wound almost split open. 1,000. Mister, with so many storage rings, you wouldn't be able to carry all of them with your 2 hands and 2 feet. Lu Chen's face darkened. Did this woman think he was some nouveau riche who wanted to wear storage rings all over his body? Well, you can actually put the storage rings in one of the storage rings. Jean Yen was a bit embarrassed. She could only blame herself for thinking that storage rings were used to save space. Naturally, she would carry them on her body. She had forgotten that there was such a method. At this moment, Jean Yan's heroic spirit had completely vanished. She said in a daze, But mister, what do you want to put in so many storage rings? Spirit cores. Lu Chen directly said. Spirit cores? Jean Yen calculated in her mind. One storage ring was 100,000 spirit cores. 1,000 spirit cores meant 100 million spirit cores. Lu Chen wanted to store 100 million spirit cores. What was this guy trying to do? Besides, if he wanted to get 100 million spirit cores, was he really going to wipe out the mutated humans? However, as the West City General, she had to fulfill her promise no matter how difficult it was. Jean Yen said awkwardly, Although my military rank is enough, I need to buy 1,000 top-grade storage rings. Recently, I have been a bit tight on money. Lu Chen smiled. General, have the team delivering the spirit cores come back. Jean Yen sighed in relief and immediately said, Then I will have them come back. Chapter 1388. 1,000 storage rings were finally in his hands. Lu Chen tidied up the storage rings and found that they fit perfectly on his nameless finger. Thank you, General. Jean Yen also let out a sigh of relief. She had learned her lesson this time. In the future, whenever Lu Chen asked for a favor, it would be best to ask him first so that she wouldn't be embarrassed. That's right, sir. The Grand Marshal's reinforcements will arrive tomorrow. She will definitely meet you and even arrange a position for you. Lu Chen frowned slightly. He had also thought of this possibility. However, he wasn't here to be a general. It would be best if he didn't meet her. General, Lu Chen isn't interested in fame. To be honest, I might leave the army camp. Leave the army camp? Jean Yan's first thought was that he should be punished by military law for leaving his post without permission. But when she looked at the person in front of her, she decided to dispel this thought. Sir, is leaving? Where are you going? Lu Chen nodded. To the variant human tribe's territory. Going to the variant human tribe's territory alone. Jean Yan's mind buzzed. Wasn't this suicide? Sir, have you thought it through? I have. Lu Chen said. So, I'll say goodbye to you while I'm at it. Please take good care of my 2 sisters. Lu Chen's sister was also in Tianying's camp. As long as Tianying was fine, Lu Chen's sister would be fine. Jean Yen looked at Lu Chen's resolute gaze and sighed. sir, is not an ordinary person. You have great ambitions. Jean Yen knows that I can't change your mind, but please take good care of yourself. Lu Chen smiled. Thank you, General. After leaving Jean Yan's tent, Lu Chen didn't return to Tianying's territory. Instead, he directly jumped off the city wall. When the soldiers on the city wall saw the white figure, they all surrounded the city wall. It's Lu Chen, my Prince Charming. Where is he going? He's so graceful even when he walks, so charming. If I can marry such a man, I can die without regrets. Stop dreaming. Lu Chen, do you think she would like you? Lu Chen didn't hear it either. If he did, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. A day later, the great commander of the Sacred Martial Academy led an army of 600,000 and arrived at the West City. A tall woman broke into Jean Yan's tent. When Jean Yan saw who it was, she hurriedly stood up and cupped her fists. Commander! Jean Yan! Oh, Jean Yan! You, how could you? The commander-in-chief was flustered and exasperated. How could you let Lu Chen go? Why didn't you stop him? It seemed that the commander-in-chief had also heard about Lu Chen. That was why he didn't care about anything else and hurriedly came to find Jean Yan. Jean Yan lowered her head and said, My lord, I also want to stop him. But who can stop him? The commander-in-chief thought about it and felt that it made sense. 700,000 soldiers had been utterly defeated by him and were almost completely wiped out. If Lu Chen wanted to leave, who could stop him? The commander-in-chief sighed bitterly. This kind of talent, as long as we can keep him, we will definitely win the war against the Inhumans. Even if I give up the commander-in-chief position to him, it won't be a problem. Jean Yan, tell me honestly, can we still get him back? We can't get him back. Why? He went to the Inhumans' territory. Jean Yan's eyes stared blankly ahead. There was no intersection. She said faintly, Perhaps he is going to end this war that has lasted for 1,000 years. Lu Chen was now 23 years old. His current cultivation level had reached the peak of this world, the Sky Martial Realm. This was equivalent to the Jiutian Human King Realm. This time, with the help of the Spirit Gathering Cultivation Room, he only used 6 years. But this speed was clearly not fast enough. He had only completed 1 round of Human King Realm cultivation when he was 23 years old. At this speed, it would be impossible for him to complete 100 rounds of Human King Realm before he was 100 years old. Thus, Lu Chen had to increase his cultivation speed. Lu Chen had already made up his mind. Before he dispersed his cultivation, he would first collect some Inhumans' spirit cores to help him cultivate faster. When they learned that Lu Chen had left the human army, the Inhumans were happy for a while. But soon, their eastern defensive line was breached. According to the battle report, there was only 1 person in the attacking army. He was dressed in white robes. Lu Chen had come. When defending the city, Lu Chen still had to take care of the city behind him. But attacking the city was completely different. Lu Chen could finally let go of his hands and feet and start a massacre. But after Lu Chen breached the city, he stood on the city wall and looked at the unarmed Inhumans. When he wanted to massacre the city, he couldn't do it in the end. Those Inhumans had strange appearances. Although they walked upright with hands and feet, their faces were like that of wild beasts. But Lu Chen had seen all races. After seeing these Inhumans, he didn't attack the Inhumans. In the blink of an eye, 8 months passed. On this day, Lu Chen was camping in the grassland in front of a large city. Each person had a bonfire. This was the campsite. Lu Chen sat in front of the fire. He could see a large number of guards on the city wall looking at him nervously. They knew who this person was. They also knew their fate. In their eyes, there was fear and despair. Lu Chen only glanced at those people and then looked away. He lowered his head and added firewood. After half a year of killing, Lu Chen's mood became more and more complicated. He remembered the legend of the origin of the Inhumans and the human race. Whether it was the human race or the Inhumans, they were all created from a piece of dirt by goddess Nuwa. Originally, the Inhumans were strong and wanted to destroy the human race. But now, none of them could stop Lu Chen. Instead, they were the ones to be destroyed. Looking at the dancing flames, Lu Chen sighed. At this moment, a lone Inhuman walked to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen was surprised. Someone actually dared to come to him alone. This Inhuman didn't seem to be young. He was a man. After he came, he didn't wait for Lu Chen to say anything and directly sat beside the fire. "I heard that you don't kill civilians?" The old man raised his head and looked at Lu Chen. "But did you know? Every time you break through a defensive line, you don't kill. But when the human army follows you into the city, they burn, kill, and rob." Lu Chen didn't say anything. He didn't do anything to the old man. "In the past 8 months, you've killed 14 million Inhuman soldiers. Because of your arrival, many newbies who had just reached the level of martial warrior were forced to defend the city." The old man threw some firewood into the bonfire and spoke in a calm tone of voice as he recounted the shocking news. Lu Chen took a deep breath and raised his head. "When you were strong, didn't you also want to swallow the human race?" The old man smiled. In Lu Chen's eyes, his smile was a little ferocious, but his eyes were clear. "Yes, when the two races fight, it's either you die or I die. Back then, we were strong and killed many humans. Now that a heaven-defying person like you has appeared in the human race, the situation has been reversed. We Inhumans are powerless to fight back. This is karma. I have no right to criticize you." The old man continued. "I heard that when your family was killed, you swore to destroy the entire Inhuman race. But in my opinion, you are actually a person who doesn't keep his word." Lu Chen frowned and looked at the old man. His eyes seemed to be filled with killing intent. The old man was not afraid at all. He said, "What? Am I wrong? You should know that if you let the people go, you can't destroy the entire race." Chapter 1389. The old man kept staring at Lu Chen's expression and saw that Lu Chen did not refute him. "Lu Chen, since the guards in this city can't stop you anyway, why don't we attack in a few days? I'll take you to the mutant lands to have a look," the old man suddenly said. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy actually wanted to let him enter the mutant lands. His guts were extraordinarily big. However, if Lu Chen really wanted to break through the defense line and enter the mutant lands, he would have done so long ago. Perhaps that was why the old man had invited him. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then stood up and stepped on the fire to extinguish it. "Lead the way." After passing through the city gate, countless guards looked at Lu Chen nervously, but Lu Chen ignored them and followed the old man into the mutant city. The old man prepared a carriage, and the two of them left the mutant city directly. For the next half a month, the old man took Lu Chen all the way to the mutant lands. Their world was completely different from the human world. It could be said that it was barren with swamps and jungles everywhere, and wild beasts ran rampant. Outside a village, 4 or 5 huge beasts were attacking a village, and hundreds of mutant women were resisting desperately. At the edge of a swamp, a group of mutants was trying to fill the swamp and use it for farming. Suddenly, a few huge tentacles sprang out of the swamp and swept 4 or 5 people directly into the swamp, leaving nothing behind. There were no large cities in the mutant lands, and the largest cities were probably the border areas. After more than 20 days, Lu Chen saw a different Wuji continent. "Why are there so many powerful beasts here?" Lu Chen asked. The old man said, "The Wuji continent is full of spirit energy, and the evolution of wild beasts is very common. But why are there only wild beasts in the mutant lands?" Lu Chun was somewhat puzzled. The old man smiled slightly. "You've heard of the legend of the origin of mutants and humans, right? Speaking of which, humans and mutants should be considered one. In fact, 2,800 years ago, humans and mutants were both struggling to survive the attacks of wild beasts. In order to not be devoured by the powerful wild beasts, both sides once joined forces to fight against the wild beasts. After the joint efforts of the two clans, we finally eradicated the wild beasts in the central region of the Wuji continent and drove them to the wilderness. But after that, the two clans had a disagreement because of the division of territories and finally went their separate ways. The humans won the ancient race war, and they chased us to the wildlands as well. Over the past 2,000 years, we've been fighting the beasts and the heavens and earth. Our bodies have been constantly strengthening, and our cultivation base has also been increasing. We could have reclaimed our territory, but unfortunately, a god of war appeared in the human race. He single-handedly wiped out our 1,000 years of hard work. As he spoke, the old man looked at Lu Chun. Obviously, the god of war he spoke of was Lu Chun. Lu Chun had never heard of such a history between the two races. "Lu Chun, if you kill all the defenders, the human army will follow closely behind and break into the city. My mutant race won't be able to hold on for much longer. It's a pity that the lives of these people are already difficult, but they still can't escape being exterminated." Lu Chun furrowed his brows, feeling a little upset. When soldiers fought, sometimes they didn't need to know why they were fighting. Obeying was a soldier's duty. However, when he saw the mutants here and understood the origin of the two races, Lu Chun finally understood that the struggle between the two races was nothing more than survival. Since it was for survival, there was no right or wrong. After a long silence, Lu Chun sighed. "Old man, who are you?" To have the courage to meet Lu Chun alone and bring Lu Chun to inspect the situation of the people, this old man was definitely not simple. Father of the mutant race, Strange Stone. Lu Chun was not surprised. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "Ha ha! The mutant race is about to be exterminated. What's the difference between killing and not killing? For us mutants, peace is the only way out. As the father of the nation, it's only right that I die for the people." Lu Chun sighed. "I'm just a commoner. I can't make decisions for the human race." "No, we're not talking peace with the human race. We're talking to you," Strange Stone said. "As long as you're willing to stop, we can consider what to do next." It was unheard of for a nation to talk peace with a human. Lu Chun looked at the dark sky in front of him. Swamps were everywhere, and miasma filled the air. Lu Chun shook his head. If it were the human race, it would be difficult for them to survive in this place. "Lu Chun, I, on behalf of the mutant race, beg you to let us live." Strange Stone's voice finally sounded emotional. Lu Chun looked at Strange Stone and kept silent for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed self-mockingly. "Ah, Strange Stone, you're right. You're indeed a man who doesn't keep his words." Strange Stone's brain turned quickly. He quickly understood Lu Chun's meaning. Strange Stone knelt down heavily in front of Lu Chun. His voice trembled. "Even if you don't keep your words, it's for the sake of the common people." Lu Chun hurriedly helped Strange Stone up. "You risked your life to see me for the common people. Lu Chun has admired you for a long time. I can't accept Strange Stone's kneeling. Perhaps the mutant race and the human race didn't know that in the mutant world, on a small road beside a desolate swamp, someone had already decided the fate of the two races." Lu Chun stopped. Soon, the mutant race sent an envoy to the human race to talk peace. As the defeated party, the mutant race retreated 200 li, giving up a large area for cultivation. Moreover, the mutant race had to offer a large amount of beast, nuclei, and food to the St. Hall every year. They had to move into a more desolate and dangerous area to live. The two nations finally signed the armistice agreement. The human race was celebrating. However, the Tian family found that Lu Chun hadn't returned. A few days later, a group of mutant messengers sent a letter. The letter was written by Lu Chun. In the letter, he only said one thing. He was going to stay in the mutant world and wouldn't return. Sir Tian, here are 170,000 beast nuclei. Sir War God asked us to send them over. The messenger opened a few large boxes. Sir War God said that 100,000 beast nuclei would be given to the Tian family and 70,000 beast nuclei would be given to the Lu family. He also asked the Tian family to take good care of his parents and sister. Tianing looked at the beast nuclei in shock. Finally, he sighed with regret. In front of an endless swamp, thousands of mutants anxiously looked ahead. A white figure flashed past. In the largest swamp, 7 or 8 huge tentacles suddenly appeared. Lu Chun shouted and shot a spear chi into the depths of the swamp. A deafening wail sounded. Not long after, a green liquid emerged from the swamp, dyeing the swamp dark green. The 7 or 8 tentacles drooped down weakly. Lu Chun grabbed a tentacle, dragged the monster out of the swamp, and took the beast nuclei with a spear. Then Lu Chun turned around and said to the mutants behind him, "This place has been cleaned up. This big mudfish tastes good. It's enough for you to eat for a while. After you transform this place, you can farm here in the future." Thank you, white-clothed war god. Everyone was about to thank him. When they looked up, they found that Lu Chun had disappeared. In the endless mountains, the spirit energy was abundant, while beasts ran rampant around, and no one dared to go deep. Lu Chun walked into a cave by the stream. After entering the cave, Lu Chun used a rope to pull a boulder to block the entrance. With Lu Chen's strength, it was reasonable to say that he didn't need to be so cautious. The reason why he blocked the entrance today was that today would be his first time decomposing the spirit nuclei. Chapter 1390. This is already the place with the most abundant spiritual energy I can find. It's more than 10 times better than the military's cultivation room. Lu Chun suddenly missed rhubarb. If it was here, maybe he could find a spiritual source or something. I wonder if that guy woke up. Recalling rhubarb's sleeping posture, Lu Chun wasn't sure if that guy would wake up. Could it be that that guy was also experiencing reincarnation? Recalling the changes in the 9 Revolutions Golden Crow Mirror, Lu Chun felt that this was a possibility. However, Lu Chun was still trapped in the mirror world, so he had to think of a way to get out first. To complete the 100 revolutions of the human king, I have to decompose the spirit core and disperse the spiritual energy in my body to return to the state of an ordinary person. It seems that it's very difficult for ordinary people to disperse their own cultivation. If they don't know how to reverse the flow of spiritual energy, they won't be able to complete the process. Fortunately, Lu Chen's spiritual energy had reached the level of spiritual energy manipulation, so he could completely reverse the flow of spiritual energy. Lu Chen checked his storage ring again. Currently, 150 storage rings were filled with spirit cores, totaling 15 million spirit cores and beast cores. There were beast cores from the mutated humans and beast cores, but he didn't know if there were enough. In the armistice agreement, the humans had asked for beast cores from the mutated humans. Lu Chen had already inquired about this. both humans and mutated humans could absorb beast cores, but the absorption rate was relatively low, so it was better to directly absorb beast cores from the mutated humans or humans. Perhaps the legends about the origins of humans and mutated humans were only legends after all. What really determined this was the special laws of this world. There was no time to think so much now. Lu Chen entered a state of cultivation, but he wasn't increasing his spiritual energy. Instead, he was forcing the spiritual energy out of his body. A month later, Lu Chen completed the process of dispersing his cultivation. At this time, his physical strength was only equivalent to that of an ordinary person, not even a martial warrior. I've become an ordinary person again. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile. Currently, Lu Chen was at his weakest. At this time, if any beast discovered this cave and moved the boulder away, Lu Chen wouldn't be able to resist at all. Lu Chen didn't have time to rest. He hurriedly started cultivating again. 1-star martial artist, 2-star martial artist. Lu Chen spent 1.5 months to break through to 1-star martial artist. This speed was many times faster than ordinary people, but to Lu Chen it was too slow. After obtaining the spirit nucleus, Lu Chen immediately began to take out the spirit nucleus of the mutants. He started to fuse the spirit nucleus from weak to strong. 1 core, 10 cores, 100 cores. Most people could only absorb 30% to 40% of the cores, but Lu Chen could absorb about 80% of the cores. However, every time he absorbed a spirit core, Lu Chen would need to cultivate for a period of time to digest the spirit core. The higher the grade of the spirit core, the longer it would take to digest it. Lu Chen's level was like an airplane, rising crazily. Martial artist, martial master, martial general. Half a year later, Lu Chen had reached the divine martial realm. Now, Lu Chen's highest spirit core was only at the divine martial realm. To break through to the sky martial realm, Lu Chen had to rely on himself to cultivate. Lu Chen entered the Anatta and Spirit Chi microscopic state and used the Divine Devil Origin Sutra to absorb Spirit Chi. 2 years later, he broke through to the Sky Martial Realm. Another 2 years and 3 months later, he reached the peak of the Sky Martial Realm. After returning to the peak of the Sky Martial Realm, Lu Chen calculated the time. This time, Lu Chen used about 5 years to cultivate again. No, this speed is too slow. Lu Chen frowned. It's too difficult to complete the 100 revolutions human king in 100 years. However, Lu Chen didn't have any other choice. I didn't have any experience the first time. Let's see if I can be faster next time. Also, after reaching the martial artist realm, use more spirit cores. After saying that, Lu Chen began to disperse his cultivation for the second time. This time, Lu Chen used half the time as compared to before. He completed it in 20 days. The time taken to go from martial artist to martial artist was slightly reduced, and he completed it in a month. And after reaching the Sky Martial Realm, Lu Chen merged with more spirit cores and broke through to the God Martial Realm in 4 months. The most important thing was that Lu Chen took 4 years and 3 months to go from the God Martial Realm to the peak of the Sky Martial Realm, which took up a lot of time. But this time, Lu Chen merged with a large number of spirit cores and beast cores and reached the peak of the Sky Martial Realm in 3 years. After returning to the peak of the Human King Realm, Lu Chen felt slightly more relaxed. This time, it only took 3.5 years, which is 1.5 years faster than the first time. It's just that the consumption of spirit cores is a bit high. I used 3 million spirit cores. I have to go out and find some more beast cores to replace them, and find some food while I'm at it. Half a year later, Lu Chen replenished a large number of beast cores. The level of the wild beasts here was very high. The total amount of spirit chi, they contained was more than all the spirit cores in Lu Chen's hands combined. The absorption rate of the beast cores is 50%. If I can absorb 100%, my cultivation speed will be even faster. In the process of absorbing the beast cores, Lu Chen discovered that as long as he could quickly circulate his spirit qi and synchronize it with the spirit qi in the beast cores, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. This time, Lu Chen planned to spend more effort on increasing the efficiency of the beast cores. Lu Chen used only 15 days to disperse his cultivation for the third time. From martial warrior to martial warrior, it took 23 days. From martial warrior to divine martial realm, it took 3 months. Most importantly, when Lu Chen reached the peak of the sky martial realm from the divine martial realm, he focused 120% when absorbing each beast core, increasing the overall absorption rate to 60%. Furthermore, this time, Lu Chen did not seek to conserve spirit cores at all. He only sought speed. He merged with the spirit cores crazily and reached the peak of the human king realm in 2 years. Ha 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 ha. 2 years and 4 months. Another year passed. However, the consumption of beast cores is too fast. This time, I have to hunt more wild beasts, especially high-grade wild beasts. Half a year later, Lu Chen returned from hunting and dispersed his cultivation again. Lu Chen only used 2 years to reach the peak of the human king realm in 4th transformation. 5th transformation, 1 year and 7 months. 6th transformation, 1 year and 3 months. 7th transformation, 1 year and 2 months. Including the hunting time, it still takes less than 2 years to cultivate once. Lu Chen's brows furrowed. Speaking of which, Lu Chen had dispersed his cultivation time and time again, releasing a huge amount of spirit qi that had filled the 1,000-mile mountain range. Unknowingly, the spirit qi density here had increased by a lot. Even the surrounding wild beasts had migrated here, including some powerful wild beasts. This allowed Lu Chen to not have to worry about finding wild beasts. There's no need to worry about the beast cores. I'm hunting according to Little Green's sustainable development strategy. I still need to increase the efficiency of the beast cores. Now, I can merge 80% of the beast core's spirit qi. If I can increase it by another 10%, it should take less than a year. Time passed by as Lu Chen cultivated, dispersed his cultivation, cultivated, and dispersed his cultivation. After improving his cultivation method time and time again, Lu Chen only took a year to reach the 9th transformation. However, Lu Chen not only used more beast cores to reach the 10th transformation, but it also took him 2 years to complete it. After completing the 10th transformation, Lu Chen hurriedly checked his spirit core. His spirit core's spirit qi was purer and more concentrated than when he was at the 9th transformation, at least twice as much. Moreover, his physical body seemed to be different from when he was at the peak of the human king realm. According to the attributes, my 10th transformation physical body should be more than 3 times stronger than before. Lu Chen frowned. What was going on? Could it be that I really need to reach the human king realm to break through to the human king realm? Lu Chen's eyes widened. When he cultivated to the 10th transformation, he finally saw hope. Chapter 1391. Lu Chen began to focus on hunting level 9 wild beasts. The beast cores of these wild beasts were worth hundreds of thousands of low-level beast cores. Most importantly, he could save hunting time this way. There are still 58 years to complete the 90 revolutions. Lu Chen felt terrified just thinking about it. Just as Lu Chen was racing against time, the Wuji continent was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. For some reason, the number of wild beasts in the wilderness had decreased sharply. Although the variant human race had been forced to live at the border due to Lu Chen's crazy hunting of wild beasts, they discovered that the wilderness was becoming more and more suitable for their survival. The only problem was that the annual tribute of beast cores could no longer be guaranteed. After negotiating with the human race, the variant human race explained the reason and requested to change the payment of beast cores to food and other supplies. The human race had no choice but to be wary of Lu Chen's existence. Moreover, the two races had not been at war for decades, so the need for martial artists was not as urgent as before. In the end, after several twists and turns, they reluctantly agreed to the variant human race's request. On the other hand, due to Lu Chen's male identity, the status of the human race and the variant human race's men suddenly increased greatly. Men's cultivation had become the norm. After the men obtained the opportunity to cultivate, their status rose further with the appearance of experts. The worldview of women being superior to men was quietly changing. Unfortunately, Lu Chen did not know any of this. His mind was now filled with cultivation. Now, Lu Chen could already increase the utilization rate of beast cores to more than 95%. Repeated cultivation made it easier for him to cultivate spiritual power. The spiritual power provided by a large number of high-level beast cores also helped him save a lot of time. In addition, as the number of times he dissipated his cultivation increased, the abundance of spiritual power in the cave became more and more terrifying. Now, Lu Chen's cultivation time from an ordinary person to the peak of the sky martial arts realm was controlled at 7 months. Plus a month of hunting, the first job transition time was about 8 months. And every 10 cultivation time was about half a year more than the normal cultivation time. If others knew that he had reached the peak of the sky martial arts realm in 8 months, they would probably not believe it. However, Lu Chen's time was still increasing by a small margin. The reason why it could only increase by a small margin was that Lu Chen's current cultivation speed and time arrangement were already close to the limit. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, there was only 1.5 years left before Lu Chen's 100-year limit in this life. As for Lu Chen, he had already completed 99 revolutions of Human King. At this moment, his spiritual power reserves and physical strength were more than 100 times that of an ordinary human king. A month later, Lu Chen finished his last hunt. He stored up the beast cores, dispersed his cultivation, and resumed his cultivation. Lu Chen didn't know how long the 100th transfer would take. He didn't dare to be careless and cultivated madly. 1 year and 4 months later, Lu Chen finally completed 100 cycles of peak sovereign personage in one lifetime. After completing the 100th revolution, Lu Chen's spirit core was twice as large as before. The spiritual energy was extremely dense, and under the ultra-high compression, it actually formed a liquid substance. Lu Chen was shocked. He was able to manipulate spiritual energy, but that didn't mean that spiritual energy was real. But at this moment, what was flowing in his spirit core was liquid spiritual energy. With every bit of liquid spiritual energy that flowed through his blood vessels, Lu Chen could feel the incomparably powerful spiritual energy. His entire body, every inch of skin, blood vessels, internal organs, and bones were being nourished by this brand new spiritual energy. This is retempering the body. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Tempering the body was something that only happened when breaking through a major realm. After the fine impurities in his body were forced out, Lu Chen only felt refreshed. His body had never felt so comfortable before. With every movement, it was as if this body had inexhaustible strength. Even his height had grown a little taller. And Lu Chen looked at his spirit core again. At this moment, there were rune-like patterns on his spirit core. Traces of liquid spiritual energy flowed along these runes. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the huge rock blocking the exit, and directly struck out with his palm. In an instant, among the thousands of miles of mountains, an overbearing spiritual energy beam directly crushed the huge rock into powder and shot out. The mountain in front of him was directly penetrated by the spiritual energy, leaving only a palm print that stretched for thousands of miles. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Looking at the straight passage that he had created with his own hands, he was shocked. I have broken through to the human sovereign realm. At this moment, Lu Chen's mind buzzed, followed by a deep and solemn voice. After 100 reincarnations, you have finally become the supreme human sovereign. With a mortal body, you can break through the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Chen hurriedly asked, "Who are you?" "I am the remnant soul of the primitive deity. The 6 paths of illusory realm is the product of the 6 paths. I obtained it by chance." Lu Chen's mind turned rapidly. "The 6 paths of illusory realm? You mean the 10,000 spirits ancient realm." This is what the 10,000 spirits clan said. "When I died, I did leave the 6 paths of illusory realm to the 10,000 spirits clan. The 10,000 spirits clan does not like fighting and focuses on martial arts. They are the most suitable candidates." "Lu Chen, I have waited here for 50,000 years, and no one has been able to break through the mirror realm." "You said 50,000 years." Lu Chen was shocked. When he was in the Jiutian, the most he had heard was what happened thousands of years ago. But this primitive deity had said 50,000 years. What was the world like 50,000 years ago? At that time, there was already someone who could control the incredible space of the 6 paths of illusory realm. Yes, 50,000 years. I had already given up hope. 100 reincarnations is ever-changing. In 100 reincarnations, there are even some that cannot be cultivated at all. Therefore, even if a celestial prime comes, it is impossible to reach the human sovereign realm every time. The only way is to complete a few rounds of cultivation in a certain lifetime and become a human sovereign. However, the celestials would never think that there are levels above the human sovereign realm. Only you have thought of this. And you achieved 100 rounds of the human sovereign realm in a lifetime. It seems that I was right to choose you back then." Lu Chen took a deep breath. Good heavens, he had encountered the mirror realm from the beginning. It was not that he was unlucky, but that he had been secretly arranged by someone. "Big brother, it's fine if you don't tell me anything else. Next time, when you have chosen someone, can you please inform me?" Lu Chen said helplessly. "Ha ha ha. Lu Chen, if I had informed you, how could you have comprehended the perfect spear intent here? How could you have experienced the human world? How could you have endured hardships for 3 lifetimes? How could you have seen the light at the end of the tunnel? Boy, those who have great opportunities must have great perseverance and great wisdom." At this moment, Lu Chen really felt like he had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. He had finally broken through the mirror realm. In a good mood, Lu Chen asked, "Senior, with all due respect, is this 6 paths of illusory realm really useful? Those immortals have already opened the immortal path. There should be no need to open the human sovereign realm. Lu Chen, do you know that there are stronger levels above Immortal Prime? Although I have not heard of it, there are already Immortal Prime existences in the Jotian 7th heavenly layer. I think there must be stronger existences above Immortal Prime." That's right. The martial Tao is limitless. Immortals can only get rid of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but they have not climbed to the peak of the martial Tao. Since they have not reached the peak, why don't they need to improve their strength? Lu Chun was a little stunned. These words did make sense. Lu Chun, in your opinion, people in the seventh heavenly layer are already immortals. They are incomparably powerful. But in my opinion, Immortal Prime, they are just ants. Lu Chun took a deep breath. This guy was really arrogant. It was not easy to meet an expert who was not hostile to him. Lu Chun naturally had to seize the time to ask more questions. Gods and Buddhas. Are you part of the Jiuqian? Which heavenly layer? Are you in the Jiuqian? Do you know about the celestial demons? Oh, and the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the celestial demons? Lu Chun, did you forget what I told you just now? Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Everything depends on you. Lu Chun sighed. If you don't know, just say it. There are so many oracles and heavenly masters, but they still reveal heaven's secrets every day. Then have their prophecies about you ever come true? Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. According to the divination of the oracles, and heavenly masters, he should have died countless times. But now he was still alive and kicking. The voice of the gods and Buddhas sounded again. Lu Chun, the war of the 10,000 races, has ended. The human race has been defeated. The 10 immortal primes have died in battle. The human race's 10,000 realms are about to be invaded by the 10,000 races. Lu Chun suddenly froze and said in a trembling voice, This has already ended? No, this can't be true. That's right. You won't be able to catch up every time. But Lu Chun, if fate wills it, we may meet again. Let me give you a parting sentence. Fate can only control the weak. The rules are set for the weak. What is heaven defying? It is to subvert everything and control everything. If you are strong, go and change the fate of the human race. As soon as the gods and Buddhas finished speaking, Lu Chun felt dizzy. Chapter 1392. When Lu Chun opened his eyes, he was already standing in front of the ancient temple. Seeing the whirlpool-shaped entrance, Lu Chun could not help but have mixed feelings. Once again returning to the Jiuqian, returning to reality, Lu Chun closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. From the youth who bore a blood feud in the Tianyuan continent, to the Wolf King, who sought survival alone in the unknown jungle, to an ordinary descendant of the Lu family in a world where women were superior to men. He had seen all kinds of people, experienced all kinds of things in the world, experienced life and death, and experienced love and hate. Now, there was only one word to describe Lu Chun's current feelings. It felt like a lifetime ago. Lu Chun lowered his head and glanced at his badge. 1-star Barbarian Emperor variant. Lu Chun was prepared for the Barbarian Emperor, but when he saw the word variant, Lu Chun's fighting spirit, which had just been ignited, was instantly extinguished. What the hell was a variant? Speaking of which, regardless of whether anyone could do it or not, in theory, if an ordinary human king could complete 100 cycles in the 6 paths illusory realm, they could also break through to the human sovereign realm. But the problem was that Lu Chun was not an ordinary human king before. He was an 18-star human king. Perhaps this was where the variant came from. Lu Chun immediately thought of the long list of titles he had in the past. He thought he had gotten rid of them, but he did not expect that he still had more titles than others after reaching the human sovereign realm. At this moment, a figure suddenly shot toward Lu Chun. Immortal technique, extreme frost backstab. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, and the water vapor in the air directly condensed. If an ordinary person was affected by this extreme frost backstab, the extreme cold alone would be enough to freeze their blood. Even an immortal's mobility would be greatly reduced. A cold light had already shot toward the back of Lu Chun's neck. At this moment, Lu Chen turned around. As he turned around, he raised 2 fingers and clamped down on the blade of a dagger. Lu Chen looked coldly at the person who had ambushed him. "Take me out of here." Gu Ying's eyes widened. In the past few years, his power had increased greatly, and his ice attribute had doubled. The last time he fought with Lu Chen, he had used cold light backstab. This time, he had finally mastered the next level of extreme cold backstab. In the end, Lu Chen caught his attack with 2 fingers? What exactly did this guy go through? Was this really the Mirror Realm? But how did he get out? However, Guing knew what Lu Chen was thinking at this moment. He also dismissed the idea of sparring with Lu Chen or asking for more details. "Fortunately, I came over to take a look. Let's go and see the immortal sovereign first." After saying that, Gu Ying used the teleportation talisman and brought Lu Chen back to the Saint Martial Immortal's abode. "Senior Immortal, Lone Quang really came out." Gu Ying excitedly ran over to report. Not long after, Saint Martial Venerable quickly walked out of the cultivation room. "Did you really encounter the Mirror Realm?" Lu Chen nodded. "Senior Immortal, what's the current situation of the human race?" Lu Chen asked anxiously. Saint Martial Venerable sighed. "The war of the myriad races ended a month ago. Even if the human race still has Pangu, whose strength is not bad, he alone can't resist the myriad race's immortal sovereigns. Now, all the immortals in the human race's immortal realm are urgently evacuating. If the human race is destroyed, the immortal realm will bear the brunt. In the future, it will be divided by the myriad races. Occasionally, there will be some immortals left, but they will either be killed or enslaved. Therefore, in this case, most of the immortals will either go to some abandoned planets to live or return to their own planets to help resist the myriad race's army. The number of people left in the immortal realm is less than 1 in 1,000. Now, the coordinates of all the planets in the human race's territory have been exposed. The various races are preparing to destroy them one by one. They should start taking action in the next few days." Lu Chen clenched his fists. Sure enough, he was still 1 step too late. "Saint Martial Venerable, I must go back," Lu Chen said, hurriedly turned around, and was about to leave. "Lu Chen," Saint Martial Venerable suddenly called out to him. "Now that the overall situation has been determined, I'm afraid there is no way to reverse the situation. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay here. I can't put the myriad races in danger for the sake of the human race, but at least I can take you in. It can also be considered as an explanation to my deceased mother." Lu Chen looked back and said lightly, "Thank you, Venerable, but I appreciate your kindness, but I can't leave my compatriots behind." Saint Martial Venerable sighed. Lu Chen's departure this time was very likely not to return. After pondering for a moment, Saint Martial Venerable took out a talisman paper that glowed with colorful light. "Lu Chen, this is my myriad world voice transmitting talisman, which can pass through the myriad worlds. I hope you have a chance to use it. Guing, take the visiting order and send Lu Chen to the immortal realm of the human race." Lu Chen took the voice transmitting talisman and nodded heavily. "Thank you, Venerable. If Lu Chen has a chance to return, I will definitely drink with Venerable. Guing said, "When the time comes, call me. Brother Du Quang, I will take you away." After teleporting to the border of the myriad race's immortal realm, Lu Chen directly summoned Ten-Winged and the two-headed straight for the immortal realm of the human race. On the dragon's back, Guing had many questions in his heart, but when he saw Lu Chen holding the dragon's horn and looking in the direction of the immortal realm of the human race, he felt that it was not appropriate to ask too many questions now. He admired Lu Chen very much, but what made him feel helpless was that he was sending Lu Chen to the bottomless abyss. It was very likely that This would be the last time they would be together. So those questions were no longer that important. Du Quang, that venerable, also didn't expect you to stay in the myriad spirits' ancient realm for more than 5 years. Actually, venerable also had his difficulties. If he was alone, he would have done it himself. Lu Qin turned to look at Guiying, who seemed to be helping Venerable Saint Marshal Venerable explain. Guiying, I am already very grateful that Venerable allowed me to go to the myriad spirits' ancient realm. With his current status, he also has to take care of the myriad spirits' ancient realm. So I can understand. AI, you really don't want to consider staying in the myriad spirits' ancient realm? Don't blame me for being direct. I don't know if you open the immortal path in the myriad spirits' ancient realm, but even if your strength is comparable to venerable, what can you do alone? Now, no one can save the human race. Lu Chen looked into the distance. Guiying, that is my home, my compatriots, my family. That is what I must protect. Guiying sighed as expected. He could not persuade Lu Chen. Oh, right. Guiying, do you know where Little Beast and the rest are? Guiying said they should be waiting for you in your immortal spirit grotto heaven. Lu Chen nodded. These fellows had been training on the Divine Beast Island for 3 years. He wondered if they had made any progress. 2 days later, the two arrived at the human race's immortal domain. The mountains and rivers remained unchanged, but the human race's immortal domain had long been a facade. From time to time, they could see people from other races entering the human race's immortal domain as they wished. Now, the human race's immortal domain no longer had a defensive array, allowing people to enter and exit. Guiying, this is my voice transmission talisman. If I can help, I will not refuse. Guiying also gave Lu Chen a voice transmission talisman. Lu Chen took the voice transmission talisman and looked at Guiying. Even if they were not of the same race, a true friend who could lend a helping hand in times of crisis. Kid, venerable, I, Huang Ting, and Lien Hua have made an appointment with you. We will wait for your return, and next time we will fight 300 rounds. Guiying heavily slapped Lu Chen's shoulder. Lu Chen's voice was somewhat choked. All right. Chapter 1393. After reaching the human immortal domain, Gu Ying returned to the 10,000 spirits immortal domain. Lu Chen used the teleportation talisman to return to the immortal spirit grotto heaven. Upon returning, Lu Chen discovered that there were hundreds of loose immortals, true immortals, and even Sengoku. They had built a simple residence outside the immortal spirit grotto heaven. Many of them were busy in the fields and herb gardens in front of the grotto heaven. They were not surprised to see Lu Chen. It was as if they were used to seeing him and continued to do their own things. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen suspected that he had gone to the wrong place. Even if there were dozens of loose immortals in the herb garden, there shouldn't be so many people. Moreover, these true immortals and Sengoku were all working. At this moment, someone walked out of the heavenly abode. That person looked up and saw Lu Chen standing to the side. Gu Yan's eyes widened. He was stunned on the spot. He even forgot what he was supposed to do. You stinking brat, you're finally back. Uncle Gu Yan. Lu Chen quickly walked over. Who are these people? Gu Yan said, they came to seek refuge with us. It's a long story. Hurry up and go in. Everyone is waiting for you. Gu Yan pulled Lu Chen into the grotto heaven. Lu Chen knew all the people living in the grotto heaven. Li Shang, Jin Luan, and Zhou, Linglong, Yifan, Mulong, Fengwu, Little Beast, Furball, Dean. Suddenly, a cry came from the farthest cultivation room. Lu Chen looked for the source of the sound and saw 3 figures running towards him. Chu Tian, Xiao Zhan, and Black Armor King? Black Armor King was in the front. He pounced over, and his huge body almost knocked Lu Chen down. Senior brother Black Armor King, can you move aside? I don't even have a place to hug. Xiao Zhan said with disdain. Lu Chen's head was full of questions. Chu Tian and Xiao Zhan might have come here when he entered the Six Paths illusory realm, but the question was, how did the mysterious Armor King come here? Could it be that he was still in the Six Paths illusory realm? What's going on? Who can explain this to me? Lu Chen struggled to push away the Black Armor King, who was hugging him. Chu Tian said, Dean, oh, no, Master, it's like this. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao Zhan and I transcended our tribulations 2 years ago. Senior Marshal Brother Wang broke through a year after us, which is half a year ago. As soon as we came to the human immortal realm, we heard about the war of the 10,000 races. This matter concerns the survival of the entire human race. We wanted to find you and Junior Brother Yi Fan first, but we ended up here. Lu Chen nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Wait, Black Armor King, why are you undergoing your tribulation? You're not Wu Xian. Skyfall's cultivation is fast. Black Armor King chuckled, his small eyes revealing a confident light. Master, ever since I started managing the finances of the God and Devil Academy, I have been focusing on management. While earning wealth for the Academy, I have also earned a little. Then I have been buying and buying. After I had some treasures in my hands, I began to exchange with others. Elixirs, high-level cultivation methods, mental cultivation methods. I firmly believe that there are no treasures that can't be sold at the right price. Xiao Zhan said, Master, Senior Marshal Brother Wang is simply a business genius. He founded the Xianli Auction House and the Xianli Gambling House. In 3 years, he opened more than 700 continents. His personal wealth is already incalculable. Lu Chen was completely stunned. It could actually be like this. Yi Fan had been listening to this story attentively. He had already heard this story dozens of times, but each time he seemed to gain something new. Senior Marshal Brother Wang, can you tell me in detail how you manage the finances? Why can't I save enough money? Mu Long was also listening very carefully. There was no harm in having one more skill. Black Armor King patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Yi Fan, let me think. If it's you, forget it. You'd better not touch money. Seeing so many people, Lu Chen's anxious mood eased a little. At least everyone was safe. However, when he thought of the invasion of the 10,000 races, Lu Chen's mood became nervous. By the way, how is your world now? I thought you all went back to your own world. Mu Long said, we can't go out now. Ah, what do you mean? Lu Chen asked curiously. Lu Chen, Pangu, Immortal Sovereign, left something for you. Come and take a look. Everyone came to the largest low-level cultivation room. Mu Long took out a shadow stone and injected spirit energy into it, projecting an image. The image showed the back of Pangu, Immortal Sovereign. At the beginning, Pangu, Immortal Sovereign, turned around. Pangu, Immortal Sovereign's appearance was nothing special. He was just younger than Lu Chen had imagined, only in his 20s. Lu Chen, I've pooled together the rewards of the Death God token. It seems that the assets are not enough. In the image, Pangu, Immortal Sovereign, spoke. However, if the spirit tablets are not enough, I can give you other rewards. I've transferred the teleportation array of Pangu's Grotto Heaven to your cave abode. This way, you can return to your own world. The 10,000 races are already on their way to the human race's immortal realm. I know that I can't stop their iron hopes, but someone has to resist. I have no use for the treasures in Pangu's Grotto Heaven, so I'll give them all to you. These should be enough to repay your reward. As Pangu spoke, he did not forget to mutter, why do you have to fight so many battles? outside your cave abode. I've set up a heavenly Tao defense array. This array can hide your cave abode. Moreover, it can only be entered and not exited, so it can't be destroyed from the outside. As for why I set up this heavenly Tao defense array, it's because your friends, mainly your son, Little Beast, insisted on participating in the final battle for you. I thought about it. They haven't fully grown up yet. If they fall now, that would be the greatest loss. Besides, without a master, the battle strength of a battle pet is limited. For you, if they die in battle, your strength will be greatly reduced. That's why I trapped them. I know that if you can come back, you will definitely try to stop the 10,000 races and even challenge the immortal realm of the 10,000 races. However, impulsiveness is not the solution to the problem. If you can break the heavenly Tao defense array one day, that means that you have the ability to challenge the immortal realm of the 10,000 races. By the way, there's one thing I haven't told you. Actually, I'm also from Earth. My real name is Li Yuan. Although I don't have any relatives on Earth, it's still my hometown. Therefore, I beg you to protect Earth. That's our common mother. Protect our people. That's our common compatriot. Leaving hope to you, this is the last thing I can do. Times have changed. I've created legends, but that's all in the past. Now, it's your turn. Lucian, if the 10,000 spirits ancient realm can't stop you, then tell the entire universe two things. Tell them how strong the human race is. Tell them that Earth will never be invaded. Pangu's image disappeared. It seemed that he was pressed for time. Lucian knew that he must have been preparing to participate in the immortal war of the 10,000 races. He knew that he would die in a decisive battle, but he went without hesitation. Chapter 1394. Lucian could not calm down for a long time. When he turned to look at Mulong, his eyes were already wet. Pangu the Immortal has fallen. Mulong's heart was filled with sorrow. The reason why the War of the 10,000 Tribes is called the Final Battle is because every celestial highness has to face endless challenges. It's a battle that has no chance of winning. Pangu Celestial Venerable fought against 37 Celestial Venerables from the 4 races and was eventually killed by Hong Yu Celestial Venerable from the Mystic Spirit race. The Tiger King told me that on that day, the 9 immortal lords fell one after another, and only immortal Lord Pangu was left. Facing 100,000 immortal venerables, immortal Venerable Pangu fought to the last moment. Lucian could already imagine the scene in his mind. The 100,000 immortal venerables shamelessly took turns to fight the human race. The human race was already at a disadvantage, so the immortal venerables of the foreign races took turns to kill the 10 immortal venerables of the human race. Lucian clenched his fists tightly. His voice was so low that it was somewhat terrifying. Pangu, the Immortal, also came from Earth? I've never heard of him before, but when the Celestial Sovereign came to set up the Heavenly Tao Defense Array, he mentioned his past to me. He was originally from Earth, but he went to another planet by accident. He entered Jiutian from that world, so he could only get the coordinates of that world. Mulong said, he said that he wanted to wait for you to come back and tell you all this, but he didn't expect you to be trapped in the myriad races' ancient realm. Compared to Earth, the people he needs to protect are all in his world. Earth will eventually need someone from Earth to protect it, and you are the person who can protect Earth. Lucian took a deep breath. It was a pity that he couldn't have a good chat with Pangu. Taking a deep breath, Lucian turned to face the crowd. How is your world now? Ling Long hesitated for a moment and said, they haven't been attacked yet. As far as I know, after the myriad races' immortal war, the winner will first divide the planets of the human race's world. The mystic spirit race obtained the greatest merit in this war. The mystic spirit race will also be given a choice. They will symbolically choose a planet to attack as a sacrifice for the army of the myriad races. After that, the army of the myriad races will sweep through the human world. A cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The mystic spirit race. They might attack Earth first. Everyone knew that Qianji, who had contributed the most to the War of the Races, would definitely recommend Lu Chen's world, Earth. However, Lu Chen wasn't sure if Qianji could convince the mystic spirit race to attack Earth first. Lu Chen nodded. Can you teleport to your own world? Sure. Lu Chen thought about it and said, I can't guarantee whether Earth will be the first choice of the army of the 10,000 races. However, there are tens of thousands of human worlds. We can only rely on luck now. Let those people outside come in as well. Other than Earth's loose immortals, everyone else return to their own worlds. Once they discover the army of the 10,000 races in their worlds, immediately come back and tell Li Shang and the others. Uncle Li Shang, when you get the news, come to Earth and tell me immediately. Mu Long frowned. Lu Chen, what do you mean by this arrangement? Could it be that you want to fight against the army of the myriad realms by yourself? You have to calm down. Especially at times like this, you can't be rash. Yi Fan had a different idea. He looked at his master strangely. Master, what level are you now? Why do I feel that you give off a different vibe when you come back this time? Lu Chen thought for a while and dispersed the spirit energy mist on his badge. Everyone looked at Lu Chen's badge. Jiu, Xiaozhan, Mulong, and the others read the words on it in unison. 1-star savage human emperor, mutated? What the hell is mutated? Why does it feel like a beast tamer catching a baby? Yeah, mutated divine beasts are indeed the first choice of beast tamers. However, why is Master a mutated one? That's not right. Master is the little beast's father, and the little beast is a battle pet. Therefore, Master can also become a battle pet. It's just that he's stronger, so ordinary people can't catch him. However, he's still a battle pet, and a mutated one at that. Lu Chen only felt that the group of people looked at him differently. A few of them, who knew how to tame beasts, even wanted to attack him. Yi Fan was silent for a long time. After thinking carefully, he suddenly said, Master, no wonder you're so strong. So you're a divine beast. All of you, can you not focus on the word mutated? Lu Chen held his forehead. As expected, Xiaozhan, Chu Tian, Yi Fan, as well as the mysterious Armor King, with these four together, the group of people was led astray. Finally, Mulong understood. He exclaimed, Lu Chen, you're now human emperor? What realm is human emperor? Finally, there was a normal person. Lu Chen said, the king of the 100 worlds is the human emperor. There was no time to explain. Lu Chen said, time is of the essence now. Let's quickly arrange things. Okay. When it came to serious matters, everyone moved quickly and went to inform the immortals outside. Lu Chen called Little Beast, Little Beast, take me to see Rhubarb. In the war pet training room, Rhubarb was still sleeping. Dad, Big Yellow's 9 revolutions golden crow mirror has changed 8 times from 9 revolutions to 1 revolution, and then from 1 revolution to 9 revolutions, the little beast said. Lu Chen squatted down to check Rhubarb's condition. This guy's vital signs were normal. When he felt someone touching him, he changed his posture comfortably. After coming out of the 6 Paths illusory realm, Lu Chen guessed that Rhubarb should also be undergoing some kind of cultivation. Rhubarb, I just wanted you to wake up earlier, but I didn't think about what you're going through. Rhubarb, don't worry about your cultivation. Then Lu Chen stood up and looked at Little Beast, Fluffy, and Originator. How's your strength during the 3 years on the Divine Beast Island? Little Beast patted his chest and said, Dad, don't worry, we won't hold you back. Lu Chen smiled. Oh, so powerful? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lu Chen raised his hand, and Fluffy jumped into his palm. Roar. Originator didn't want to be outdone and roared, its voice more vigorous than before. Lu Chen nodded and said seriously, Okay, then this time you'll fight side by side with me. Half a day later, everyone had finished the task Lu Chen assigned to them. More than 700 true immortals and loose immortals were teleported back to their own worlds. Li Shang, Jin Luan, and Gu Yan stayed behind as contacts. Ling Long, Mu Long, Feng Wu, and the others also returned to their own worlds. The entire immortal spirit wonderland was suddenly deserted, as if it had become a lot colder. At night, Jiu went to Lu Chen's room and saw that Lu Chen was talking to a voice transmission talisman. After waiting patiently for him to finish, she asked, Who are you talking to? I've never seen that voice transmission talisman before. I'm talking to the celestial prime of the myriad spirit race, asking them to inform the mystic spirit race that I've come out of the mirror realm as soon as possible. Jiu frowned. Are you trying to persuade Qianji and the others to choose Earth as the sacrificial planet? Once the mystic spirit race knew that Lu Chen had come out of the myriad spirit ancient realm, Qianji would definitely recommend Earth to the mystic spirit race. Based on that guy's calculations, the probability of them attacking Earth would be greatly increased. Lu Chen sighed helplessly. There are so many worlds in the human world. If I don't meet the myriad spirit race's army, I don't know how many planets will be destroyed. So, I can only lead them to Earth. I know it's dangerous for Earth, but I don't have a better way. But I'll protect Earth. If I lose... No, I can't lose. Earth can't be destroyed. And I'll protect your world. I can't lose. Lu Chen's words sounded like he was expressing his inner conflict. Jiu looked at Lu Chen with a pained expression. Only he could understand how terrifying the burden on his shoulders was. Seeing that Lu Chen was still mumbling, Jiu suddenly walked up to Lu Chen. She tiptoed and kissed Lu Chen's lips. Chapter 1395. Lu Chen's brain suddenly froze at this moment. This was the first time Lu Chen had intimate contact with a girl in reality. After roaming the pugilistic world for hundreds of years, Lu Chen finally had his first kiss. After the kiss, Jiu blushed and looked shyly at Lu Chen with pursed lips. Lu Chen swallowed his saliva. Jiu, you, Brother Lu Chen, you're making my heart ache. Jiu's voice was very soft. You've shouldered too much along the way. Brother Lu Chen, I'm going back. You must survive. We must all survive. Jiu's eyes were moist. After saying that, she turned and left Lu Chen's room. Lu Chen did not react for a long time. After a while, Lu Chen regretted not leaving Jiu behind. She's leaving just like that. Lu Chen sighed. I thought we could have a deeper interaction. Just as Lu Chen was feeling regretful, the little beast pushed open the door and entered. It shouted at the top of its voice, Dad, we're ready. I'm going to see my brother. Lu Chen broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, nothing happened between him and Jiu just now. Otherwise, little beast would have seen it. Dad, I don't feel at ease leaving Rhubarb here alone. Why don't we bring him along? Lu Chen shook his head. I've tried this heavenly Tao defense array before, but I'm still unable to break it. This means that even a venerable immortal would be trapped here. They won't enter rashly. Lu Chen had naturally considered this problem. He continued, Rhubarb is very comfortable in the cultivation room. This means that this environment is helpful for his cultivation. If we move midway, his cultivation might go to waste. I've already told Uncle Li Shang to let Jean accompany Rhubarb. If there's any danger, she'll bring Rhubarb back to Earth immediately. Little Beast nodded. All right then. Dad, when are we leaving? Lu Chen did not know either, and he said, let's wait for another day. Mu Long said that he would be able to repair my Earth Guard soon. Dad, is the Guardian of Earth powerful? I haven't seen you use it yet. Lu Chen smiled. It's all right. This time, Pangu left behind a large amount of resources. Mu Long said that there were a few cores of the Earth. Not only can they repair the Earthen Guardians, but they can also strengthen them. I wonder how effective they will be. I'll go to the cultivation room first. Call me if you need anything. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he went to the cultivation room. Lu Chen checked all the equipment on his body. Since Yi Fuqian had ascended to the Renhuang Plain, he had to retrieve all of his equipment and techniques again. Fortunately, Pangu had left behind more than 10 million spirit tablets, and Lu Chen had already taken all his equipment and cultivation techniques. In this ancient realm, Lu Chen was practicing spear intent. After all, he already had a cultivation technique that he could cultivate. The fourth level of the God-slaying spear is called Endless Daybreak. Now that my spear intent has reached the great success stage, I'll give it a try. Lu Chen's mind moved, and the God-slaying spear turned into an afterimage. In an instant, the entire cultivation room suddenly erupted with spiritual power. In the dimly lit room, a white light suddenly appeared, as bright as day. Although it was just a spear test, the cultivation room, which was specially used for cultivation, was directly shattered. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He expected that he would not need much time to cultivate Endless Daybreak, but he did not expect that he would succeed on his first try and even destroy the cultivation room. There was only one cultivation room here. A figure rushed out of the cultivation room. When he saw Lu Chen standing there with a dumbfounded expression, he glared at Lu Chen. Do you want us to sleep on the streets in the future? Mu Long glared at Lu Chen fiercely. Lu Chen blinked. I didn't do it on purpose. Like hell I'll believe you. Let me tell you, if you want the Earth Guardian, you better be honest and don't disturb me. After saying that, Mu Long went back to help Lu Chen refine the Earth puppet. Lu Chen shook his head. It seemed that he would not cultivate the cultivation method. He would go to the cultivation room to consolidate his realm. One day later, Earth, Jiangcheng, Huaxia country. Lu Chen was walking on the bustling commercial street with a young man. It was unknown whether the Seventh Heavens teleportation array was unable to perfectly connect with Lu Chen's landing capsule, or whether it was the Pangu Celestial's teleportation array that caused Lu Chen to appear on the streets of Jiangcheng after teleporting. Fortunately, there were many pedestrians around. However, if they did not deliberately pay attention, they would not notice when there were two more people around them. Now, Lu Chen had long hair and was wearing a black and gold dragon robe. He did not fit in with the surrounding people. So did Little Beast. It was about 8 meters tall, and was wearing a white dragon robe with a black dragon on it. Little Originator had turned into a small furry ball. The two little guys stood on Lu Chen's shoulders and looked around curiously. Since Lu Chen went to the seventh heaven, he had not returned to Earth for nearly 8 years. If one counted the hundreds of years of space cultivation and the 3 reincarnations, it should be said that Lu Chen had not returned to Earth for hundreds of years. Dad, is this your hometown? It's actually a technological world. The little critter found everything new. It looked left and right as if it had never seen the world before. Follow me closely, Lu Chen said. When we have time, I'll take you to have fun. There are too many people here, and the space is too crowded. If I summon the 10 wings, I might hurt passers-by. I remember that it's not far away. Let's hurry up. The surrounding people were not too surprised to see the two's costumes. Now that Earth had been influenced by Jiuqian, it was common for people to wear Jiuqian costumes and keep Jiuqian costumes. The two beauties opposite them saw the little white mouse standing on Lu Chen's shoulders and could not help laughing. Look, that guy is putting his pet on his shoulder. The little guy is so cute. That tall man, why does he look so familiar? Yes, now that you mention it, I do feel like I've seen him somewhere, but I can't remember where. Because Lu Chen's appearance, height, and costume had been greatly changed, many people did not know that the man in front of them was the strongest man on Earth. Lu Chen suddenly heard the beauties mention Little Furry. Although Little Furry had followed Lu Chen for so many years and should not have any ideas about Earth, Lu Chen was still worried. He turned his head and said to Little Furry on his shoulder, "Little Furry, I don't need to say more. You can only eat what I give you." After walking for a while, Lu Chen scratched his head. Jiang City had changed too much, and he seemed to be a little lost. "Let's take a taxi," Lu Chen said, and then stopped a taxi. The driver drove in the front and looked at Little Furry in the back seat from time to time in the rearview mirror. "This mount is so soft. It's much more comfortable than the 10-winged dragon scale." Little Furry was excited. "Hey, young man, have you never been in a car before? If you continue, my car is going to fall apart." Lu Chen was also speechless. Forget it. He should have kept Little Furry in the beast pen. Not far ahead was a heavily guarded military base. The original villa area had now completely turned into a military zone. "You can only stop here. You can't go near the front." The driver said, "Please scan the payment code with your phone or scan your face." Lu Chen froze for a moment. He didn't know where his cell phone was. "Scan my face." Lu Chen scanned his face with the payment device. Beep, beep, verification successful. Huaxia officials have paid the fare on behalf of you. The driver did not hear clearly. What? Huaxia officials paid the fare on behalf of me? What does that mean? He hurriedly looked at the payment device. Verification result. Top secret. Not available. Jiuqian identity data. Top secret. Not available. Payment successful. Payer, Jiang City Finance Bureau. Chapter 1396. Seeing Lu Chen walk away, the driver suddenly slapped his thigh and woke up. "I know who he is. He's Mad God. He's back. Oh my God, I actually picked up Mad God." He had not been home for a long time. The soldiers at the door did not recognize Lu Chen, so Lu Chen could only ask Li Muhua to come out and pick him up. Li Muhua rushed over when he heard the news. When he saw Lu Chen, his eyes were already red. "Chen, you're finally back. Is this your friend?" Li Muhua looked at Little Beast. "My son." Lu Chen did not give him a chance to express his emotions. "Inform the Earth Alliance immediately that the myriad races are attacking. Tell them to be prepared." "What? The myriad races are attacking? What do you mean? Is this Jiuqian? Chen, are you muddle-headed? This is Earth." Lu Chen said anxiously, "You're the one who's confused. I'm talking about Earth." Li Muhua finally understood the seriousness of the situation. The myriad races were invading Earth. After figuring this out, Li Muhua rushed to the back like a madman. As he ran, he shouted, "Go home by yourself. Lu Yi and the children are at home. I'll report to the higher-ups." Lu Chen did not stop and went straight to his villa. From afar, he saw a woman watching two children play in the courtyard outside his villa. Lu Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Bei Xue had already grown into a big child. He should be 8 or 9 years old, but his height was already about 1.5 meters. The child that Bei Xue brought along was about 5 or 6 years old. His skin was snow white, and there was a faint shadow of himself when he was young. His big bright eyes were exactly the same as Mu Sheng's. At this moment, Lu Yi, who was taking care of the two children, seemed to have noticed something and looked over. She saw Lu Chen at a glance and slowly stood up involuntarily. Her expression was full of disbelief. "Brother," before Lu Chen could react, someone suddenly shouted from the side, "Auntie!" Then Little Beast rushed past Lu Chen and came to Lu Yi, saying excitedly. Lu Yi was stunned. "Auntie, you are—" Lu Chen walked over and shook his head helplessly. The originally warm reunion scene was ruined by the little critter. He is Little Beast. Didn't you guys meet him when he was in the 5th celestial layer? But he was still young at that time. Lu Chen said weakly, "This brat is growing up in a hurry." Lu Yi looked at Little Beast in shock. This fellow had already grown into an adult and was standing beside Lu Chen. No one would believe that they were father and son, but if they were brothers, it was more or less the same. In the past, when the little critter was still young, it didn't know anything and didn't know how to call people. Now that this fellow knew more and more things, it took the initiative to run over and call people. "Little Beast, you've already grown so big, and these two are my younger brothers, right? One is Xiaoyi, the other is Xiaoyao." Only then did Lu Yi remember, and hurriedly called the two children over. "Zhu Yi, look who's back. Yao Yao, quickly come over." Xiaoyi still had some impression of Lu Chen. When he saw Lu Chen, he excitedly came over. "Uncle." Lu Yao frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he decided to follow his older brother and call him uncle. "Uncle." Lu Yi and Lu Chen looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. This child was indeed smart, but unfortunately, he still called the wrong uncle. "Silly child, this isn't your uncle, this is your father." Lu Yi smiled and pinched Lu Yao's face. Lu Yao widened his eyes and looked at Lu Chen. "Father? But, Aunt, he doesn't look like the one in the photo." Me too, me too. I'm your older brother." Little Beast was afraid that he would be left out and hurriedly introduced himself. Lu Yi saw that Lu Yao was a little distant from this biological father and said a little embarrassedly, "Brother, this child is still young and has never seen you before. Please don't mind." Lu Chen obviously wouldn't mind. He squatted down and carefully looked at Lu Yao. This was his and Mu Sheng's son. "Lu Yao, I came back in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any gifts for you. Tell me what you want. I'll definitely bring it for you next time." I want. Mother." Lu Yao's words suddenly made Lu Chen's heart ache. Ever since he met Mu Sheng in the Immortal Ancestors' ruins, he didn't know how Mu Sheng was doing. It was a pity that he didn't have the time to look for Mu Sheng. Lu Chen took a deep breath and said, "All right, next time I'll bring your mother back with me. Dad, you talk business with Aunt, Little Furball, Little Yuan, and I will play with them." Lu Chen nodded. This time, he didn't come back to visit his family. "Brother, why did you come back this time? How many days are you staying?" "I'm basically at home every day to take care of the children. I can spend more time with you." Lu Chen was about to say something when Li Muhua drove an off-road vehicle and hurriedly stopped in front of Lu Chen's door. "Chen, quick, take your 10-winged flying dragon to the Pacific Earth Alliance headquarters. They'll convene the world's leaders for a meeting in an hour, and you'll be there." Lu Chen nodded and summoned the 10-winged flying dragon. A giant dragon floated in the air. Fortunately, they were all villas here. Otherwise, the surrounding buildings would definitely collapse. Lu Chen grabbed Li Muhua's wrist and said to Lu Yi, you can ask Little Beast directly. I'll go with Muhua first. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Chen directly jumped up and directly jumped on the back of the 10-winged flying dragon, with Li Muhua at the side. Bei Shui and Lu Yao looked at the giant dragon in the sky with eyes full of shock. Wow, Yao, that's your dad's mount. Isn't it cool? Lu Yao looked at the giant dragon and said faintly, my future mount must be cooler than my dad's. Lu Chen informed the Earth Alliance headquarters of the matter, and there was an uproar in the venue. 10,000 races are attacking, and they're all experts above the immortal realm. Won't we be unable to stop them? Why do they want to destroy the human race? The difference in strength is too great. Mad God, how likely is it that the 10,000 races will attack Earth first? Lu Chen said indifferently, I'm not sure either. But regardless of whether they attack Earth first or later, one thing is certain. They will never let Earth go. This, Mad God, then what do you think we should do now? Lu Chen said, I'm telling you this so that you can be prepared. You need to do two things. First, use all means to monitor the movements in space. If the enemy invades, try to find the enemy as soon as possible. Once you find the enemy, inform me immediately. Second, be fully prepared to deal with any unexpected events. The great wall of iron and blood looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Lu Chen, is there any meaning to what we do now? The world of science and technology is nothing in front of the world of martial arts. Moreover, as you said, the army of 10,000 races has countless true immortals, Sengoku, and even immortal lords. It would only take an instant for them to destroy Earth. Lu Chen snorted and said coldly, if they want to destroy Earth, they have to ask for my permission first. Chapter 1397. Earth, like thousands of human worlds, quickly entered a state of high alert. All the military weapons of the various countries were ready to go. All the people had tried their best to withdraw Jiutian goods. At the same time, under the leadership of the Earth Alliance, they were preparing to stockpile resources to resist this unprecedented invasion. Even if the invaders were at least itinerant immortals, no matter how strong the enemy was, the people's determination to protect Earth would not change. Lu Chen took Lu Yao, Bei Shui, Little Beast, Little Furball, and Little Yuan to look around the current river town. Little Furball and Little Yuan seemed to like Lu Yao and Bei Shui very much. They actually abandoned Lu Chen and let the two children carry them obediently. They were so obedient that Lu Chen did not even recognize them. Dad, I want to eat this. Little Beast pointed at the ice cream on the billboard. Lu Yao, Little E, do you want to eat it? Yes, it's just that Annie doesn't let me and Brother E eat too much. Lu Yao said. Lu Chen smiled and went to buy a few ice cream cones. They then sat on the bench in the business district and tasted the Earth's delicacies. Little Furball finished the ice cream and the cup in a few bites, and then tried to snatch Little Yuan's ice cream. Little Yuan hugged the ice cream cone and hit on Lu Chen's shoulder. Failing to snatch it, Little Furball glanced at Little Beastie. That fellow immediately protected the ice cream cone and turned to the side. I love it. It's so much better than Beast Cores. Little Furball, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't even think about it. Little Furball finally looked at Lu Yao. Lu Yao patted Little Furball with a smile and pushed his ice cream cone to Little Furball. How can you eat so much? You can eat mine then. Seeing that Lu Yao did not have anything to eat, Bei Shui pushed his ice cream cone over. Yao, let's eat together. Lu Chen looked at Lu Yao's ice cream with gratification in his eyes. Usually 5 or 6 year old children would protect their own things. Some people even in their 20s or 30s were still like this, such as Little Beast at the side. Lu Yao was very generous. Bei Shui and Lu Yao grew up together as if they were brothers. He and Lu Yi relied on each other since they were young. In the next generation, the relationship between the two little guys far surpassed that of ordinary cousins. In the future, they might be able to create another world. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to have a future. Thinking of this, Lu Chen looked up at the sky. "Uncle, will my father and the others be all right?" Bei Shui suddenly asked. Lu Chen turned to look at Bei Shui. "I've already asked your mother to inform them. If anything happens over there, I'll go over to help your father." Bei Shui lowered his head with a heavy heart. "Uncle, I heard that the people who came were all immortals. If immortals want to destroy mortals, can we really stop them? Furthermore, our school has already organized for us to enter Jiutian. The strength of the human race has always been considered the weakest. Bei Shui was, after all, an elder, so he already understood many things." Lu Chen faintly smiled as he stroked Bei Shui's head. "Who told you that the human clan is weak?" "They all say so." Bei Shui looked at Lu Chen strangely. "Who? Everyone? Then use your strength to shut everyone up," Lu Chen said with a smile. Suddenly, Bei Shui was stunned. This was the first time he had heard such an answer. However, this sentence was enough to solve the problem that had been troubling him for a long time. Lu Yao also put down his spoon and looked at the man in front of him. Ever since Lu Chen came back, although Lu Yao had been following Lu Chen, he had never called Lu Chen father. His aunt said that his father was very, very powerful. However, in these 2 days, Lu Chen was like an ordinary father, taking them shopping and playing. Lu Yao had never seen his parents since he was young and longed to have them by his side. At first, he felt unfamiliar with this man, but after all, blood was thicker than water. After interacting with him for 2 days, Lu Yao felt more and more close to Lu Chen. It would be great if he could always be with him. At this moment, Lu Chen's phone rang. Lu Chen had not used his phone for a long time and was a little flustered. "How do I turn on my phone now?" "Xiaoi, help me turn it on." "Uncle, there's an incoming call." "Just say answer and it'll be fine." Lu Chen said answer to the phone, and sure enough, a sound came from the phone. "Mad God, they're here." But they didn't appear in outer space, but above the South China Sea. Their teleportation point is above the South China Sea. Suddenly, a clap of thunder exploded in the sky, the sound startling the 2 children. "Such a big thunder. This is the first time I've heard it." Bei Shui looked at the sky. Lu Chen looked at the sky. At this time, the whole sky was filled with rolling dark clouds, like a huge vortex. Thunder and lightning crisscrossed the sky, as if the sky was being torn apart again and again. Even Lu Chen had not seen such a phenomenon before. The surrounding crowd was already in a mess. People seemed to have known something. A military bulletproof car rushed into the pedestrian street and stopped in front of Lu Chen. Li Muhua came down from the car and looked at Lu Chen anxiously. "Chun." Lu Chen nodded, but was not in a hurry to get into the car. He squatted down and looked at the little Lu Yao gently. "Can you call me Daddy?" Suddenly, Li Muhua, who was burning with anxiety, suddenly had tears in his eyes. No one could calculate how much this man had done for Earth. However, his biggest wish was for the child to call him Daddy. Lu Yao pursed his lips as if he could not say it. Your father, he—" Li Muhua could not bear to watch, but he did not know what to say. Lu Chen smiled and patted the child's head. It's okay, Muhua. Please. Li Muhua nodded heavily. Don't worry. Then, he carried the two children into the car. Li Muhua came down from the back seat and wanted to get into the car, but he suddenly stopped. He walked in front of Lu Chun and hugged Lu Chun tightly. Lu Chun, come back alive. Lu Chen's eyes were moist. Did he still remember the soldier who kicked the four hooligans? For decades, he had been protecting Lu Chun by his side. Time did not dilute their friendship. Li Muhua let go of his hand. There were many things he wanted to say, but there was no need to say them. He looked at Lu Chun again and quickly got into the car. However, when he got into the car, he saw him touching his eyes. The car left quickly. In the end, Lu Yao did not call him daddy. However, Lu Chun also knew that he owed the child. He did not have the right to ask Lu Yao for anything. In the sky, the thunder seemed to have gone crazy. It exploded crazily in the sky. The loud sound was like the roar of a beast that was about to be born. It could not wait to devour the entire planet. Lu Chun took a deep breath. Little beast, stop eating. It's time to go. Oh, got it, Daddy. Little beast licked its fingers and reluctantly threw away the cup. There were many shops around, but Lu Chun could not care less. 10-winged celestial dragon. With a boom, a huge dragon appeared in the sky. As if it sensed its master's fighting spirit, the 10-winged celestial dragon roared. Roar. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. 10-winged, it seems like you're very excited too. Little beast. The two of them jumped up at the same time and stood on the dragon's head. The huge dragon instantly disappeared into the sky. It shuttled through the clouds and headed straight for the southern sea. Chapter 1398. At this time, everyone in the world was watching the sky above Hua Xia's South China Sea through the projection stone and the web TV. Millions of figures hovered in the air, covering the entire sky. They were like the millions of celestial soldiers and generals in the legends. Their auras engulfed tens of thousands of miles, and they came with great momentum. They can float in the air without using mounts or magical treasures. Are those immortals? They are already standing at the peak of Jiutian. It's really here. Our doomsday is really here. Why? Why must they destroy our Earth? Hundreds of destroyers fired thousands of anti-air missiles. However, some people just raised their hands, and these missiles directly detonated beside them. The cannon fire outlined the edges of the spiritual shield. Firearms were useless in front of these immortals. A sword chi shot down from the sky. The sword chi slashed across the sea, and the sea was directly split into two. The battleships were instantly cut and sank. In the blink of an eye, the world of science and technology was not worth mentioning in front of the immortals. However, the other party did not seem to be in a hurry to attack. In the crowd, a man flew into the air and laughed loudly at the projection stone. Ha! It's finally here. You don't have to be afraid. We will not kill you all because I will turn all of you into living puppets. Billions of puppets, old people, men, women, children, babies. Ha ha ha! You will all become my collection. Although it will be a little painful to hollow out your internal organs, destroy your meridians and blood vessels, and restructure your bones. But after you become living puppets, you will not die. Isn't this the immortality you want? You should thank me. Ha 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 ha. Countless people's faces were pale. That madman wanted to turn billions of people on Earth into living puppets. Not only did they want to invade and destroy Earth, but they also wanted to torture all humans. This guy is a madman. Is this what immortals are like? Why are they crueler than humans? Why does such a cruel person have invincible strength? Is the invincible benevolence all a lie? God, Is there anyone who can save us? Is today really the day of our Earth's destruction? All we can do now is to pray. However, a strong enemy had invaded, and the world was in chaos. Gods and Buddhas were speechless. On the day of Earth's destruction, there was no so-called savior coming to save humanity. The man shouted, "The eradication of the human race will begin with your Earth. It's useless even if you pray to the gods, because we are the gods. No one can stop this army of 10,000 races." On the surface of the sea, great waves roared and rushed to the shore, setting off enormous waves that overflowed into the heavens. In the sky, dark clouds roiled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The day was like an eternal night. An old taxi driver in his 40s was sitting at home. His wife and son were in despair. Anyone with a bit of rationality would know that Earth had no power to fight this battle at all. However, he was still staring at the screen. He rubbed his hands in front of him and muttered, "I know you're back. I saw you that day. If there is still hope for Earth, then this hope must be you. If you were still the person who protected Earth, you would definitely appear." His teenage son looked at his father strangely. "Dad, what are you talking about? Stop dreaming. We have no hope. We don't even dare to think about the strength of an immortal. With so many immortals here, how could anyone possibly turn the tide?" However, the old father did not listen to him at all. Instead, he shouted angrily, "What do you know? In the face of all impossibilities, there will always be an exception." The old father stared at the screen. Just because that person is called solipsistic at the headquarters of the Earth Alliance, all the leaders were looking at the screen of the South Sea. The current hope was not in the army. Lu Chen had said that if they came, they should not use large-scale weapons. Not only would that be ineffective, they had to wait for Lu Chen. Everyone was waiting for that figure. Bing Chung, at the headquarters of the Wild Wave Guild, Lang Nua, Ning Shuang, Stardust, 10 Steps, Hua Xiang, Feng Lingzi, all the higher-ups of the Wild Wave were staring at the screen. "President, will you appear?" Just like back then. After a few waves surged, they gradually subsided. The immortal army had already pressed down on the border and surged towards the low altitude. However, someone shouted, "Look, there's someone on the surface of the sea." Everyone's eyes were looking at the surface of the South Sea of Huaxia. No one knew when, but there was already a figure standing there. This person was wearing a black robe with a golden dragon on it. His white hair fluttered in the wind. His face was calm, his eyes were slightly closed, and his hands were behind his back. Beside him, a 2-meter-long spear was suspended in the air. A man and a spear stood in the air above the sea. Who is that person? Many young people did not recognize this white-haired man. Even some of the older people were puzzled at this time. White hair, black robe, and a spear. In their impression, there was no such person. However, there were still some people who remembered his appearance. On the shore, a guard suddenly arrived and shouted, "It's nameless, it's the mad god. It's the solipsistic." When the words solipsistic came out, the memories of some older people were unlocked. Solipsistic. The solipsistic is back. Earth War God. How could I forget him? He's back. Brother, who is the solipsistic? Solipsistic? He's a legend, a legend, a legend that no one can surpass. Then, can he win? The solipsistic is back, but can he win? The opponent is 1,000,000 immortal soldiers, itinerant immortals, true immortals, Sengoku, and celestial supremes. How strong is he? In the war of the 10,000 races, once defeated, the entire race will be exterminated. There has been no exception since the beginning of time. Can the solipsistic stop this terrifying army? Seeing the person on the sea, the 10,000 races immortal soldiers became restless. It's the solipsistic. Did he really come out of the mirror realm? This guy was quite strong before. He's only a human king, but he's almost undefeatable below celestial supremes. He's only undefeatable below celestial supremes. Don't forget, we have 100,000 celestial supremes. Just the mystic spirit race alone has 300 celestial supremes. Thousands of Sengoku can kill him like chickens. Lu Chen closed his eyes and said calmly, "Qianji, we finally meet again." The man who was the most arrogant was obviously Qianji. When he saw Lu Chen, he narrowed his eyes. Many years of grudges finally exploded at this moment. Because of this Lu Chen, he had been unable to sleep at night. He had plotted and plotted many times, but he still could not kill this person. This was the first person who could make him return empty-handed. In front of him, he felt no sense of accomplishment. However, the second time they met was in Lu Chen's original world. Then Qianji laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha ha. Solipsistic, I didn't expect that the mirror realm could not kill you. Fine, I admit that you're tough. But so what? Look at where we are now. Is this your world? Ha ha. Fine. I want you to watch your people get slaughtered. No, I forgot, not slaughtered, but turned into puppets. No matter how strong you are, you're just a mortal and the most useless human race. How can a mortal fight against 10,000 immortals? How can you fight against the heavens?" Lu Chen opened his eyes slightly. His voice was not loud, but it was firm. "Remember my words. The human race is the strongest race. Mortals should go against the heavens." Chapter 1399. In front of the TV, Bei Shui's eyes widened. "Isn't that what my uncle told me? If everyone says that the human race is the weakest, then I have the power to shut everyone up. The human race is the strongest among all the races." At this moment, a seed was planted in the underage Bei Shui's heart, the seed to become a powerful being. Whether it was those who knew Lu Chen or those who did not, they all understood the meaning of Lu Chen's ID. Vast universe, solipsistic. Qianji narrowed his eyes. "Solipsistic, you are still as arrogant as before. Very well, let me see if you still have the right to be arrogant." Qianji turned around and clasped his fists towards a tall man. "Hongyu Celestial, Qianji requests to fight. Let's kill solipsistic first." The man placed his hands behind his back and smiled. "Qianji, you are so confident. Have you mastered the devouring black tide?" Qianji smiled proudly. "I mastered it 3 years ago." "Oh," another celestial said. "Interesting. I heard that the devouring black tide is extremely domineering. It is the top skill of puppeteers. Even celestial sovereigns would find it dangerous. I am interested to see it." Hongyu thought for a while and seemed to have some concerns. After all, she had heard of Lu Chen's strength. 5 years ago, he was already invincible among those below celestial sovereigns. On the other hand, Qianji was only an itinerant immortal. "You are a strategist of Hongyu. You should not be in danger. This is the first battle where all the races will annihilate the human race. It is very important. How about this? Summon your devouring black tide. I will give it a try." Qianji clasped his fists. "Thank you, Hong, you celestial, for thinking so highly of me. I shall accept your attack." After saying that, countless black insects flew out from Qianji's fingers. The number was incalculable. It was like a dark cloud covering the sun. God-devouring demonic insects. Someone in the army recognized the small puppets. There are so many of them. Qianji is indeed an expert in the art of puppetry. It's said that the God-eater demonic bug can devour spiritual energy. Although it's small, tens of millions of them are like a black cloud. Their defensive power and destructive power are unimaginable. To be able to control so many puppets at the same time, I finally understand why Hongyu gave Qianji such a good treatment. This guy is too strong. Millions of God-devouring demonic bugs surrounded Qianji, covering the sky. Venerable Immortal, please make your move. Hongyu, Immortal Master, nodded slightly. I'll use 70% of my power. If you can block it, I'll agree to your request. After that, Hongyue raised her hand slightly, and a red machete slowly emerged from the void. Qianji narrowed his eyes. Crimson Moon Break. Suddenly, Hongyu slashed out, and a saber chi that was thousands of meters long chopped down from the sky. This saber strike was extremely fast, and the saber chi traversed 5 kilometers. As the saber chi shot out, the sea surface was already affected, and waves began to surge. Qianji raised his palm. God-devouring demonic formation. Mosho. The God-eater demonic bugs spread out in a line that stretched for 2,000 to 3,000 meters. The saber chi hit the demonic formation. However, the expected spiritual energy collision did not happen. Instead, a large number of God-eater demonic bugs devoured the spiritual energy in the saber chi. The saber chi that was thousands of meters long disappeared, and only the sword chi from the 2 ends of the saber chi continued to shoot out. Half a breath later, the 2 saber chi swept out into the distance. Wherever it passed, all the buildings were flattened. It only stopped when it hit the ground a few hundred meters away. Far away, the ground was split into 2 bottomless ravines. Seeing this scene, everyone was already trembling with fear. Hongyu obviously did not use her full strength. However, the saber chi was able to split the sea and split the ground. This was already an unimaginable destructive power. However, Qianji's demonic formation could easily neutralize this saber chi. Those God-eater demonic bugs were unimaginably terrifying. Hongyu seemed to be shocked by Qianji's strength. Qianji, I did not expect you to be able to block this attack of mine. Very good. I agree to let you fight. You must kill Solipsistic and use his blood as a sacrifice to my celestial master. Qianji smiled. It seemed that he had proven his strength. Qianji turned around, and his expression changed. His eyes were filled with excitement. Solipsistic, I heard that you have been trying to kill me. Today, I'll give you a chance. It's time to end the grudge between us. Lu Chen looked at Qianji calmly. You're still as stupid as ever. If I were you, I would hide behind the 1,000,000 immortal soldiers. Perhaps I might be lucky enough to escape. But you actually want to fight me alone. This was the first time Qianji was called stupid. Lu Chen even hinted that Qianji was a coward for running away multiple times. This was also the reason why Qianji was so angry. He was furious. Solipsistic, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Qianji looked at Lu Chen coldly. Solipsistic, where's your god-slaying rat? As long as it's not fully formed, let it out. I'll devour it in front of my god-slaying black tide. Even your skills that are stronger than your heaven's wrath spear, heaven-piercing sword, and holy lotus sword cannot hurt me. Tell me, what chance do you have of winning? Remember this. If I could kill you back then, I can still kill you now. It's time to end the grudge between us. Immortal skill, puppet psychic. The God-eater demonic bugs became excited. It seemed to be some kind of skill that could increase the strength of puppets. Solipsistic, have a taste of the invincible skill that I've specially prepared for you. Immortal skill, God-slaying black tide. Qianji's body disappeared from where he was. This puppet skill actually had astral form. Qianji had already hidden himself among the God-Eater demonic bugs. Countless God-Eater demonic bugs swarmed towards Qianji from afar. The battle was finally about to begin. At this moment, everyone was so nervous that they forgot to breathe. When they saw that Solipsistic was still standing there, and he did not even grab the spear next to him, they were so anxious that they could not sit still. Solipsistic, hurry up and move. That God-slaying black tide is too scary. Why is he still standing there? Lone Tyrant can even swallow a celestial sovereign in one move. If he doesn't move now, he won't be able to escape. Inside a villa in the imperial capital, a middle-aged man was so anxious that he jumped up from his sofa. Lone Tyrant, why don't you move? Even if you tortured my prince time and time again, this is a matter of life and death for Earth. You can't die. Of course, Lu Chen didn't know that the crown prince of the empire was worried about him. Facing the overwhelming number of God-Eater demonic bugs, Lu Chen snorted coldly. Qianji, if I say you're stupid, you're really stupid. How dare he compare himself with Hong Yue? It wasn't until the black tide engulfed the sky and surrounded him that Lu Chen coldly said in a low voice, Demon God observation, heavens Qianji, you've mastered the God-slaying black tide. But do you know what I've mastered in the Six Paths illusory realm? Having said that, Lu Chen shouted, Earth Fiend Xianming Spear, one spear of heaven and earth. Above the dark clouds, between the stars, a white light shot down from the sky like a laser. It pierced through the clouds and shot towards the center of the God-Eater formation. Chapter 1400. The Spear of Heaven and Earth was the most powerful move of the Earth Fiend Xianming Spear. When Lu Chen used it, it was even more powerful. Countless God-Eater demonic bugs were devouring the spiritual energy from the attack. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the sky above the South Sea. At the bottom of the beam of light, countless demonic bugs were devouring the spiritual energy, forming a black base at the bottom of the beam of light. It actually managed to block the spear of heaven and earth. Lone Tyrant, your spear won't be able to break my demon talisman formation. Qianji's voice rang out. Hong Yu squinted her eyes. These God-Eater demonic bug puppets are indeed powerful. Solipsistic's spear is so powerful that Qianji can block it. Looks like there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. At this moment, Lu Chen snorted coldly. He suddenly held his God-slaying spear and charged into the boundless black fog. Many people were dumbfounded by what they saw. The spear of heaven and earth had restrained Qianji, and the heaven-devouring demonic bug formation had yet to attack Solipsistic. However, Solipsistic charged into the demonic bug formation. Isn't he courting death? However, what no one knew was that in the last year of the Tianyuan continent, Lu Chen stood in the middle of the sea. The water came crashing down on him, while his spear chi and spear intent were at his will. When the lake water fell, Lu Chen's body was not wet at all. Today, countless God-Eater demonic bugs were charging towards him. Lu Chen's spear was as fast as lightning. Large amounts of God-Eater demonic bug corpses fell from the demonic bug formation. A celestial prime widened his eyes. What's going on? I don't know. Lu Chen actually charged into the demonic bug formation and killed a large number of them. Hong Yu suddenly frowned and said, the demonic bug formation's destructive power and defensive power are both terrifying. It even exceeded my expectations. However, we neglected 2 points. Hong Yu, what did we neglect? Hong Yu said, whether it's the heaven-devouring demonic bug formation or the demonic bug formation, the God-Eater demonic bugs' strength lies in their numbers. That's why Qianji spent so much time to create so many God-eater demonic bug puppets. However, we were so shocked by the power of the bug tide that we forgot that individual God-eater demonic bugs are not that strong. Another point is that the God-eater demonic insects have been made into puppets. That is to say, you don't even need to destroy the puppets directly. You only need to cut off the connection between the puppets and the puppeteers to make the God-eater demonic insects lose their ability to resist. Lu Chun used his spear of heaven and earth to attack Qianji's real body. He only needs to distract a large number of demonic insects and rush into the hive to cut off the spiritual energy connection between the puppeteer and the puppeteer. Qianji will be defeated. However, not everyone can break into the hive alone. Not to mention, Qianji's puppetry skills are very high. He only controls the puppets with his spiritual power. It's something that can't be seen. In order to cut off the puppet strings, one would need to be able to see through them. Regardless of whether it's the use of the spear or the refinement of his spiritual qi, this guy has already reached an extremely terrifying level. After Hong Yu's analysis, everyone understood that Lu Chun had not wasted any moves from the beginning. He had already thought of a strategy to deal with Qianji. Qianji was not stupid. He had already started controlling the God-eater demonic insects to attack Lu Chun. God-slaying spear, Heaven's Wrath spear, Earth's fiend, Xianming spear, Dark Heaven's Wrath, Earth's Wrath. Two powerful AoE skills were used at the same time. Instantly, the surface of the sea was like boiling water. Countless water curtains were formed. How could the insect tide have time to attack Lu Chun after swallowing such a terrifying amount of spiritual energy? Qianji quickly got into formation to block the Heaven's Wrath spear and Dark Heaven's Wrath, Earth's Wrath. Qianji, you have too few demonic insects. Lu Chun snorted. How dare you try to kill me with your unorthodox skills? I told you that you're stupid. You're really stupid. Hordes of demonic insects fell from the sky after Lu Chun cut off their spiritual threads. It felt like Lin Fan was cutting off Qianji's flesh. Qianji couldn't help but roar, "Lone tyrant! I'm going to kill you!" Forbidden skill, sacrifice of heavenly demons. Suddenly, countless God-eater demonic insects had their flesh and blood sucked out by Lin Fan's spiritual threads. In the sky, there was a terrifying ball of blood, surrounded by dense blood vessels. Countless pieces of flesh and blood were converging on the ball of blood from all directions. It's the forbidden skill, sacrifice of heavenly demons. Hong Yu's eyes were wide open. Qianji has lost his mind after seeing that the heaven-devouring dark tide could not do anything to Lu Chun. He's willing to sacrifice millions of God-eater demonic insects to kill Lu Chun, but I did not expect him to have such a move. Qianji's real body appeared from the ball of blood. He was enjoying the feeling of countless blood vessels entering his body. Lu Chun tried to shoot out a ray of spear aura. However, it was absorbed by the ball of blood. Qianji looked at Lu Chun with interest. Solipsistic. You didn't expect this, right? This is my most powerful skill. How can I not prepare a backup plan to deal with you? Don't you like to divide and conquer? Now that all the God-eater demonic insects are gathered on me, let's see how you are going to divide and conquer. With my current strength, even a celestial prime would be afraid of me. Lu Chun floated in midair and looked at Qianji calmly. Qianji suddenly looked at Hong Yu. Celestial prime, please give the order to attack and distract him. Lu Chun sneered. Qianji was indeed a schemer. He would do anything to achieve his goals. Hong Yu nodded. All right, all the races are waiting for the result of this battle. We should not delay any longer. Let's clear the ground first. Hong Yu ordered. Behind her, millions of immortal soldiers started to move towards the shore. Roar! With a furious roar, a huge white tiger suddenly leaped out of nowhere and charged into the army of immortals. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Roar! A white mouse suddenly expanded 100 times. Even its voice changed. In front of the immortal army, a young man spread his wings and stood in front of the army. In front of the TV, Liu Yao saw that person and shouted excitedly, "It's Brother Little Beast. Brother Little Beast is so cool. There's also Little Furball and Little Originator." Liu calmed down a little when she heard Little Beast shouting excitedly, "Brother, you are more mature than before. You already have a backup plan." Time had made Liu Chen stronger. Little Beast looked at the immortal army and shouted, "Father has given the order. Anyone who crosses this line will be killed." Liu Chen had already arranged for Little Beast and the rest to stay at the shore. Liu Chen looked at the 3 beasts. He had no idea how long they could last. He had to get rid of Qianji as soon as possible. Sacrifice all the God-Eater demonic bugs. Liu Chen snorted. "All right, that will save me a lot of trouble. I would like to see if you can swallow the spiritual power of my skill." Liu Chen shouted, "Dragon God form, God of war possession, demon transformation, death trap, dragon blood boiling, celestial demonic might, celestial demonic body, emptiness of gods and demon's arm." How long had it been since he was in his best form? Liu Chen could not remember. In an instant, the sky changed color. Dark clouds rolled, and the wind howled. The waves on the sea were raging. Qianji, die. Void, attack. Void destruction spear. Heavenly rage spear. Chapter 14:01. Liu Chen shot towards Qianji like a ray of black light. After absorbing the blood, Qianji's eyes widened. "Good. I'll let you know the power of the heavenly demon sacrifice. Devour." Qianji punched out. The moment both of them came into contact, Qianji's body started to swell up rapidly in less than half a second. Instantly, Qianji's physical body exploded. The sky above the South Sea was dyed red with blood. Hongyu's eyes were wide open. Qianji's ability to devour spiritual energy was even more terrifying than when he was in the heavenly demon sacrifice state. Yet, he could not even block a single attack from Liu Chen. Just how terrifying was the spiritual power contained in Liu Chen's spear. Blood poured down like rain, dyeing the sea red. Liu Chen's figure moved, and in the rain of blood, he grabbed a head. Without a doubt, that head belonged to Qianji. He was still alive. He looked at Liu Chen in disbelief. "Impossible. Impossible. You. What level are you?" "It's impossible for me to not be able to absorb your spiritual energy. You open the path of immortality." Liu Chen looked at Qianji and sneered. "I'm the human emperor. Why would I need to open the path of immortality?" "Qianji, it seems like the grudge between us is finally settled. From the 5th heaven to the 7th heaven, the grudge between them lasted for tens of years. Finally, Liu Chen defeated Qianji with a single attack. Qianji finally realized this. He looked at Liu Chen in fear. However, Qianji knew that Liu Chen would never let him go, just like how he would never let Liu Chen go. Suddenly, Qianji laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. Liu Chen, so what if you kill me? Your world is going to end. Do you think you and your 3 battle pets can stop 1,000,000 immortal soldiers? Your victory is meaningless." Liu Chen snorted. He moved his finger and nailed Qianji's head onto a tower built by the immortal soldiers. "Whether or not I can block it, I'll let you see for yourself. Celestial Master, attack." Qianji shouted at Hongyu, furiously. Hong Yu immediately woke up and ordered, "Kill them!" The million-strong immortal army had finally launched a terrifying attack. It would be difficult for Harry Ball, Shao Originator, and Shao Beastie to fend them off. One of the true immortals avoided the Originator and Fur Ball, and with a displacement movement, rushed toward the defenders from a position far away from the little beast. "The first merit is mine. Mortals die." After saying that, he waved out dozens of sword chi. However, in an instant, his sword chi collided with a defensive shield. That true immortal's eyes widened. He had never heard of solipsistic being able to set up arrays. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he felt as if someone had tapped his chest a few times. A moment later, his body directly exploded. For a moment, flesh and blood splattered all over the defensive shield. He turned around with difficulty, only to discover that Solipsistic had already charged towards the immortal army. That guy killed him so easily. However, what was with this defensive array? Just as he was about to fall, he suddenly saw a strange figure among the defenders. That figure was covered in a grayish-yellow armor, and his face was expressionless. It's a puppet. Until his death, that true immortal had never expected that his attack would be blocked by a puppet. At the same time, the attackers on the other lines of defense had also discovered the existence of the defensive array. Logically speaking, such a powerful defensive array could not have been set up in an instant. The Earthlings could not have known that they would be teleported here. Moreover, Lu Qin had been fighting with Qian Ji all this time, and it was impossible for him to set up the array himself. Then, a few immortal primes discovered the 4 grayish-yellow puppets. They are Earth puppets. Why does Solipsistic have 4 of these legendary puppets? The 4 Earth puppets were evenly distributed at 4 locations along the coastline. Hong Yu also discovered that the Heaven and Earth puppets, the God-slaying rat, and the Beast God, were guarding in the middle of the 4 Earth puppets. The 4 Earth puppets will guard the line of defense, while the 3 beasts will fight at the front and kill the invaders. At the same time, the 3 beasts will be able to take care of the 2 Earth puppets. Once someone sneaks up on them, they will be able to support them immediately. On the other hand, Lu Qin will be attacking our army alone. This Lu Qin has set up such a powerful defensive array. Hong Yu took a deep breath. They had underestimated Lu Qin. Lu Qin shouted angrily, "Buddha body clone, devil body clone, ghostly shadows. Little beast, little furball, little originator, be careful of the sneak attackers." Lu Qin said. Then a ghostly shadow appeared in front of a Sengoku and stabbed him with his spear. The Sengoku still wanted to fight Lu Qin. However, his expression changed when he saw Lu Qin's spear. This is so powerful. Lu Qin would not give him a chance. He broke the earth elemental shield with his spear, and the long spear pierced through his body. Lu Qin arrived behind him, grabbed the long spear, and instantly charged into the distance. With 100 miles Dark Crow, 30 to 40 true immortals were directly killed. Behind Lu Qin, Little Originator was resisting the massive attacks, but it remained motionless. This guy had been on the Divine Beast Island for 3 years, and it had been beaten to a pulp. The consequence of Little Furball eating on the Divine Beast Island was that its speed was faster than before, and its attack and defense were equally terrifying. Without using any skills, it was no longer afraid of Sengoku. Little Furball had become a cultivation engine, and all kinds of divine beast skills were at its fingertips. The million-strong army was actually pinned down by Lu Qin and the 3 beasts. Hong Yu narrowed her eyes. 1 man, 3 beasts, and 4 earth elemental puppets had formed 3 lines of defense, and they looked after each other. Hong Yu, we must find a breakthrough point as soon as possible. The army is waiting for our news. Hongyu nodded. I know, but which one should be the breakthrough point you mentioned? Lu Chen, heaven and earth elemental spirit, sky-devouring god-slaying rat, earth elemental puppet, and earth elemental puppet. The earth elemental puppet was definitely the weakest, but it was at the rear and was only responsible for defense. The earth elemental shield of the earth elemental puppet focused on defense. As long as it stepped on the ground, it could transfer the attack to the whole earth. As for the other four, Lu Chun had a large number of doppelgangers to help delay the attacks. The black-robed Lu Chun was like the Grim Reaper, and wherever he went, there would be casualties. Little Originator became more and more powerful as the battle went on. Little Furball could not wait to eat one person at a time, increasing the recovery ability of the whole team while increasing their attributes. Little Furball, the combination of 16 divine pets, had endless cultivation techniques and skills, and could also provide shields and elemental attacks for the whole team. Which one should be the weakest? Hongyu suddenly became angry. We can't delay any longer. Celestial primes of the Xianling clan, please join forces with me and kill Solipsistic as soon as possible. Indeed, we can't delay any longer. I've had this intention for a long time. He's just a human king. Can he really defy the heavens? Our 300 celestial primes will join forces to kill him, and his defense line will collapse on its own. They did not expect that a world without true immortals would need their celestial primes to take action. However, they could not care so much now. The myriad races' immortal army was ready to attack, waiting for Earth to sacrifice its flag. The 300 celestial primes of the Xianling clan finally decided to take action, and they decided to use a joint technique. Everyone, we don't have time to tangle with Lu Chun. We must kill him in one blow. Let's use the Xianling clan's unique technique, Black Sky 6 Realms / Everyone, please lend me a hand. Okay. Hongyu raised his hand, and the crimson moon / flew out again. The 300 celestial primes gathered their spiritual energy into this /, vowing to kill the black-robed man in the crowd. Chapter 1402. At this point, Lu Chun had been fighting for a long time. His white hair was stained with blood, but he was still fighting tiredly. The South Sea could not be lost. Hua Xia could not be destroyed. Earth could not be destroyed. But at this moment, on the horizon, the phantom of a blood-red saber that was thousands of meters long illuminated the entire world. As spiritual energy surged into the blade, it became more and more tangible. The entire South Sea was engulfed in the color of blood. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but take in a deep breath. This is the power of the celestial lords. This is going to destroy Earth. Oh my God, the combined attack of 300 celestial lords. Is there anyone who can withstand this attack? It's over. The combined attack of 300 celestial lords was enough to destroy the entire South Sea and even the entire Eurasian continent. Ha 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 ha. Solipsistic, you want to stop my Xianling cavalry? Stop dreaming. Hongyu laughed maniacally. The celestial army will destroy the human race. Despicable races like you are no longer fit to exist in this world. Lu Chun killed a few people with his spear and turned around to look at the huge blade. This blood-red blade was almost tangible. It was obvious how terrifying the spiritual energy within it was. Do you see this? This is my Xianling ultimate skill, the Black Heavenly 6 Realms / It can break the heavens, break the 6 realms, and destroy the stars. Solipsistic, aren't you arrogant? Aren't you very strong? Today, let's see if you're going to take this powerful saber attack or not. If Hongyu was speaking the truth, then everyone had underestimated the power of this attack. This slash could directly destroy Earth. As they spoke, the extremely powerful blood-red blade had already descended from the sky and struck the ground. The blade aura did not travel quickly. In fact, it was unusually slow. However, the moment the blade was unleashed, the heavens and earth shook. A rumbling sound shook everyone's eardrums. The buildings along the coast collapsed and glass shattered. The seawater in the South Sea exploded. However, there were no waves. The seawater that flew up evaporated immediately. Sunken ships and huge rocks rose from the bottom of the sea. The air became blurry, and the battlefield instantly became unreal. The black Heavenly Six Worlds slash was still able to distort space. Such a terrifying move could be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. Little Beastie shouted, "Dad, this move is too strong. I can't take it." "Oh my God." The guard looked at the falling blade in a daze. His eyes were filled with despair. Even Little Beast said so. This meant that the solipsistic sword would not be able to withstand this attack. No matter how strong solipsistic was, the combined attack of 300 immortal venerables was too terrifying. It wasn't something that a human could withstand. Is a planet destroyed by a single slash just like that? If solipsistic can't handle it, then no one can. But before anyone could react, as if by instinct, a black robe flashed in the air. In the blink of an eye, a person had already charged towards the incomparably huge saber shadow. Divine Demon Lotus Heart, Inner Demon. Lu Chun used the last enhancement skill. He raised the void god-slaying spear and blocked the saber. The moment Lu Chun came into contact with the Black Sky Six World slash, he felt an unparalleled pressure pouring down on him. He had never encountered such power before. The combined attack of 300 immortal venerables was extremely powerful. This move was extremely slow. At the same time, it sacrificed speed to make this move have the power to destroy heaven and earth. In front of the huge saber shadow, a black dot exploded with all his spiritual energy. His eyes were about to pop out, and his face was ferocious. Because he was at the center of the collision of spiritual energy, it meant that Lu Chen's physical body was under unimaginable pressure. In the blink of an eye, his black robe with a golden dragon exploded. At this moment, everyone could see the muscles on Lu Chen's upper body bulging, and his blood vessels bursting. After a while, countless blood vessels on Lu Chen's upper body exploded. His entire body was dyed red with blood. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen, you actually dared to take on this saber. Hongyu looked down at Lu Chen with a smile. Oh, right, I forgot that you are immortal and have not cut off your mortal bonds. Here, there are your family, your friends, and your concerns. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Look at this beautiful planet, the sky, the ocean. These are all the things you want to protect. That's why, if you want to climb to the peak of martial arts, you should cut off your mortal bonds to prevent these boring things from becoming your weakness. Lu Chen, it's a pity that you can't protect the things you want to protect. At this moment, Lu Chen was still trying his best to resist the Black Sky Six World slash. In just a moment, he was covered in blood and was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Dad, Little Beast wanted to come over and help, but Lu Chen shouted, "Don't come over. Hold the line." Little Beast's eyes were filled with tears as he shouted, "Dad, leave quickly. You can't stop it." Lu Chen resisted the Black Sky Six World slash with a determined look. His voice was not loud, but it was very clear. If I can't even protect the things I want to protect, what's the point of my cultivation? As long as I, Lu Chen, am alive, you can forget about touching Earth. Hongyu did not care at all. He waved his hand, and a sword aura blasted directly on Lu Chen's back, leaving a bloody mark. Obviously, Hongyu did not want to kill Lu Chen. He was very sure that Lu Chen could not block this saber. Look, everyone says that the solipsistic is powerful. He can't even dodge my sword. Tell me, how is he powerful? Ha ha ha. Hong Yu, after hearing what you said, I also feel that the solipsistic is only SOSO. Let me try. Another sword slash. The wound on Lu Chen's back was so deep that his bones could be seen, but it did not take his life. Lu Chen could not withdraw his body to block at all. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, but he still blocked the Black Sky Six World slash. Dad, I want to kill all of you. Little Beast was furious. Little Beast, Lu Chen said angrily, don't distract me again. The Xianling, celestial honored master, was having a lot of fun. I think we're giving him too much credit by attacking him. Let the itinerant immortals try. Dozens of itinerant immortals took turns to whip Lu Chen. I'll let you be arrogant. Fight back. Why don't you change your hands? How can the great solipsistic be like a dog and be whipped by us? Rays of sword light mercilessly whipped Lu Chen's back and legs. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At this time, in the headquarters of the Earth Alliance on the Pacific Islands, hundreds of heads of state involuntarily stood up. The great wall of iron and blood was a man, but tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. Lu Chen, it's my honor to have met you in this life. Go. If you live, you might be able to avenge us. Lung Nua's face was already covered in tears. She could not bear to watch anymore, but she had to. President, let's go. You've done enough for Earth. You can die without regrets. Master, it's all our fault for being so useless. We couldn't do anything. Ning Shuang was already in tears. Go. You'll be beaten to death by them like this. Little Lu Yao's eyes were red. Looking at the man on the television, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Dad, this is my dad. He's fighting for Earth, fighting for humanity, fighting for us. Lu Yi's tears had already burst out. She wished that those attacks were on her and not her brother. Brother, let go. That you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.